Team ban.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and a very good morning to everyone that's tuning in. We're watching the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. We're now down to the final day of the qualifiers. At the end of today, the top 8 teams are going to be making it to the playoffs. We're going to have playoffs in a format of double elimination, best of 3 matches over the next 15 days. For those of you wondering, I'm Cobx. I'm going to be solo casting this particular match. Vivek is on his way and he'll be joining you for the subsequent games. It's been an absolute pleasure casting these matches for you, and I'm looking forward to seeing which of these teams make it to the top. For those of you wondering what the format's been like, it is essentially a single elimination bloodbath for the open qualifiers. Best of 1 knockout matches. Only the top 8 teams will remain. The top 8 will move on to a double elimination best of 3. It's going to be 1 game every day starting tomorrow evening. That is 1 best of 3 every evening tomorrow onwards. Video games on the dire side, you've got Noob Metal on the Radiant. We've got a Centaur War Runner as the first pick coming out here from the dire side, with an Invoker and an Abaddon ban out. As for Noob Metal, they've chosen to ban out the Ricky and the Lina, with an Omni Knight first pickup coming their way.
Radiant team pick.
Wonder what they're gonna go with next. We've seen a lot of Omni Knights being paired up with the Phantom Assassin, but I'm wondering if it's too soon to pick up the PA right about now. Yeah, you probably don't want to pick up a second pick PA.
Timbersaw.
Don't go with the Timbersaw. Okay then. Second pick Timbersaw. Opening pick Omni Knight. Not a bad duo at all. Tons of pure damage with the magic immunity from the repel coming out. Video games. They've got themselves that early initiation in the form of the Centaur Warrunner with that Blink Dagger. I'm assuming this is going to be an offlane Centaur.
5 seconds remaining.
Lion.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Lion's going to be the second pick coming out from video games. What a generic name, video games.
10 seconds remaining.
We digital sports now, boys. We're no longer video
5
games.
seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Well, they have a fair bit of lockdown between the Lion and the Centaur Warrunner as the opening duo. That lockdown is definitely going to prove useful versus the Timbersaw, but that only survives as long as Omni Knight hasn't dropped a repel. What are these bans? They've chosen to ban out the Bloodseeker and the Silencer as their next two. Silencer, okay, I can kind of get behind that, but what is up with the Bloodseeker ban?
10 seconds.
Who even picks Bloodseeker anymore?
5 seconds remaining.
There's still room for something like a Lina here on the side of video games. We are at the start of the day, folks, so you've got to bear with us. We're just gonna make sure that there's no issues, as it is gonna be another 8-hour broadcast today for the Cobx Indian Esports Championship, followed by some more Dota that we're going to be casting elsewhere. Well, yeah, and like I said, there's some technical issues. We're just ironing them out right now. We do have an Enigma ban coming out from video games. You've probably been watching the Kyiv Major. For those of you that were awake till late last night watching that, you probably did see SG Esports and their ridiculous Enigma plays up against EG. Gotta say, it was a valiant attempt, but in the end, USA prevailed. Sand King, third pick on the board for Noob Metal. So some fairly tanky heroes coming out as the first 3 on the side of Noob Metal. A very mobile lineup as well with the Sand King, Burrow Strike and the Timber Chain from Timbersaw.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Alright, back to the game. We've got Earth Spirit getting picked up by video games.
10 seconds remaining.
Noob Metal, 4th pick on the board. They're looking for their mid, they're looking for their
5
carry.
seconds remaining.
Actually, on second thought, this might actually be a mid Timbersaw and off-lane Sand King, in which case they need a babysitting support and a core. Their draft is quite wide open right now. I mean, if they wanted, they could even run no carries whatsoever in this game and possibly run this as a one-position Timbersaw. I believe we've seen Team Secret do something similar. Never mind. They are going to pick up the Morphling, so they've got themselves a core now. Quick update, guys. We're going to be switching things up. Once the draft is done, I'm going to be pulling Vivek in for the cast. I'm going to be taking a breather. I'll join you guys later in the day as well. But a quick breakdown of the draft so far. I think video games has the better ganking potential. They've got the stronger early and mid game potential, but Noob Metal is looking much stronger in the late game right now. But I guess that isn't really a fair comparison, given that video games is yet to pick up their cores. They're still lacking a mid, they're still lacking a carry, and they could well pick up something like the Invoke. Well, scratch that. Invoker's actually been banned out, so they might want to go back for something like an Ember Spirit here if they're looking for magic damage. But one of the best ways to deal with the Morphling is to have a form of silence to prevent him from morphing to strength. For those of you that are unaware, he can, well, Morphling is one of those heroes that can actually morph to strength even after he's been stunned. Silences are possibly the only thing that prevent him from doing so. Well, silence and a sheep sting. We'll go with the Queen of Pain. Burst damage, pure damage, magic damage coming the way, not to mention a fair bit of mobility as well. And if it is a mid Timbersaw, he's going to have a very difficult time in the laning phase. Last pick on the board. What is video games going to go for? Do we see them going back for something like a squishy Drow Ranger? Or were they planning on the anti-mage, which Noob Metal has just banned out?
Ursa Warrior.
Oh, they're gonna go with the Ursa. Okay then. Ursa isn't exactly terrible versus the Morphling, considering that Fury Stripes add on the damage regardless of the armor that Morphling will have on account of his high agility. Ursa is also really good versus the Timbersaw if they end up in a one-on-one laning matchup. Even if it is an off-lane Timbersaw, they've got enough and more stuns to deal with them. But yeah, it's going to be a mid OD versus the Queen of Pain, and I don't think this is as hard a matchup for the Queen as it used to be, given that OD usually chooses to max out the Astral Imprisonment now over and above the Arcano. Well, for those of you that are just tuning in, you're watching the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. It's video games versus Noob Metal in a best of one knockout for the open qualifiers. One of these two teams will progress through the brackets and make it one step closer to making it to the playoffs. I'm Cobx. I'm going to be leaving you shortly. Vivek is going to be taking over the cast for this particular match. I'll be jumping in for the next game going forward as well. Do stick around then.
Prepare for battle.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Vivek. We did have Cloudx running through the draft, and quick look at the draft actually. It seems to be a very well-rounded lineup coming up from both squads. If anything, I don't see the Queen of Pain having a fun time versus the OD in the mid lane. Astral can be used to dodge Shadow Strike, and yeah, someone with like the Queen of Pain with really low HP to work with, it could be an absolute nuisance. So we do have a tight matchup in the mid lane. What are the other lanes looking like? A safe lane Morphling. Actually I say safe lane, but there is an aggressive maneuver coming out from the Radiant already. They popped the smoke, they're heading into the dire jungle, and who will they find? It's an Ursa Warrior. Who smelled this coming actually? I believe these sides have done their research versus each other, because I mean, how else do you explain a Bloodseeker ban really? Mid lane, the dewarding is already begun. Earth Spirit getting onto it with help coming out from the line. So the Dire do have vision across the mid lane. They have this Observer that sees the lane, sees the rune as well. And speaking of runes, it looks like the Radiant will manage to steal a rune for themselves, while DK Mustang on the Centaur does the same. So both teams reading each other really well early on. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the round of 64. It's all single elimination. The best do get weeded out from the rest here. And Earth Spirit already to do last hits in his name. One a Sentry and one an Observer, if I'm not mistaken. It's always refreshing to see Earth Spirit get picked up. Even if you have a basic level of competency with the hero, he can offer a lot in team fights, in the lanes as well. And he's dropping this aggressive ward, doesn't want the offlaner to just retreat into the jungle. It is a dual lane. This does seem like a support Sand King. And this dual lane is really potent. They're going to keep pushing the wave, but I'm not sure if it's going to translate to tower damage early on. Steven Wilson, I think he's fine. So yeah, I mean, Timbersaw and Sand King, the lane should be pushed, but is it going to result in damage straight away? We've got Morphling here being babysitted by the Omni Knight. Makes sense, I guess. Mid lane, how's the CS battle looking? Looks like OD has it at the start. He would have liked missed a couple of CS early on. Queen of Pain pulling ahead. Okay, here's the first rolling boulder. The Impale to follow up. He's got reactive armor and the Timber Chain. Tries to turn back onto the Earth Spirit and the Lion, but it's not going to amount to much. Centaur having a much better time. He's getting solo EXP here. That is one factor that the Radiant must consider, because they're running this dual offlane, and there is pressure of sorts for them to accomplish something. And I say accomplish something, but Full Metal is dropping low. He's got the Timber Chain. They are trying to find him. He's constantly juking left and right, but he's taking hits from the Earth Spirit through all of this. Timber Chains to a nearby tree. He's dropping lower. He's got the reactive armor stacks. Here's the rolling boulder. It will connect, and a neat first blood going the way of the Earth Spirit. This dual lane really not working out, and it looks like they want more. Leon on the line is hanging around. He's got the Impale. Steven Wilson held up in the air and controlled with the rolling boulder. Excuse me, the boulder smash, and brought down. 2 kills for the Dire already. Their defensive try is off to a great start. OD's using the Astral on the Queen of Pain as opposed to on himself, which could be one way of dodging the Shadow Strike. Okay, so they're rotating to the mid lane. Sand King has level 1 Impale, which isn't much range to work with. This will need setup in the form of an Astral. OD does take a Shadow Strike. And here comes the Earth Spirit. This gank went all wrong. The Purification is there. Earth Spirit does end up falling. It's 1 kill split by 3. It's not even a cutting chai. It's 1 by 3 actually. And yeah, Earth Spirit, I mean, he was at the right place at the right time, but ended up taking the gank for the Queen of Pain, who's still alive. Does have a shrine to walk to. And any runes on the horizon? Not yet. 4-minute runes should be spawning quickly. Queen of Pain seems to be doing really well. Is pulling ahead in CS by a ridiculous amount. Is sitting at 18 CS to the OD 6. And now picks up an Arcane Rune. So the Shadow Strike damage is just going to be constant coming out in the mid lane. OD really not dealing too well with this mid lane. There is something that she's doing that's really not working out for her, and I want to attribute it to dropping Astral on the Queen of Pain instead of on self to dodge the Shadow Strike. Timbersaw, he's maxing out the Timber Chain over the reactive armor, and Leon being a constant harass to her. Steven Wilson, he's made the rotation onto the Sand King. He's not got boots, so doesn't have the movement speed to get in range for a quick Impale. They're trying for a quick Purification, or rather Impale or Burrow Strike into Purification player. Steven Wilson, it is a level 1 Purification, a level 2 Burrow Strike. There's the Burrow Strike we were talking about. Immediate repel to keep Steven Wilson healthy. The Purification was all off. Really a little lackluster on the coordination there. Drops the repel on the Sand King, thinking that that would save him from the hoof stomp. But the Purification is the quick burst damage to bring the Centaur down. Steven Wilson now rotates to the top lane. He's picked up the boots. Quick D ward there. Mid lane not looking too good for the OD. It's Earth Spirit who's rotated in. OD doesn't have Astral for a bit. Might end up taking down and surely will. It is a level 1 Shadow Strike, but it's more than enough. Clearly the die coming out in terms of lanes here. Morphling not farming too shabbily actually. And just as I say that, the gets caught out of position. 2-man Impale or Earth Spike. And Rain is sticking down to the Caustic. Might end up falling. A Hex onto the Timbersaw. Rain, not much he can do there. And now Lion is out of position. Here comes the Earth Spirit, but what can he do really? It's an Earth Spike that clips the Timbersaw. And now Earth Spirit is out of position. He's got the Rolling Boulder. Should be fine. The Timber Chain will miss. Ursa respawns, TP's back, rolls in aggressively, kicks back Steven Wilson, and Steven Wilson is brought down. So Rain scores a return kill, and Queen of Pain has rotated to the top lane. Full Metal out of position. He's got the Timber Chain, but won't have it in time. Rain scores a double kill, and I think he'll take that trade any day. Sand King really not off to the start he would like. I mean, he's trying to rotate and he's trying to make plays. He's getting his EX speed, but there's going to be a point of time where he needs some space to farm that Blink Dagger, or he really needs to get involved in kills that pay off for him. Center, farming away quietly. Not yet taking the Hoof Stomp, which is a rather interesting skill build. Doesn't see the need for it. Would much rather max out the return damage. I mean, return damage could be strong in the lane. Does help you farm a bit faster if you take the creep aggro upon you. But yeah, that's about it. Maybe 1 point at Hoof Stomp, man. Just so that you can get away from the Sand King or maybe the Timbersaw. Sure, he'll level it up soon enough. Earth Spirit, he's been point down with his rotations. He is moving to the mid lane. And OD, well, he's already had quite a shit time in the mid lane. He's sitting at 19 CS, which is on par with his off laner. Rolling Boulder, this time in the direction of the Bounty Rune. Radiant scan, expecting the gank on the Morphling, and it does clip, and yeah, Morphling just backs off. Morphling, not too heavily contested. The only ray of sun in the Radiant laning phase here has been farming away quietly. Is sitting at 33 CS, which is a little less than that of the Ursa Warrior. Hasn't died once. What's net worth looking like? Queen of Pain really pulling ahead, and top lane, the Timbersaw really falling behind. He's behind the OD now, who's at a paltry 2,000 net worth. Jeez. I guess the Radiant wait for Sand King's Blink Dagger, and that's when they try and make plays. Even these ganks, there is a lot of kill potential with the Burrow Strike into the Purification. VG Heartbreak Kid, clearly he's been watching too many EG games. Sumail did have a great Queen of Pain earlier on yesterday versus SG Gaming. Okay, here comes the Steven Wilson play. He's going through the trees. He has a level 2 Burrow Strike. I heard a Stampede. It's on to the Morphling. The Purification keeps that water body alive, and he just turns, moves on to the Earth Spirit. It's a kill that's been slid by 2. DK Mustang looking for more, but Morphling just going to morph into strength and get the hell out of there. And so will DK Mustang. Steven Wilson caught within the creeps. Level 2 Burrow Strike. Will just back out of there. So they get Earth Spirit. Okay. I think the Radiant will take whatever they get right now. They don't lose the Morphling, which is important. Morphling still behind the Centaur in terms of net worth. Okay, folks, for those of you just tuning in, this is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. It's a tournament with a prize pool of 5 lakh rupees for Dota2. And if I'm not mistaken, this is India's biggest online Dota tournament at the very least. We have CSGO as one of our game titles as well. So Strong is handling that on the other stream, which is there on YouTube as well. It's Cobx Gaming 2 if I'm not mistaken. And these are all single elimination, best of ones, and then we go into single elimination best of threes after the qualifier round. We are in the round of 64. This is a format very similar to what regional qualifiers are for TI events, at least for the majors. They follow a very similar format. And yeah, it's been a fun tournament. The admins have kept it tight. Delays have been minimized. Unfortunately, if the admins were players, they wouldn't even pause the game as much as the players do. But yeah, I mean, we're okay with that. Just seeing my Facebook chat, Ronak Sen says he'll be joining me in a few Cobx games today. I'm not sure if that's happening or not, but yeah, he might join in, and that should be fun. Ankit Shukla are No Chance and Crowley playing in this tournament. No Chance doesn't have a team at the moment, and neither does Crowley. If I'm not mistaken, they are teamless right now. And Entity Esports, well, they do have a couple of Filipino players in their team. So this is an Indian only tournament. This is only for Indian players at the moment. But yeah, I don't think they're playing, not to my knowledge. I'm going to take a quick look at levels. The line not doing too bad. He's sitting at level 5, and somehow the Sand King, who's been roaming all over the map, has found his levels as well. He's sitting at level 5 too. The cores are doing well. Odish sitting at level 8 as he should be. What are Odish's talents? Plus 10 movement speed or plus 250 mana? I'll get back to that later. Odi building into a Midas, and it's not coming anytime soon. If the Dire catch sight of this and they just decide to group up, I mean, sure, OD can do a lot, but you force the OD to delay that Midas. Top lanes, it's the Steepies coming in, it's just Harsa. So yeah, OD going for the Midas. It is a catch-up Midas, and the ideal timing for the Midas is as early as possible. You want to get as much reliable gold as you can as early on, get as much EXP as you can as early on. That's when it really pays off. If you're getting a Midas at 16 minutes, it's not really useful. I hope the Dire have taken note of what OD is building into. They could just group up and pressure the OD. And with a Stampede and maybe even a Sonic Wave, they have got what it takes to constantly keep the OD down in terms of farm. Centaur still not being contested. He's sitting with a Ring of Hell. Has queued up the Blink Dagger. Okay, here comes the waveform and the Purification. The Stampede is there. A repel onto the Morphling. Mustang makes it out. And is steeping out of there with the taunt activated. That hurts. Early Roshan coming out, like Utsal lineup should do. He's got a Vladimir's offering, he should be fine. And the Radiant have no idea that this is going on. They could contest, but it's too late. Roshan. Radiant do have a fair amount of defensive vision across the bot lane, which I think is good. I mean, the Morphling is doing well. Enable the Morphling as much as you can. But VG, Heartbreak Kid, he picked up an Invis rune and he's rotating to the mid lane. OD is sitting at 1.2k gold. This kill would be crucial if they get it. They're picking out the Sand King. A defensive Astral could be there. Astral is on cooldown. Now's the time to go. Leon on the Lion. Has he got an Earth Spike? Here comes the Earth Spirit. Rolls in. They find another target. It's the Omni Knight. He's been brought down. Earth Spirit dropping low will be brought down. Sanity's Eclipse gets the kill onto the Earth Spirit. And the Dire retreat. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. It wasn't what the Dire were hoping for, but I think they'll take it. Lion does have the finger of death. They could go once more if they wish. Rain just moving to the bot lane shamelessly. Not sure if he has enough to lock down the Morphling. And here comes the TP support. And Steven Wilson is equal to God. Jack is back. He throws out the replicate. We got the Chakram Timber Chain as well. That's a quick takedown of the Centaur. A Ring of Health isn't a pipe or a Hood of Defiance. And even us are really pushing the limits. And Epicenter being channeled. Rain dropping low. He's got a couple of hits. Pops the enrage. Will end up falling. He's trying to TP out of there. Nothing to cancel it. Will get out of there. A Centaur for nothing. And the Dime making some really careless attempts at getting kills across the map. Jack is back, building into the Dragonlance.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, a Dragonlance first is fine, but it really delays your link-ins. I mean, a Dragonlance doesn't help you farm fast. It gives you stats, which means that you could fight a little bit if you want to. And Leon wants to force him to fight. Earth Spirit, I mean, he's had a reasonably good game, but poor fellow always overcommits with the rolling boulder and ends up paying with his life for that. Quick look at the net worth charts. It's a 4,000 lead in favor of EG. It's not too much. It's not something that cannot be recovered from. And it looks like Steven Wilson wants to do just that, recover. He pops the smoke breaks. It wasn't really an useful smoke. And Queen of Pain disengages. Mustang skipping the creep wave. He's got the Blink Dagger 15 minutes into the game, which is not too bad. Blink onto the Centaur. This is where the Dire look to take fights on their terms. The Morphling needs to be careful. Well, so much for revealing your Blink Dagger. He's just gone ahead and shown it. I'll show you mine, you show me yours, but the Radiant really have nothing to show for it. They're just gonna give up this tower, I guess. For the glyph, scans are coming out from the Dire, just in case someone is hiding in that part of the trees. Omni Knight has pretty much done his job. He's babysitted this Morphling as much as he can for the laning phase. And we have a pause coming out. Lag is what Morphling says. DK Mustang should be careful. There is a Replicate giving the Radiant information. He is pushing his luck and might be punished. Pops the Stampede, gets the hell out of there. And oh, Jack is back out of position. They could have turned around onto him. Steven Wilson, I do not know where this man gets his EXP from, but props to him. Rain in the jungle. He's got he hasn't gotten ages to work with. Steven Wilson, his smoke breaks. He does know what's going on. Rain pops the face boot, but goes to another camp. And if they're on this cliff, they should be able to see him. Radiant losing the middle tower. And the Dire. I think they know what's going on. Possible action all across the map. Heartbreak Kid going for the Orchid. Would be good versus the Morphling, I presume, and the Timbersaw. Actually allows him to pretty much pick off anyone. And it looks like they're out of there. Oh, the rolling boulder, beautifully played. Boulder smash, geomagnetic grip. They throw out the sonic wave and they get the kill. Neat stuff coming out from the Earth Spirit. I'm really impressed with his plays across the early game. And it looks like the Dire will transition into a push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Both teams trying to make a trade happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This should result in a ward being dropped around the shrine. I mean, you want the vision in this part of the jungle if you do get that tower.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is falling.
The Radiant have lost their top tower. Dire trying to TP in to defend. Believe throws the repel on himself. Watches his Morphling get impaled, brought down. Believe with the repel trying to TP out there, but the boulder smash is there. The geomagnetic grip as well. They score 2 kills. They lose the tower. The Dire will take that trade any day, and one of them was on the Morphling of all people. Queen of Pain unveiling a new orchid. Has queued up the Aghanim Scepter to reduce cooldown on the Sonic Wave. It looks like the Dire have everything they need to start snowballing in this mid game. They've got the Orchid, they've got the Blink on the Centaur, they've got the Blink on the Ursa. Vlad's even to maybe push a little better.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And they're going to do just that. They're grouping up for the push, forcing the Radiant to fight. Should the Radiant take this fight with a Midas OD is the question.
Radiant's towers are falling.
Midas are still available, and it looks like OD will just go use it one last time. Jack is back, now coming into fights with that Dragon Lance. Immediately force the hell out of there. The Orchid onto the Omni Knight. Timbersaw jumps in. This should be a kill onto the Queen of Pain, who's really overstepped her bounds. The Dire not pushing with the Centaur and getting punished for it. Who's busy farming is Vanguard. A little bit of lackluster coordination coming out from the Dire. Leon also wants his Blink Dagger. The Dire waiting to hit the sweet spot in terms of timings. I mean, line with the Blink Dagger is always very tempting. But I don't think they should hold on for Earth Spirit's Blink Dagger. That would just be overkill. Timbersaw being the biggest damage dealer for the Radiant right now. The pure damage that he's dishing out really helps bring down the Queen of Pain. I mean, a Burrow Strike on anyone with a couple of trees nearby should be a kill for them. Mustang has the Vanguard and the Blink complete, is waiting on that Blade Mail. I don't know, but it is possible that the Dire's item greed could be punished later on. Anyway, they got the Blink. I presume they wait for the next stages and then attempt to push. They are positioning themselves for that. In terms of vision, the Radiant do have a couple, one defensive ward, make that 2 actually, looking over their own jungle. One here as well. And Mustang jumps in. Smoke comes out from the Dire. They're trying to make a player. They've got 3 blinks to work with. It should be an easy takedown with the Orchid. The question is, who is it that they're going to jump onto? The smoke breaks. OD out of position. Astral too late. Immediately silenced. Hexed up as well. Brought down before she even knew what happened. Here's the rolling boulder. The Stampede comes out from the Centaur. It's on to the Illusion, the Hoostorm. They jump onto Steven Wilson. Steven Wilson pops the Sandstorm, gets out of there. Timbersaw with a huge amount of damage. There's a Sonic Wave. It's on to 3. Morphling trying to bring down the Centaur. Centaur will not fall. It's only Knight who falls instead. And Timbersaw trying to stay alive through all of this will end up falling. 3 heroes fall from the Radiant. The Dire will take that any day. And Morphling accomplishes nothing with the Dragon Lance.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it's just beautiful. The Urn of Shadows coming out from the Earth Spirit means they can just push time and time again. Roshan is going to be up very soon. Could just go into the Rosh Pit. Queen of Pain has changed tracks, is going for the Lincoln. I do like that versus the Burrow Strike, maybe even the shotgun coming out from the Morphling. It is a reasonably good item. What are Queen of Pain's talents? Is that lifesteal talent still there? Yes, 70% spell lifesteal. 12% cooldown reduction. I think you take that over 90 gold per minute. Plus 25 damage. Yeah, looks like the sensible choices here. Plus 10 strength is tempting though when you're sitting at relatively low effective HP and you need to stay alive. Okay, Aegis being taken out from the die. No contest coming out from the Radiant. Earth Spirit. Please don't tell me they're waiting for his Blink Dagger now. Center with the Blade Mail complete. He is an absolute pest to deal with. Hasn't got any stellar initiation off just yet. This could be his chance. Jumps in, Hoof Stomp onto the Timbersaw, the man they do need. There's the Orchid on the Timbersaw. He will end up falling. The Boulder Smash and the Geomagnetic Grip being thrown out on the Sand King, who is dropping low, will be brought down. Double kill for the Centaur. Should be another tower with the Aegis behind them. Rain even has the Basher, the Skull Basher ready. Queued up the Desolator. I'm okay with that. That's what Alsas are building nowadays. But Abyssal is a tempting idea as well to just lock down the Morphling or maybe even the Omni Knight. Hold him in place, bring him down. Push comes out from the Dire. One outer tower remains for the Radiant. They are not in fighting shape. I mean, OD's picked up the Dragon Lance. Building into an Atos. But will she ever complete it? Mustang, he's got the Stampede. Could go in if he wishes to. But the Dire doing the sensible thing. They're taking out the last outer tower. And then they probably look at high ground. Radiant. Have they got a blink on Steven Wilson? I guess they wait for Sand King to finish up his Blink Dagger and make plays off the back of that. The push is incoming from the Dire. All outer towers taken down. Looks like the Dire want to go back to farm. Earth Spirit getting closer and closer to his Blink Dagger. Would be looking to complete that. Heartbreak Kid. Looks like he's going for the BKB. I am in agreement of this. I mean, if you're going to end the game early, an early BKB could be good. Two important things to consider about BKB though. That slot is gone. You cannot drop that item. You cannot sell that item. And too early a BKB is not a good thing because once you burn through charges, it's pretty much useless. But I do like it in this instance. I mean, when you know you're this far ahead and the only thing that's bothering you is all the nukes coming out from the Radiant, it does make sense. It does allow you to stand and siege even. Mid lane, Ursa all by himself, but the Radiant are so scared. They're just afraid of picking a fight here. Okay, I do like the call coming out from the Radiant. They are one lost team fight away from losing their racks, and it looks like it might just be this fight. The purification is there, but Odie's been brought down by the Queen of Pain. Lion jumps in with the finger, gets the kill onto the Omni Knight. Three of them running around, Earth Spirit chasing them down. They've lost the OD, they've lost the Omni Knight. Here comes the Queen of Pain, jumps in, gets impaled by the Burrow Strike, and immediately pops the BKB, gets the hell out of there. A 2-for-0 exchange, and none of them have buybacks. No buyback on the Omni Knight, no buybacks on the OD. Rain dropping really low, might just expend his Aegis. The Dire really pushing high ground with full force here. Radiant, not much they can do. The tower down to half HP. Both defensive shrines being popped. Heartbreak Kid, his BKB is on cooldown. Rain jumps in onto the Sand King. Forces a Butter Strike out. Adaptive Strike onto the Omni Knight. DK Mustang jumps in, pops the BKB, doesn't kill the Sand King. The tower is dropping low. Earth Spirit has no more earn charges. And maybe, just maybe, the Dire hold off their push. Not getting greedy, which I do really respect and like coming out from them. They've got a shrine, they can just walk back to it, heal up. Maybe just disconnect, have a nice sip of water and get back into the game. It is a knockout though, and the Radiant, they're not going to give up without a fight. Morphling, I mean, he's getting closer and closer to the E-Blade. But I don't see it coming anytime soon. Dropping down the buyback. The buyback status. The Morphling does have buyback. So does the Sand King, but that's about it. Queen of Pain building into the Bloodthorn.
Pain without consequence.
Aegis has been reclaimed, and well, they're fighting without the safety of the Aegis here. Push number 2 coming up from the Dire. If the Radiant loses fight, they are in a pickle. Morphling does have buyback now, and early dewarding coming out from the Radiant. They've got decent high ground defense with the Chakram and maybe even Burrow Strikes, followed by Blink Outs coming out from the Sand King, who now has his Blink Dagger. A really crucial item. I think he should just pick it up. I think holding on to buyback isn't... I mean, you're going to buy back and do what again? You do much better off to just purchase the Blink and get a 2-3 man Burrow Strike. Follow that up with the Chakram and quick waveform. That is significant burst damage, especially on squishy supports like the Lion and the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit, what's he gone for in terms of talents? He's gone for the +4 armor. Lion is 30-second respawn time. That is one insane talent. And if you're the kind of support like Aoi who likes to split push the lanes, I remember that TI where Aoi is playing support on EG, constantly split pushing the lanes. I mean, these talents are such a bonus for that kind of a support player. Can do that and then just go do that again once you respawn quickly. The Radiant really scared and really cautious. I do not want to make them sound like pussies just because they're staying in base. It is more or less the right thing to do. They lose one fight without buybacks and they could lose the game. They're actually playing very disciplined Dota here. They're just sitting in their base, waiting for the action to come to their high ground and fight around the shrines that are in their base. I mean, it's very tempting to see a Lion push lane and just jump on him and hope you get the kill. But especially when you don't have vision of where the other Dire members are, it's smarter not to do that. It looks like the next Aegis is on the cards for them. Is that what they're waiting for? Bloodthorn complete on the Queen of Pain. Maybe they wait for Ursa's BKB. Does have something flying out to him. Okay, the BKB is complete. I could definitely consider high ground. Buyback only on the Morphling on the side of the Radiant and the Omni Knight. Haven't seen a Guardian Angel just yet. Split push incoming from the Dire. I think the Dire are just going to wait out Roshan now. Maybe get the next stages and that's go time to end the game. What could the Radiant do? I mean, you could do a Hail Mary and try and contest Roshan, but I don't think that's very possible without a completed Eth Blade on the Morphling. Or, I mean, Odie's got the Atos, which is nice, but Morphling has a Dragon Lancer, Ghost Scepter and a Ring of Hell. Somewhere in between all that, he did consider the Linkits, but has the Eth Blade on quick buy, so it's one confused Morphling. I mean, Morphling is a confused hero, doesn't know whether he's Agi or Strength most of the time. Mustang just sitting in the Rosh pit. He's got the completed pipe now. So high ground will be a little bit easier. Roshan responds. And are the Radiant going to contest this? They do not have any vision around the Rosh pit. They could throw out scan and maybe just use that information to maybe score a kill across the map, or just push the lanes and get an item. I think pushing the lanes would be nice here for the Radiant. Both teams have scan at the ready. Lion with a completed Aether lens. Gosh, that Roshan was so quick. There was really no time to push out the lanes. And now the Dire are coming. The mid tier 3 is really low. Lot of vision coming out from the Radiant. VG Heartbreak Kid. He's got the cheese in him. Could just walk up with the DD rune and... What? He's got the spell Lifesteal? No, I don't know what that was. Chakram clearing out a couple of illusions. Okay, it's the Vlads that helping him Lifesteal. Couple of arcane orbs, adaptive strike. Pops the BKB. Was that the best thing? Centaur jumps in with the hoof stomp. It's on to the Timbersaw. Immediate guardian angel. Sanity's eclipse as well, but defensive and not at all useful. Here comes the two-man Burrow strike. Epicenter. It is a lot of damage. Sonic Wave on to do as well. Magnetize doing huge work. Earth Spirit scores a kill onto the OD while Lion brings down Steven Wilson. It looks like in the middle of all of that, Queen of Pain did bring down the Omni Knight, but ended up falling and taking the mid-racks as well. The Radiant are buying back furiously, and the Dire fall back after taking a lane of racks. Ooh, Hex comes out. Here's the Earth Spike. It's on to the Timbersaw, who will end up falling again. Morphling pops the Ghost Scepter, stays alive for a bit. There's a double edge on the Morphling. Repel onto the Morphling, keeping that water body alive, but not for too long. Believe on the Omni Knight. Out of position, Hexed up. Earth Spike keeps him in place. 3-man Burrow Strike comes out from the Sand King. There's the double edge with a couple of hits from the Ursa that scores a kill onto the Omni Knight. Morphling out of position, held in place. Geomagnetic Grip onto the Timbersaw, who's respawning fast and dying even faster. Full metal dropping low. There's the Shadow Strike. Heartbreak Kid, no mana to work with, but is just standing there, hitting like a boss. While on the other side, it looks like Ursa and Lion, they're bringing down the tower. Rod of Ados onto the Centaur, not doing too much. Just like the Sanity's Eclipse in that earlier engagement. Here comes the Bloodthorn onto the OD. Queen of Pain with the cheese pushing them behind. And it looks like another tier 3 is on the cards here for the Dire. They are dropping low, but they've got Earner Shadows, Arcane Boots, all of that giving them sustenance. Steven Wilson, despite that beautiful epicenter, his team really didn't capitalize on that. GG is the call, and Dire, a very comprehensive victory coming out from them. Just having fun now. They bring down the OD one more time, and video games are your victors. Anyway folks, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Vivek. This is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. We do have games the whole day till 6 o'clock. Do not go anywhere.
I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your eyes, I feel paralyzed. Now I know it's over. I see you passing by, hand in hand, with your perfect light. My body goes up, feels like someone cut my tongue. I didn't know a heart could die this young. Oh, now when I look in your eyes, I feel paralyzed. be without no regret. You got no love without no love. You got no regret without no regret. You got no love. A melody where I belong in this life.
can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Radiant team ban.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Vivek and we've got South Indian Rejects on the dial facing off versus White Unicorn. Excuse any noise you might hear in the background because the cat is on the loose here and Cloudx doing his very best to deal with her. Anyways, South Indian Rejects, definitely familiar names. I do recognize some of them. They are ex-Error players. For those of you new kids on the block, Error was one of the most dominant teams in Dota 1 back in the day. This is the very same day when Cloudx was a professional Dota player as well. So those were good times, very competitive Dota 1. And for those of you wondering what their playstyle was like, they were a very farm heavy team. I even remember the support Keeper of the Light getting like a 17-minute Necrominion 3. And this was that time where I mean, if you got 2 bracers, you're well farmed. But yeah, South Indian Rejects, they're a rehash of ex-pros from back in the day. They are sitting somewhere between 4k MMR to 5k MMR if I'm not mistaken, and this should be a fun competitive match. Looking at the bans, pretty standard stuff. The Monkey King getting banned, the Abaddon getting banned. Not sure if you'll see a Treant ban, but White Unicorn do have first pick, so they can pick it up if they do want to. Treant and Crystal Maiden, definitely one of those very enticing support duos. One who roams, one who's always having that aura to work with, and Crystal Maiden can farm up rather quickly in the jungle with Frostbite if need be. Maybe get a Midas, maybe even a BKB sometimes. I've seen Fly do it, and yeah, I mean, this is already a bad analogy. I mean, if Fly can do it, why can't you? Well, because he's a pro, but it is very doable if you do get time and space to farm. But LC looks to be the next ban coming out from South Indian Rejects. Not sure if they're considering something like the Ember or the Anti-Mage themselves. The LC is one of the better heroes who does deal with that. But is LC worth a first phase ban? I'm not too sure. Are South Indian Rejects thinking of picking up their cores that early on that they want the LC removed? First pick for White Unicorn. Might see a support here. It's going to be the Crystal Maiden. Can't go wrong. South Indian Rejects can pick up the Treant if they want to. It is an option. Earth Spirit also in the pool.
Reserve time.
Really chewing through the reserve time here. I mean, they were pretty confident of banning out the LC, but I mean, if the LC was a heavy counter or something that they were thinking about, they should just pick it up here. It's going to be the Warlock, good team fight, and the Omni Knight. So 2 very defensive supports, unless this is an offlane Omni Knight. And it's a funny thing though that Omni Knight is one of the pseudo counters to the LC. I mean, Guardian Angel has a huge cooldown, but if you do have it, you can save someone from a duel. Purification sort of does that as well early on in the game.
5 seconds.
I think this is going to be an offlane Omni Knight. And safe lane Warlock. I'm not sure if South Indian Rejects want to pick 2 supports who are so good at babysitting, and there comes the Underlord.
Dire team ban.
Did not see that coming at all. I think ET is a worthwhile ban here. Coming up from South Indian Rejects. I mean, does have some synergy with the Underlord. Does take away armor. Bitter Malice is set up for a Stomp if you need it. Could drop the Earth Splitter on top of that. You maybe want to ban out the Lina as well. White Unicorn, ban out the PA. Probably some bad experiences in pubs with all those random crits coming out from the PA. Okay, this is a bit surprising. Actually, South Indian Rejects could have picked up the Ursa for themselves. He does do really well against the Underlord, but they end up banning it out themselves. Bit of a surprise here.
10 seconds remaining.
And White Unicorn ban out the Lifestealer. Again, one of those codes who does do sort of well versus the Underlord in the safe lane. Next pick on the board for South Indian Rejects could probably be a roaming support.
5 seconds remaining.
Because right now I'm reading this as a core Omni Knight that's going to the offlane. Instead they pick up the Juggernaut.
Team pick.
Not sure how White Unicorn want to shape that draft around this Underlord. They could pick something that allows them to push. Vengeful Spirit isn't too bad. Could pick up the Venge and
5 seconds remaining.
what else?
Reserve.
It isn't a bad game for a Rubik actually. I mean you're almost always going to steal something that's worthwhile from the Omni Knight. But it does make your supports rather squishy though. They do know the code coming out from South Indian Rejects, which is the Juggernaut. Not great at bringing down the Underlord if he does kill up the Atrophy order. And along with the order coming out from the Crystal Maiden, there's definitely going to be a lot of Firestorm spam coming out from the Underlord. Good stuff coming out from White Unicorn. Probably picks up this is a beauty of a pick coming out from them. I really do like the Earth Spirit. It's getting more and more play in Indian tournaments.
Radiant team pick.
And South Indian Rejects, they waste no time. They pick up the Nyx Assassin. So it could be a support Nyx or a core Nyx. We have to see where he ends up going.
5 seconds remaining.
Not the greatest of synergy with Fatal Bonds just yet coming up from South Indian Rejects. They could end up picking something like the Shadow Fiend in the mid lane maybe. Next pick on the board for White Unicorn. They've got the two supports, they've got their offlaner. They do know what the code is coming up from South Indian Rejects. Slark is in the pool. And if pushing is on the cards here, Dragon Knight wouldn't be too bad for White Unicorn. Haven't seen him get much play actually, but he is still a very useful hero. I mean, Dragon Knight mid is situational. You maybe do not want to pick it just yet when the enemy hasn't yet picked up their mid laner. But it's going to be the Invoker. There is set up with the Frostbite.
Fire team back.
Earth Spirit could also possibly set up a couple of Sunstrikes. This... yeah, I think it's going to be an Exort Invoker. They're missing the damage here, although Cosmex is tempting with a Warlock, Omni Knight and Nyx on the other side.
10 seconds remaining.
Nyx Assassin will be looking for those early rotations onto the Invoker, hoping to shut him down nice and early. Last pick, last ban actually for South Indian Rejects.
Reserve time.
Slug in the pool. Could do well to ban that out. And it's going to be the Slug ban,
Radiant team.
which does limit options for White Unicorn in the safe lane. Spectre is in the pool as well. Sven, Morphling. What else?
10 seconds remaining.
He has been banned out.
5 seconds.
Safe lane Ember. I mean, it could work. Why not? They're going into the reserve time. It's got to be the Morphling.
Dire team pick.
Good mix of physical and magical damage coming up from White Unicorn here. South Indian Rejects. They are missing a mid laner. It is a matchup versus the Invoker. The Tinker's been banned out. They could pick up the Shadow Fiend.
5 seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit is in the pool as well. Does have some synergy with Warlock, but it's going to be the Templar Assassin. They do have strong push once the Desolator is up on the TA. With the Healing Ward, with Repel, with all that heal and sustain coming up from the Omni Knight. It is going to be interesting though. Is this Omni Knight going to be sitting in the safe lane? I mean, more or less focused on babysitting the core, or is this going to be an off lane Omni Knight? And a 4 position Nyx. Okay. Very quickly in terms of draft, I am leaning more towards White Unicorn here. It will be interesting to see if Invoker gets the farm that he's looking for in the mid lane versus the DA, and how effective this Earth Spirit is with his early game rotations. Also, is this going to be a core Omni Knight, or is he going to be a 4th position Omni Knight? Anyways, we have some time. We'll quickly run through the lineups here. We have
Prepare for battle.
oops. Yeah, we have Underlord in the hands of Dominator, Invoker being played by Water, Earth Spirit being played by Redemption, and Nillar brackets PMAH playing the Morphling, and that leaves us with Kark on the Crystal Maiden on the other side of the river. We have Agala Guru on the Nyx Assassin, we have Akashi Judo on the Temple Assassin, we have Cobx playing the Omni Knight. Seems to be a core, at least that's the idea I'm getting right now. Warlock being played by Zapt, and that leaves us with 3-2 playing the Juggernaut. Lanes, what are they looking for? It is a core Omni Knight, and that leaves us with 4 position Nyx, who hopefully gets his levels early on so that he can make those early game rotations. No wards being scouted out just yet. They are hovering around the rune. They did drop the ward here, which does give vision of the bounty rune. And you got the deep ward coming out from the Radiant, so common these days. Looks across the mid lane, and this one's been planted right. It does look across the rune as well. And the Dire have dropped 1 ward of their own. Probably supports just walking past each other under the cover of smoke. Kark, really poor, no winlays, nothing much other than a couple of consumables. And I think we did see a Radiant D-ward happening as well as a Dire D-ward. So the Radiant won't have vision of the bounty rune, and yeah, the Dire they make sure, the Radiant make sure that their offlane is not being contested. He's holding on to his skill point. Did eat a tango, not sure for what. Cobx. It seems to be a dual lane coming out from South Indian Rejects. The Impale is there with the Purification. Kark is dropping low. Do they have enough though? No Degen just to end. The Frostbite is actually the death of the Crystal Maiden, and PMA is switching to strength. Could we see a secondary Burrow Strike? Oh, sorry, an Earth Spike. We just won. Quick look at CS. It is the Invoker is doing rather well for himself, while the Morphling not having the most fun time with all this pressure coming out from the Omni Knight and the Nyx. Underlord not doing too bad, and the Nyx is already level 2 with those boots. He is really applying pressure on the Radiant safe lane, and this forces the Earth Spirit not to make rotations but rather sit here and hope to counter initiate on the Nyx and the Omni Knight, who are now running to the shrine. Underlord still searching for that level 2 so that he can pick up Firestorm and maybe push the wave a bit. Juggernaut doing well in terms of CS, much better than the Morphling, who really is struggling with all this early pressure coming out from South Indian Rejects. Invoker doing slightly better than the TA. Rather surprising that the TA is missing so many last hits. Impale comes out from the Nyx Assassin. Just more of a zoning Impale. The mana burn doesn't really do too much. Action-packed early game coming out from South Indian Rejects. They're trying to apply pressure all across the map this early on, and it is sort of paying off for them. They are shutting down the Morphling to some extent.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rolling boulder. I did hear one on the mid lane. Just burns through the refraction, but that's about it. They do need a couple of levels in Quas if they want to seal the kill onto the Templar Assassin, I presume. Cold Snap with the Sunstrike could possibly cut it for them. Underlord forced to use the Shrine early on, has hit level 2 now, but the Omni Knight is pulling ahead in terms of levels. Nyx constantly moving across the map, looking for the 4-minute bounty rune, while Kark on the Crystal Maiden, he has to pretty much babysit his core here. Good D-Ward coming out from the Dire. They read the Radiant Ward perfectly, did neutralize the Radiant Vision in the mid lane. Similarly, Radiant D-Ward happens as well. I think both supports pretty much scouted out each other while they were going for the ward. Earth Spirit now rotates to the top lane. Zapped. Tries to dodge the rolling boulder, but ends up taking it anyway. He is dropping low. He is not skilled up the Shadow Ward. There is a Firestorm. Will the neutral be lucky or not really? Secure the kill, and zapped, being punished for his lax positioning early on. Codex feels pretty confident now with the Repel and the Purification to work with, as well as the DJ. This is pretty much exactly what you need as the Omni Knight in your lane. Morphling catching up in terms of CS, but the Juggernaut still pulling ahead by a fair bit. Nyx once again trying to get vision back for his team. But we do have a TP coming to the mid lane, and it is the Earth Spirit. This could go wrong for the Nyx Assassin. Refraction is available to the TA. Okay. Agala Guru will be looking to start the fight on his terms here. But maybe the Earth Spirit just rolls in before him. Impale onto the Invoker. He does see the Earth Spirit and the gank will be foiled. Is the Earth Spirit thinking of rolling in? Can Invoker land a Sunstrike? Spike Carapace is there just for a moment. Boulder Smash. He is invoking hard and fast. It is a Cold Snap. The Sunstrike is there. It will connect and the Nyx Assassin will pay for his greed. Go back to the shrine, take a quick bath in it, then back to full HP and mana. He's just going to do this all over again in the mid lane. Invoker is having one of the better starts though on the side of the Radiant. He's got one assist. He's doing fairly decent in terms of CS. Nyx Assassin just bullying Crystal Maiden off her own rune here. Underlord, how's he doing? 15 CS to the Omni Knight's 25. Nyx, I mean, just applying pressure by his constant absence of the map. But speaking of pressure, here's the Sunstrike with the hole coming out from the Crystal Maiden. He pops the Fairy Fire, but he's not going to stay alive. It's water who gets the kill. Crystal Maiden rotating with a perfect frostbite for the Invoker. Beautiful stuff coming out from the Radiant. Both teams applying a lot of pressure in this early game. The problem here is that the Omni Knight is doing a whole lot better than the Underlord. And it's going to come this point in the mid game where they're probably waiting for the Underlord to have some impact, and if he doesn't have it, it's not going to mount too much. Here comes the rotation, Frostbite, immediate Blade Fury. 3-2-2 will just zip out of there with Blade Fury. The Pit of Malice does clip the Juggernaut. The Sunstrike is there, 3-2-2. He's trying to get away, but the Frostbite holds him in place. Dominator scores the kill, and these supports on the side of the Radiant have been stunning. They hold Zapped in place, the Rolling Boulder is there. It's a kill for redemption on the Earth Spirit. And these rotations already paying off. There's not much a Warlock can do. He's skilling up Upheaval and Fatal Bonds. He's actually holding on to the skill point. Oh, I'm sorry. He's he's skilled up Upheaval and Fatal Bonds. He's yet to hit level 4. Nyx trying to apply pressure in a similar manner here. They want to die. They do have the tools to do so. The Impale is there. He's morphing to strength. Will that be enough? PMA trying to run away. He's got the Mango. He's got the stick to work with. And I think he's fine. Here comes the Rolling Boulder. Absolutely off target though. Sunstrike. Is that going to be enough? Cobx does take the Sunstrike. Pops the Repel. Is trying to get out of there. It is a level 1 Repel, but the Impale might just buy him time. He's running into the trees. The Pit of Malice will connect. The Firestorm as well. Waveform ahead by the Morphling. Purification keeps him alive. Geomagnetic Grip coming a bit too late. Rolling Boulder onto the Nyx Assassin. They'll take what they can get. 3-man Impale comes out from the Nyx. Is the Purification available? It is. It connects on 2. PMA is still doing his work here. Earth Spirit with the last hit. Sunstrike beautifully done by Water. He's on a killing spree. And the Radiant really stomping all over the die in this early game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But 3-2-2 sees that the Radiant are all heavily committed to the Radiant safe lane, and he's just going to apply pressure onto the off lane.
Structures are fortified.
Another quick pause coming out. Intense early game coming out from the Radiant here. They are coming out on top. In terms of net worth though, the Morphling is suffering a little compared to the Juggernaut. Juggernaut doing a whole lot better. It's Earth Spirit who's almost keeping up with the Underlord though. But Underlord definitely having impact with those Pit of Malice. TA. I mean, the TA is doing fine, but the Invoker is pulling ahead in terms of net worth with all the Sunstrike kills. He's had more kill participation. The TA will probably be looking for something like the Desolator or the Blink before she does the same. Any stacks to work with? Yes, there is one stack. We'll probably look to clear that up. Underlord does lose his tower. But yeah, just by standing in the lane, he makes it a red lane, constantly pushing the wave back and forth. He's Not going to be there to help his team out, but will probably be more help if he has his mechanism farmed up. This next assassin, I mean, he's been landing those impales, but it's just not enough. The Warlock really doesn't offer too much in these early game rotations. Speaking of early game rotations, Earth Spirit and the Crystal Maiden under the cover of smoke. Trying to find a pick off here onto the TA. TA pops the invis. Is looking at the DD. Have they got detection though? TA comes out of invis. Does end up taking a frostbite and a sunstrike. The DD rune picked up by Karg. The gang did end up failing. But the Radiant won't be too bothered with that. Morphling, what's he looking like in terms of items? He's got the Aquila, is building into the Dragon Lance. That might delay his Lincolns by a bit, but the stats are more handy early on. Hopefully it doesn't just fall off over time. I mean, we did see a Morphling have a similar impact in the earlier game. Got the Dragon Lance, waited too long for a second item. Pretty much didn't even have a second item. Agala Guru trying to set something up here with the Impale. It is definitely been a draft problem for the Dire. I mean, Nyx can move out of his lane and accomplish something, but really, what can the Warlock do so early on? And the Crystal Maiden and the Earth Spirit have just taken note of this fact and they're abusing it completely, moving across the map, accomplishing gangs onto the cores.
Middle tower is under attack.
Doing a whole lot more here than just a Nyx. And honestly, what can the Nyx do? He's trying his best. But when you got an Earth Spirit, who's a much more potent roamer at this stage of the game, who's now hit level 6 as well, and has TP to the bot lane, what is Warlock doing? Warlock is hiding in the trees waiting for his level 6. That's when the Dire peak, and the Radiant have taken notice of this. And they're absolutely abusing this fact of the Dire draft. Here comes the Rolling Boulder with the Geomagnetic Grip. He did both at the same time. Style points here for the Earth Spirit. Dropped the Remnant mid Rolling Boulder and pulled it back as soon as the Rolling Boulder connected. Water, he's got the Midas complete. He's used it once as well. Doing fairly fine, will be getting his items. Well, it looks like the Dire have had enough of this. They want to gank. They've got the Omni Nitro TPs in. Geomagnetic Grip onto Agala Guru. Agala. I don't even know what that means. I do know what Guru is, but Agala, I have no idea. Anyway, Mr. Guru trying to contest the rune. Uses the Vendetta. I think the Crystal Maiden did spot that out. Or maybe it was out of fog. It is night time. He's trying to rotate to the mid lane, but he's got a Crystal Maiden following him. The Crystal Maiden does have detection. They could throw out a blind scan, but they do have a Dire Observer here, which might have just scouted out the Crystal Maiden. Agala Guru. Can he do it with no backup? He's got a point in mana burn. He's thinking about the mid lane, just getting vital information for his team. And quietly backs out of there. Might just take a last hit. Range creep, melee creep. It's the melee creep. Earth Spirit doing rather well for himself. He's hit his level 6 at a good timing. Level 7 in fact. So the max out Boulder Smash. PMA has got the Dragon Lance in addition to the Aquila. Not doing too bad. Really catching up in terms of net worth to the Juggernaut. A lot of things in the mid lane. Warlock not yet level 6. Just hit it. 2 points in Fatal Bonds. 2 points in Shadow Word. And 1 point in Upheaval is the skill bit. TA trying to start the fight onto the Crystal Maiden, who's got these illusions that can burn through the refraction charges. Agala Guru rotating to the mid lane under the cover of Vendetta. This could go all wrong. He rolls in. He must know something is wrong. His mouse was pointed at the other end of the mid lane. The drop is there. It's a kill on Redemption. And they're running with their tail stuck behind the skirts. Here comes the Underlord. He drops the bit of Malice and the Firestorm. Morphlings come to the party. The Purification keeps Tia alive. The Sunstrike will connect. It is a kill onto TA. Here's the bit of Malice holding the Nyx Assassin. Here comes the Guardian Angel, and it looks like the Radiant will back off for the time being. The Firestorm doing some damage. At the end of it all, it's a drop that's been used by the Dire. They lose the TA. They get the Earth Spirit. Not really a worthwhile trade. For those of you in chat who's asking who's playing in South Indian Rejects on the Dire, a team consisting of pros from the good old Dota 1 days. You might know them as Error, who were one of the most dominant teams in the Indian Dota scene.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invoker making good progress on the Axe Scepter. What's he gone for in terms of talent? Hasn't yet leveled up his talent, which makes sense. I mean, plus 125 health or plus 15 damage. You'd much rather have points in Quas or Vex. And while I was looking at talents, excuse my talented camera control, because the Morphling ended up falling there in the safe lane, and they've converted this into a tower. Cock just leaving his core without any vision. They're hanging around the mid lane. A rolling boulder could be on the cards. It is the geomagnetic grip as well, but he flicked away. The refraction still there. And the TA effectively not taking any damage. TP's coming in. Morphling. Can't really end up dying there. I mean, unless the Nyx is around. Nyx in the top lane, building into his Blink Dagger. Dire really lacking in terms of initiation. Sure, they got the drop, but it has a huge cooldown. And just maybe the Earth Spirit breaks the smoke here. Water. He could invoke Ghost Walk if he has to. The jumps in with the Blink Dagger furiously, but the Ghost Walk has been invoked and there is no detection. Ay, ay, ay. All of this gives the Underlord some space. He's pushing out the top tower. The top tower is dropping low. Water will take this as an opportunity to pressure mid. The Dire running between mid and top. A Gala Guru with the Vendetta trying to catch out the Pit Lord. The Underlord, excuse me. Cobx. TA in the mid lane. PMA, how's he doing? He's purchased something. Seems to be a couple of TPs. Hasn't really farmed that much. Okay, excuse me. He did complete his threads. 70 minutes, threads, Dragonlance, Aquila. And now it doesn't look all that impressive. Boulder Smash does clip the TA. Cancel Blink Out. Will not. There is the Geomagnetic Grip. Sunstrike, Deafening Blast, everything thrown on top of the TA, and they get the kill. They're looking to move into a push here. They've got the mech to work with. Dire might be forced to use the drop. Fatal Bonds is there. A Boulder Smash attempted. Earth Spirit still has remnants to work with, and with the Arcane Aura coming out from the Crystal Maiden, this should be an easy tower. They did try denying it. 3-2-2, forced to come in fights with the Yasha, while Codex sits in the offlane, continuously just pushing it out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's the network graph telling us? I mean, it's not much of a lead for the Radiant, but it is a lead nonetheless. EXP, it's just a 500 EXP lead, not too much. It's pretty much anybody's game. And as this goes later and later, I mean, the Invoker does become a force to reckon with. TA is getting there. And the Radiant Scan clips the Juggernaut. Top lane. Incoming push coming out from the Pit Lord. Agala Guru uses the Vendetta. He's looking for water, does impale, and the dust was there this time. Here comes the Pit of Malice with the mechanism, keeps them alive. But Geomagnetic Grip followed by the Magnetize on to 3. The damage is huge. They're just bringing him down. They're trying to TP out of there. Really, should they have gotten out of there? It's left for Cock. I mean, it's left Cock and the Earth Spirit all by themselves. He throws the Boulder Smash. I hear a Sunstrike and it clips Cobx on the Omni Knight. They get the kill. Here comes the TA for cleanup duty. The Pit of Malice holds her in place. The Firestorm burning through the refraction but not quick enough. Kark might just end up falling here while the Earth Spirit is TPing out of there. Kark does end up falling. The Radiant lose only one. It is the Crystal Maiden, but they get the tower and they get 3 kills in exchange. They'll take that trade. While all of this is going on, PMA pushing the offlane tower. Pressure being applied all across the map by the Radiant. This is a single elimination. 1 loss and the Dire are out of the Cobx Indian Esports League. $5 lakhs on the line here for the team that does manage to win it. Water with the Agnum Scepter completed, sitting at a good 1,000 gold. Yule's honestly not that bad a choice here for the Invoker. Does give him survivability versus the Omni Slash. Maybe even Yule the TA and run away if need be. I like to see Yule's coming out on the Invoker. Juggernaut, how's he looking like in terms of farm? How's everybody look? I mean, TA's got the blink, getting closer to the death. So Codex has gone for the blink. That does mean better positioning, but is that really the best choice here? Anyways, it looks like we have a gank on the way. It's the Warlock caught out of position, brought down. His drop was on cooldown, but that doesn't mean you have to end up dying. Water pops the Ghost Walk, gets the heck out of there. The Pit of Malice is there. The Repel did wear off. They've got the TA. The Boulder Smash will miss, and it looks like Codex and the TA will disengage. Warlock dying once again. I mean, it is a hard game for a Warlock. He's pretty much just reduced to an Ogre. Ogre drops Bloodlust. The Warlock just drops the Golem every chance that he gets. Nyx has that Blink Dagger, but can the Dire make any effective plays on the back of that? Both mid towers are down. PMA starting to catch up. He's getting that ultimate op soon. We'll have a linkage in good time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's not got to replicate to get out of here, but he gets the tower either way. Didn't get the last hit though, and quickly TPs to the mid lane. The scoreboard tells you it's 14-4, but it's not much of a net worth lead for the Radiant. I mean, the Dire could easily come back to this on the back of one good fight, followed up by an Aegis maybe. A comeback is very much on the cards for the Dire. If anything, I see a problem with their draft. They do not have enough lockdown. The team fight isn't as strong as that of the Radiants, with the Underlord and the Earth Spirit. Underlord walks in, he baits out the Omni Slash. My friend, that was a replica. And now the Radiant have complete information about this. They could just group up and push mid. There is a drop still on the Warlock. They've got the mech though. They do have the stronger team fight. I mean, Invoker can offer reasonable control with his points and Vex. And all of this is just more space for the Morphling to split push. Getting closer to his linkets. I really like how the Radiant are playing this. I mean, they're grouping up as 4 while they're letting the Morphling split push, who doesn't have a replicate to get out with, but will have a TP in a while. Okay, smoke comes out for the Radiant. They want to take a fight. The Dire have all the cooldowns at the ready. It seems like Roshan is the call. Nyx will break the smoke. Have they got detection? The Boulder Smash will miss. There comes the rolling boulder in the wrong direction into the Rosh Pit. Here comes the Blade Fury coming out from the Juggernaut. Kark will fall. There is a bit of Malice holding the TA. The Impaled catches the Underlord. There's a drop on top of him. Deafening Blast on the side onto the TA. Zap will end up falling by the Morphling, and the TA is being controlled. Earth Spirit on the run. 3-2 doesn't have the Omni Slash. Codex on the run as well. PMA doing a whole lot of damage. I did hear an Omni Slash, but I don't see it on my screen. Not sure what that was. Underlord TPs back into the fight. He drops the Firestorm. Will not catch anyone. Water does end up falling. It's a monster kill streak going the way of Zapped on the Warlock. 3-2 held in place with a bit of Malice. Adaptive Stack waveform bring him low. They're trying to get the Juggernaut. I'm not sure if they will. Codex giving chase here. TA with the huge melt strike onto PMA. PMA morphing to strength. Will he get out of this though? His replicate is running right in front of him. There's the bit of malice onto the Omni Knight. No mechanism just yet. The Crimson Guard being used to keep PMA alive, but TA jumps in with the melt hit, gets the kill. And a small misplay coming out from the Radiant supports there, not having dushed when they really needed it, and the Earth Spirit rolled into the pit. Not sure what the status was. I mean, the Earth Spirit did have dust, but he didn't pop it. He instead used the Boulder Smash and rolled right into the pit. And this could open up the Rosh pit for the Dire. Sunstrike scouting out the Rosh pit. TA doesn't yet have any traps in the pit. Lynx walking into the Rosh pit. Rosh going to be the next big point of contest. The Radiant do know that Warlock doesn't have his drop to work with. Invoker runs in. I heard the drums, and yeah, the Invoker does have his drums, uses the Cold Snap, and the Meatball gets the kill onto the Warlock. 3-2 got the Healing Ward, held in place with the Geomagnetic Grip and the Rolling Boulder. This Earth Spirit has been on point. Cobx does jump in with a purification. TA to the fight. The Crimson Guard keeping the Earth Spirit alive, but not for too long. Here's the Omni Slash. Split between three, not doing enough damage. Freezing Fields does it, and they do end up getting the TA. Repel onto the Juggernaut, keeping him alive for a bit. Dominator not giving chase. One go down, the Warlock down as well, and it looks like this is the cue for Radiant to move into the Rosh pit. The Crimson Guard coming out from the Underlord, really helping them in those team fights. Agala Guru, is he looking for a steal here? Could that be the play? Link, Impale, is it on the cards? He's walking away from the Rosh pit, thinking of re-engaging, but no. It's just Warlock channeling that upheaval. And Nillard picks up the Aegis. Radiant getting the big objective that they were looking for. Nilla, one more lifeline with which he can push the side lanes if need be. While Water's pushing the other half of the map. He did pick up the drums, something we haven't seen in a while. It is cheap and a lot more effective. And does pay off. I mean, it did allow him to chase the Warlock down and get the kill. That did set a good tone for the fight for the Radiant. Network graph, what's it looking like? It's actually dead even. Gosh, this game is a whole lot closer than it appears. Do not let the scoreboard fool you. TA doing a whole lot of damage, building into the BKB, which will make her a nuisance to deal with. I mean, Earth Spirit has been controlling the TA to the best of his abilities. It looks like he's going for the first staff, which is fine, but I really wouldn't mind a Ghost Scepter first here, because most of the damage coming out from the Dire onto the Earth Spirit is just purely physical. You can try and kite around it with the first staff, but I mean, once there's a drop on you, I don't see you surviving beyond the first melt hit. D-Wards coming out from the Crystal Maiden. Nillard looking for the Manta style. Stats, some more survivability versus the Omni Slash coming out from the Juggernaut. Juggernaut has got his Manta style, is building into the Diffusal. One of the better ways to control the Morphling. Water has got that Blink Dagger. Makes sense. Can get in position and get his spells off, I presume. Maybe even disengage from fights cleanly if he does have information that a fight is about to break out and the Radiant are not taking it on the terms that they would like to. I would really like to use, but Blink makes sense as well. Split push on the cards here. PMA keeping them busy. He's got the Aegis. Takes a melt hit. Replicates to some other point in the map altogether while his team are pushing out the bottom lane. The Radiant really making the Dire look one way and then going in the other. Here come the TPs. PMA. His team can rejoin him in the mid lane. Help him out with the mech. It's actually a completed Greaves on the Underlord. Alacrity onto the Morphling. 340 damage per hit coming out from the Morphling. The Glyph being forced out. It looks like the Dire where they want to be. The Impale will miss. Maybe a fight is on the cards. The Pit of Malice holds the Nyx Assassin. He pops the Spike Carapace, but takes an Adaptive Strike. And PMA, just too much to deal with. He ends up taking the tower. Holding the front line, taking the tower. And not even getting a fight in return is the Dire. Nyx willing into the Dag Scepter will help in holding the high ground a little bit. Those long range impales. Juggernaut has the Diffusal complete. Maybe needs an item for positioning. Does have the Blink Dagger queued up in quick buy. Underlord. Looks like Shivas is what he'll be building into. Good item. Does help with the armor. The passive is also great as well. The slow, the attack speed slow. Looks like the Dire want to take this team fight. The Radiant aren't all there. Who's missing? It is Kark on the Crystal Maiden. He is making his way. Nyx walks in. They do not have a sentry drop down. And our 3-2 gets stuck in the Pit of Malice. Boulder Smash, Geomagnetic Grip. They were controlling the Juggernaut, but he just pops them out. Gets out of there. They repel onto the TA, keeping it alive for a bit. Here comes the Omni Slash. Morphing to his best. Here comes the Magnetize onto 2. It looks like Agala Guru on the Nyx will fall. The Juggernaut falls as well. They've lost one core. Make it another. And Dominator on the back, finding the Warlock. Not sure if he even saw the drop in that fight. It doesn't matter. It looks like the Radiant are just stomping all over the Dire, and the Dire have to disengage. They've lost 3, not getting even 1 in exchange, and maybe this is the cue for the Radiant to consider high ground. Kark, not there in that fight though, did come in a bit late, but his team won it anyway. PMA with the Alacrity. I guess the Radiant just wait for high ground. Buyback, what's it looking like? I mean, no one on the Dire have buyback just yet. Codex looking for that Aghanim Scepter, which does work on buildings if I'm not mistaken, and it is global. Tower under siege. Nyx jumps in, immediately lifted up into the air. There's a Sunstrike waiting for him, but the Spike Carapace on time. They jump on the water on the Invoker. The Uber is there for them to get back to home, and it looks like it won't be a clean take. Sorry guys, no Uber pool for you. This is just an Uber go just for the Underlord, who gets the hell out of there but leaves his team behind, who managed to somehow get out of there. Anyway, that is a tier 3 that's been taken down, and the shrines are open in PMA. Look at him, he's already going for the objectives. He's doing just that. This is without any Alacrity though, so this is going to be a little slow. Kark does have the Ghost Scepter and the Glimmer Cape. D-Pod coming out from the Radiant. Radiant, White Unicorn, they have been playing some stellar Dota here. Really giving South Indian rejects a run for their money. I mean, they were considered one of the favorites. 3-2-2 with the double damage, looking for a pick off. Kark is tempting the Diffusal first. Forced stuff out by the Earth Spirit. The Boulder Smash will miss. He rolls in with the Rolling Bolt, and here comes TA. He does drop the Magnetize though. And Kark on the Crystal Maiden says, thank you, my friend. Water. He's got the BKB now. Trap coming out from the TA. Not clipping water there. Meatball might help clear the creep wave. Fourth Spirits. Well, with the talent, they're doing some work. Here comes the Nyx Assassin. Uses the Dust and the Impale onto the Crystal Maiden. It looks like the Dire won this tower bad. But look at this. PMA. He's split pushing. There's a buyback from the Earth Spirit. The Radiant, all they have to do is hold the Dire in place. Not let them get out of there. 3-2 going for the TP. Nothing to cancel it. He will take some damage, but his tower is taking even more. PMA doing work. He's got the Replicate, will get out of there and moves to the other side. This Morphling ratting them left, right and center. He's taking down the melee racks. The range barracks will end up taking them down. Beautiful stuff coming out from the Morphling. And yeah, he's almost back with his team, and will get the push underway once more. The Dire really lacking in terms of draft. It feels like they haven't got answers to deal with this Morphling. I mean, it would take a drop and a whole lot of commitment to bring him down, and even then it might not be enough. Next shrine could be on the cards for them. Roshan definitely is. A regen rune. 3-2 dying is best. I mean, I think he needs something like an Abyssal badly at this point, just to hold the Morphling in place. And even then, someone's got to break his Lincolns. Agala Guru lifted up in the air with the tornado. The ice wall slightly off point. The bit of malice is there. Spike Catapult is not going to keep you alive, but the Vendetta might just keep him alive. Earth Spirit goes in with the dust. And the next spell, they do know he's going to attempt to maneuver in from the backlines. They have got sentries though. I do hear a Sunstrike. It's going to miss. Warlock held in place. Could this be a drop? He won't even get the drop off. Nyx comes in with the Impale onto the Crystal Maiden. 3-2 with the Blade Fury, but it's TA who's on the cliff with an Invoker under the cover of Ghost Walk. Bit of Malice catches the TA, catches the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin dropping low will be brought down. The Meteor onto the cliff. Akashi Sejuro pops the BKB and turns to fight. Blinks the hell out of there. Moves onto the low ground. Moves onto the Invoker, but here comes 3-2 with the Omni Slash onto 2. Is it enough though? No, it is not. He's going to force to back out of there with the Blade Fury, and it looks like the Radiant will just group up and push once more. They've got the Guardian Greaves in a bit. They've got pretty much everything, while the Dire are missing the drop. The Pit of Malice once again catches 3. Such a beautiful tool at zoning them out, and they don't even care. They're going for the objective. Dominator says, let's hit the melee barracks, my friends. Here comes that Aghanim Scepter upgrade to the Guardian Angel, but is it enough? Bit of Malice zoning them out. Guardian Greaves keeps them healthy. Here comes the Vex, the EMP actually from the Invoker, zoning them out once more, while PMA, he has different plans in mind. He's making them run across the map. Here comes the drop. It's on to the Underlord. Is it going to be enough? There is an ice wall pushing them back. It looks like Underlord might end up falling. There was a Force Staff and an Impale at the same time. The Meatball thrown in for good measure. Warlock ends up dropping low. While all of this is going on, Morphling is ratting them left, right and center. Has he got a replicate? He doesn't care. He's got the Lincoln to work with. Will move in, take down the melee barracks. Will end up paying with his life. And all that stands at the end of it is a ranged barracks in the mid lane. This Morphling has been spectacular with his plays. South Indian Rejects, I really do not see how they get back into this game. I mean, sure, they've got a Guardian Angel to work with, should the next push come. But is that it? Is that enough? I mean, maybe they sneak a Roshan, maybe that's enough. Not really sure what they can do. They could consider Roshan since Morphling is down for a while. But they're hanging around the mid lane looking for a pick off instead. 3-2. He's sitting at 3.6k gold. Probably holding on to buyback, but Water just jumps in with the Tornado and the EMP. It catches 2. The Pit of Malice is there. The Boulder Smash onto the Temporal Assassins. He has no mana to work with. Just enough to pop the BKB. Pops it, runs away. Deafening Blast onto the Nyx Assassin. Rolling Boulder will miss, but the Nyx Assassin will end up falling elsewhere. TA dropping low. Did try to bring down Kark on the Crystal Maiden. Boulder Smash once again will miss, and it looks like this is going to be a disengage. They lose the Nyx Assassin. The Dire really playing off the back foot now, while the Radiant eyes on the prize. Roshan first, and then the big objective seems to be the call. Morphling can buy a TP, does have a TP, will TP to the shrine. And this should be an easy Roshan for the Radiant. The Dire, I guess they're forced to contest this, but they do not have shrines to TP to. The TA has no BKB if the next fight takes place. Graphs now with 15,000 net worth lead for the Radiant. They are really pulling ahead. The Dire, they have to give it their all. I'm going to drop down buyback. Oops. Yeah, there you go. PMA jumps in. The Shivas is there zoning everybody out. The Pit of Malice as well. Do not know how the Dire hold back this push coming in from the Radiant, especially when they have an Aegis Omni Knight throws the repel onto TA, gets rooted in return. Freezing Field comes out from the Crystal Maiden, immediately cancel. Meatball, Deafening Blast, Guardian Angel, everybody's scattering left, right and center. And EMP is being dropped, is trying to zone everyone out. Cock is dropping low, will end up surviving somehow. The Purification keeps the Nyx alive, but not for too long. PMA jumps in on the Morphling, focusing down. The Juggernaut will get the kill. Here's the drop, it's on to no one, has no impact. Warlock running for his life. What can he do? He'll end up dying to the Adaptive Strike. It looks like the Golem will end up falling, but TA is bringing down the Invoker's Aegis. Cobx running for his life, not much he can do. 3-2, trying to run away from the Pit of Malice with the Blade Fury. Is getting away for the time being, but here comes the Earth Spirit, rolls in. But the Juggernaut's managed to blink out of there. Tornado into an Ice Wall. Codex should end up falling, will end up falling. It's Water who gets the kill. Geomagnetic Grip onto the Juggernaut, shrugs it off with the Manta Shine. Gets the kill onto the Earth Spirit. And it looks like Niloud will take revenge on the Morphling. Brings down the Juggernaut. TA dropping low. And the GG's been called. The Dire gave it their all. South Indian Rejects. They do end up losing after fighting valiantly, however. It was a slight draft problem in my opinion. But White Unicorn nonetheless take a convincing victory. My name is Vivek. This is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. We will be back with another game shortly. Thank you for tuning in.
Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Vivek. I will be doing the draft and Cloudx will be joining in later, so do stick around. We've got Cyber Rats on the die facing opposite Team Coco Gaming. And the name of the season to keep is not Miracle anymore, it's clearly Mid 1, so the captain is called Mid 1-3. That's Mid 1+1+1, Mid 1-3. Anyways, first ban, they're banning out the Dazzle. Are they afraid of Husker picks coming up from Cyber Rats? Do they not want to lose to a cheese strat?
10 seconds.
Not sure. But yeah, the Dazzle is the first ban. Cyber Rats ban out the Invoker. Do not want to play against it. Probably a lot of bad experiences coming in from pubs. Slada being the second ban from Team Coco Gaming. Slada being a pretty heavily contested pick or ban in the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. I mean, I don't know, like in the international scene, there are certain teams that do like to run the Slada, but not everyone.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, Team Coco Gaming, they just want to ban it out. Does limit the possibilities for an Infest Bomb. And Cyber Rats ban out the Silencer. Are they thinking team fight heavy? What does Team Coco Gaming do to draft against a possibly heavy team fight? Well, they pick up some of their own. It's the Magnus that they pick up. And now Cyber Rats, are they going to deny the Juggernaut? Or maybe the Ember here? But then you're giving away your first phase pick.
Dire team pick.
Well, they pick up the Bristleback. And Crystal Maiden wouldn't be too bad. The Aura would definitely be good for the Bristleback. Would give the Bristleback a strong lane. You could do KOTL as well. That's a little bit more disgusting if you just feel like enabling the Bristleback. But they're going for the Vengeful Spirit. They've got some save. Something to get the Magnus out of position if need be. Second pick for Team Coco Gaming. How do they plan to deal with this Bristleback? Well, they're going to get a good roaming support of their own. They've got 2 buffs to drop onto their coast. The Bloodlust in addition to the Empower. I think Juggernaut would be a safe ban here for Cyber Rats. Well, Shadow Fiend is the ban. Something that did have synergy with the Vengeful Spirit for sure. But yeah, it's possible that they're worried about a big Wombo combo coming out from Team Coco Gaming with the RP and the Requiem. And especially when there's somebody called Midbon in the opposite team, you can guess that he likes to play Shadow Fiend or his Ember Spirit probably. Next ban for Team Coco Gaming is going to be the Slark. Do not want to deal with that slippery fish, it seems. Cyber Rats taking their time with this ban. I really still advocate banning out the Juggernaut here. He is one of those heroes that does synergize well with the Magnus and his Empower. But it's going to be the Timbersaw getting banned out. Timbersaw, I'm not sure if he could have such a good lane versus the Bristleback earlier on. But maybe with a stick, who knows, he could pull it off. If you take the whirling, what's it called? Whirling depth? Yeah. Could steal all the stats away from the Bristleback every time he gets close to take a creep. Rather unusual bans coming out from Cyber Rats. They're basically banning out heroes that it looks like they're not comfortable playing against. And now Team Coco Gaming is wondering, what is it that such a team of rats would like to pick themselves? Well, they're taking out the tree. It would be a good roaming support for Cyber Rats to have in their lineup. Cyber Rats, how do they want to shape their draft up from here? A Rubik wouldn't be too bad versus the Magnus.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Showing through the reserve time. It's going to be the Warlock. So, I mean, Wench can roam a bit, but maybe not enough. Team Coco Gaming pick up the Rubik themselves. Wow, that was fast. I would have much rather liked to see a disruptor there. Great in the lane and zoning out the enemy offlaner. Maybe not enough to zone out the Bristleback though, and Rubik is going to have a hard time there.
10 seconds remaining.
But I think Team Coco Gaming just covering their bases here. Do not want to give away the Rubik to their opponents.
Reserve time.
Life stealer.
And they pick up the Life Stealer.
Radiant team pick.
Cyberrats, it looks like they're picking up heroes they are comfortable with and not necessarily the best of heroes. While Team Coco Gaming, they have a lot more thought behind the draft. I mean, Ursa is one of the better counters to the Life Stealer. A last ban on the board for Cyberrats, possibly a mid laner. What do they not want to lane against? OD would be a safe
5
bet.
seconds remaining.
Even the Ember wouldn't be too bad for Team Coco Gaming to pick up, but they're going to ban out the Sniper, possibly considering the OD themselves. Is that what's on their mind? And it could be a giveaway because Sniper is one of the better counters to the OD, but it looks like Team Coco Gaming will ban out the Tinker. Ember could be a possibility here for Team Coco Gaming. Does have synergy with the Magnus and the Ogre. And Power, Bloodlust as well.
10 seconds remaining.
You would also like someone who could deal with the Bristleback.
Reserve time.
Last pick for Team Coco Gaming. Really, we've had some teams that we haven't really heard about coming into this tournament and make a statement. White Unicorn played some mean Dota earlier on. I haven't seen a team take objectives in such a clinical and surprising manner actually. I mean, you do not expect a Morphling to be split pushing that effectively, especially when you've never heard of the team. And it looked like South Indian Rejects, it was a draft issue for them. They didn't have lockdown, they didn't have age to deal with the Morphling. Was Omni Knight in the offlane really the best pick? But yeah, White Unicorn are a team to watch out for in this tournament. Aggressive Fire, I hope you've been doing your homework. Last pick for Team Coco Gaming. I mean, they banned out the Tinker very confidently, but they're not very sure what they want to pick themselves. Mid one being the captain, I presume he goes to the mid lane as well. He's weighing his options. OD is in the pool. Most heroes that deal well with the OD have been banned out. Could do Ember if you want to.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
that magic damage isn't so great versus the lifesteal and maybe the Bristleback. But it's going to be the anti-mage. A lot of greed coming out from Team Coco Gaming. It seems to be a mid Ursa and an offlane Magnus and a safe lane anti-mage. Very confident that Ursa can hold his own in the mid lane, and maybe Cyberrats could just pick something like the OD or maybe even the DK themselves and punish the Ursa warrior.
5 seconds remaining.
OD does seem like a good bet here. you wouldn't want to pick up something like the Storm that does so well with the Lifestealer, because anti-mage is just going to tear him to shreds. TA also on the pool. Some synergy there with the Vengeful Spirit. Mid Legion could actually work in this scenario for Cyber Rats. Just to hold the anti-mage in place. But it's going to be the Troll Warlord. If you haven't got a reliable stun, you've got unreliable luck with the bash coming out from the Troll Warlord. And Cyber Rats, it looks like they've gone with a wide array of comfort picks, and Team Coco seem to have a more rounded draft until the last pick, anti-mage. Anyway folks, I'm done for now. I'm going to get a quick bite to eat. Cobx will be taking over this game, so do stay tuned. We'll be back in just a second.
Alright ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're watching Cyber Rats versus Coco Gaming, and a big thank you to Vivek for taking over the draft for me while I got my lunch together. It's his turn to get some food in his belly now, as I'll be taking over for him. On the dire side, we've got Mystic handling the Lifestealer, Rusty's going to be playing the Warlock, Venge going to be in the hands of OZ, Troll Warlord going to be played by Devil, and Bristleback will be handled by Flash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coco Gaming has mid 1-3 on the Ursa Warrior. You've got Magnus in the hands of Flash. Hard is going to be playing the Ogre Magi. Osho on the Rubik, which puts Anti-Mage in the hands of Revenge. For those of you that are just tuning in, you're watching the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. This is of course the Dota2 tournament. It's a single elimination open qualifier. The top 8 teams from this qualifier will then progress to a best of 3 double elimination playoff. For those of you that are tuning into the stream, a big warm welcome to you, and a thank you for sticking around this Sunday afternoon. Do spread the word, do let people know that the live stream is up. There's links on Twitch as well as YouTube. That's twitch.tv/CobxDota, and on YouTube you can find us at Cobx Gaming. There's also a Counter-Strike stream happening over on twitch.tv/CobxCS and on Cobx Gaming 2 on YouTube. So pick your poison, get your food, and sit down for the rest of the day as we watch some good old-fashioned Indian Dota, courtesy Cobx. For those of you wondering what the prize pool is like for this tournament, you've got a good 10 lakh up for grabs. That's 10 lakh Indian rupees spread across Dota and CS, 5 lakhs each, and that 5 lakhs is divided among the top 8 of each game. So the first place, I believe, wins a cool 2.5 lakh rupees at the end of this tournament, and of course the tournament ends in May itself, so a fair bit of effort being put in here by the teams, going through the survival mode that is in the open qualifiers, and then they've got to play the grueling best of 3s. But it will be well worth it. It's a lot of money at the end of it for grabs, not to mention the bragging rights that come with having won possibly India's largest esports tournament online. Oh, we've got a long pause here. Apparently Ursa needs water. That doesn't explain the disconnect. Hopefully we'll get this game back soon. But yeah, this is a classic. Whether we're playing on LAN, whether we're doing it online, the great Indian Dota pause is absolutely unavoidable. There always is at least one pause at the start of the game. It's good to see a hero like Troll coming back into the meta, by the way. We have seen an increasing number of Troll picks, particularly in the Indian scene. Most likely going to be a mid Troll here, with Lifestealer on the safe lane and Bristleback on the off lane. Meanwhile, Revenge, I feel like you'd have done better to hold on to that skill point instead of just putting it into the blink at level 1. Ideally, you normally don't ever pick up your skill point unless you absolutely need it. Unless you're playing something like an OD, in which case the Astral Imprisonment is almost always the obvious choice. It is an Ogre Magi with the Orb of Venom, by the way. That means the mid troll might have a fairly hard time if he comes in with the rotations. As far as the draft goes though, I've got to say I am in favor of the Radiant lineup. I don't see too much synergy for that Life Stealer here. No real possibilities for the Infest Bomb setups anywhere. The troll with the Life Stealer, sure, there's a lot of synergy there with the auto attack speed, or rather the attack speed buff upon a hero that hits like a truck anyway. However, come mid game, come late game phase, if the anti-mage gets a really good start, augmented by the Empower, it's going to be really hard to stop the split push. Considering the only reliable disable they have right now is in the form of the Vengeful and a Magic Missile, there's not too many ways to shut down that anti-mage, and he's got to be feeling really secure in this game.
30 seconds to battle.
Do they want to contest that bounty rune? They do seem like they're making a move inside the jungle, but it's just the two of them. I mean, they could always try for a cheeky skewer and rune steal with the Magnus, but it would probably end up costing him his life.
The battle begins.
Alright, so standard start here. Both sides going to pick up 2 runes apiece. Peaceful early game coming out from both teams. Let's have a look at Osho. He's got himself the Observer, but he hasn't planted it just yet, so we'll find out whether it's going to be a mid ward or if he's just going to drop it at the rune. Looks like he is looping around towards the middle lane, so I assume he's going to drop it down somewhere here. But I really don't think mid 1-3 needs the ward here. Yeah, it's a good choice to not drop it actually, because it's not like the Ursa can actually auto attack up the cliff anyway. And he has started with the permanent shield, so the auto attacks from Devil will not be that painful. Here comes Hard on that Ogre Magi, looking to make a play. They will get the Ignite off. They've also got the Fury Swipes damage stacking up. Devil has taken quite the beating here and will be forced to start chewing through those tangos. Unfortunately for him, he didn't spend the money from the bounty rune to get a salve, nor did he pick up an Iron Branch or a Fairy Fire to help with the regen. It seems like a mistake coming out from him. You know that top Flash could be going down here. He does have the skewer though, but now they're just gonna harass him. But that's not how you want to harass. Come on guys, this is a classic rookie mistake. When you go to zone out the offlaner, you avoid taking the aggro from that range creep, because the moment you do that, the creep wave starts pushing into his tower and he starts getting a truck ton of EXP. That's like the absolute basics of an offlane, and considering the wave is already on the Flash's tower, I'd say he's almost won this offlane. Look at the flip side here. Bristleback, while he's right on the front lines, Osho is being careful not to draw the aggro from those creeps. But now they're going to go for the kill. Flash, he has 1 point in the Bristleback and 1 point in the kill spray, but he is taking a fair bit of damage. Revenge now levels up. He has the mana break to dish out additional bits of damage. They need to get the lift. They don't have any stuns. They don't have any sort of disable here. It looks like Bristleback will be able to TP out back to base. It is a fair amount of time wasted, but that's where Rusty comes in to soak up the EXP from this bottom lane while the Bristleback is away. Rosie. He's trying to trade hits with the Magnus. Magnus takes a stun to the face, and he's just fine to take that stun without the life stealer laying his claws into him. That means that the Venge is now low on mana, but as I say that, bottom lane, Rusty's attempt at stealing EXP goes punished. They end up scoring the kill on him, and he doesn't even trust the level 1 mark. Back at mid, Ursa's at 14 CS. He's actually, wow, he's actually destroying that troll. That should not be happening. 15 and 4 CS upon him, while Troll's got just 4 in the bank. I think it's pretty obvious here that Flash and his boys are winning the early game on all counts. Rusty gonna drop down an observer there, while Flash is now completely out of mana on this bottom lane. He's got no mana regen, no mangoes whatsoever. He's sent all the way back under his tower, and if he comes back, he might actually end up dying. However, that said, the ogre is rotated towards the middle lane with an invis rune. I do want to make a play, but they made it fairly obvious here that this is happening. It doesn't matter. They'll go in with the Fury Stripes, the Empower as well. Sorry, the Overpower as well. One more hit ought to do it. They'll use the Earth Shock to secure the kill. 2-0, Coco Gaming take the lead now, with mid 1-3 picking up the kill at mid on the Troll Warlord. Troll was already shut down really hard. This just... It's really like the final nail in his early game coffin. Look at him, he hasn't managed to pick up anything beyond his starting items, just the Wraith Band and the Tangos. Well, Ursa has the boots, he's actually bought the whole phase boot, so he's going to be able to bully that troll quite hard in the lane. Flash, again, completely out of mana, lifted up, thrown back, taking a fair bit of damage in the face as well. Even the Fade Bolt gets thrown out. Rusty's here in the vicinity. He has used the Fatal Bonds. They will use the Shadow Word to keep the Bristleback alive a little longer. Rusty's completely out of mana as well. Revenge once more. He jumps forward for the kill, but he's not going to be able to do nearly enough damage. But he's managed to pretty much send these two packing again, which means he gets a free farm lane all over again. Up top, Flash is up level 4. He's actually keeping pace with that Life Sealer. In fact, he's got a cool 12 CS in his stash as well. And Life Sealer sits at 28. This is a major victory for them in the middle lane as well, because they're going to get another kill on OZ perhaps. No, one more hit would have done it. He's going to pop his Fairy Fire. He will survive. Mid 1-3 gets out. OZ's rotation was unsuccessful. Devil does stay alive though. Watch for the bottom lane though. I think the Ogre is going to make his rotation there pretty soon and score another kill. It's easy pickings even on the Bristleback at this point, with a couple of stuns. Surprising that they haven't picked up magic sticks in this lane versus the Bristleback. They're just confident in their ability to burn his mana with the mana break and ensure that the Quill Spray stacks don't add up. OZ hit with the Ignite, the Fire Blast as well. They're bound away on him. The magic missile was there, but it only delays the inevitable. Devil could have gone in there with the whirling axes, but he's going to try and fight his way through mid one, pops the enrage. He's now going to be able to soak up the damage like a sponge, thus securing him the double kill. And they made it look so easy. Some very questionable decisions coming out from the Troll and the Venge over there. They're being outclassed here on all fronts. Coco Gaming looked like they're cruising through to an a very strong mid game here. Meanwhile, up top, Magnus, he's about to hit level 6 himself. And while his Blink Dagger is nowhere in sight at the moment, he does have a bottle available for that extra bit of sustenance in the lane. Another Invis rune for the Ogre. This is going to allow him to set up another potential kill. Venge possibly didn't see that though. It is nighttime, but they did actually, yeah, never mind. They had an observer once. They should have seen the Ogre picking it up. Devil. He knows that the Ogre is in this, so he's just going to stay a mile behind. But again, this allows mid 1-3 to pick up all the CS in the world on this middle lane. Come on, he knew he was in this. I'm not sure what prompted him to still stick around there. An Orb of Venom hit from hard is all that they really need to secure this kill. Never mind, they've got the Earth Shock. They don't even need that. Rusty, he's going to go down next. Mid 1-3, just not a care in the world. Walks up to him and smacks him in the face. Another double kill. That's a mega kill streak for the Ursa. It's at 3.6k net worth just 7 minutes in. He's almost got an 8-minute Blink Dagger and Phase Boost on the middle lane, while Revenge is zoning out a Bristleback and a Vengeful Spirit dual lane on the bottom side. I mean, Mystic, he's not even doing that well for himself here. Flash is just free farming in his face, and there's nothing the Life Stealer is able to do about this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ogre. He's waiting for the 8-minute rune, kind of praying that he gets a haste. Oh, he gets a double damage. Good enough. In fact, Venge is just walking up to him. Hard is AFK. What are you doing, man? That was a secured kill if he just picked up the rune. I don't even know what prompted OZ to run in there. In fact, he's gonna die even without that DD rune upon him. Hard's got the fire blast now. Is he in range? Yes, he is. He gets that solo kill. And then he TP's out as well. You've got to be kidding me. Some real shenanigans coming out here from the Vengeful Spirit. And she deserves to be punished for that. Up top, Flash. No real threat to his life. In fact, if that Lifestealer continues chasing, he's gonna get RP'd and screwed into the tier 1 tower. There is a TP up top now. With the Rubik coming in, perhaps they can score a kill on Mystic. But Mystic is too scared of the Magnus himself here. An RP and a Shockwave is all he's gonna need, and he's gonna pop it without hesitation. Fadebolt there as well. Oh, sure. He made a mistake there. He actually popped the Fadebolt on a creep instead of on the Lifestealer. If only he didn't hold on to it, he might have got the kill. But now it's Flash that secures the kill for himself. While that was happening, mid 1, just doing mid 1 3 things again. Scores another kill on the troll that he made. 9 minutes in, they're going at a kill a minute, make that more than a kill a minute as the troll ends up going down, sorry, the warlock ends up going down courtesy the Ursa, all the way back here. Looks like he does have his blink dagger already. I've seen this movie before. OZ might just end up dying at his tower if he's not careful. Look at the caution pigs coming out. They know that he's in trouble if he sticks around there. Devil. He's retreated into the jungle. He's farming ancients 10 minutes in with a morbid mask. Just third world problems now on the Dota map. When in doubt, claim an Aegis. That's what you do when you've got an Ursa on your team. With the Bloodlust on the Ursa, this should be a lot quicker than anticipated anyway. Supports on the side of Cyber Rats are still really poor at the moment. They're severely underleveled at that. It's a level 3 warlock 10 minutes in. Well, Anti-Mage has almost got his Battle Fury online. He actually went back for the treads here, considering the amount of fighting he's had to do in the lane. Watch for Flash's Blink Dagger though. Once that's online, I think it's when Coco Gaming just groups up at the 5-9 minute and starts mowing down towers. Now that they've got the Aegis in tow, it might just be a good idea to rotate up top and try and take the tier 1 first. Get that extra money for the Magnus and then go hunting again. Oh, missed another kill, mid 1-3. Casually jumping in behind the tier 1, scoring a kill on the Venge. Pretty sure the Venge didn't even have the time to swap or stun there. Devil finally has his boots. Well, that's going to do him a little good in this game. Mid 1 needs to get some lifesteal. Actually, they actually took Roshan without using any sort of lifesteal on him. Strange indeed. It really feels like he's trying to give up his Aegis already. What is the game plan here for CR? The only way I see them winning a fight is with a good link up on those Fatal Bonds and a bunch of Quill Sprays being thrown out in the middle of the fight. Oh man, mid 1 is not going to allow Rusty to hit level 6 anytime soon. He's godlike and he's going to have to give up the Aegis for that one. There's no backup in the vicinity either. I mean, there's just nothing they can do to him. He is disrespecting them as hard as he possibly can. I'd be crying if I was the Dyer's captain right now. 12 and 0. I mean, the objective now is just to score a single kill before the game ends, in my opinion. Z. I bet he had a mini panic attack just thinking of throwing that Wave of Terror there. You never know when that Ursa is going to jump upon you and destroy you again. There's a TP up top. They've taken the tier 2 at bottom, and now they want some more. This is just, it's turning into an absolutely NSFW stream, guys. CR are just bending over and taking it without any sort of resistance. I'd like to say they're trying, but they're not even giving it an attempt here. Look at this. I mean, Mystic, what was he thinking? He practically walked into an Ursa from the high ground. He had the vision advantage, and there's no reason he should have been going forward there. Mid-1 is just gonna man up and destroy both of them in his face. Ozzy's coming in. He gets lifted and thrown closer to the Ursa, and Ursa's just gonna get another freebie. Stolen magic missile. Mid-1 says I want more. Has the diffuser blade to slow down the life stealer and gets the kill again. I really don't know what the hell they're doing here on the side of the Dire. They're practically feeding at this point. It is going to be back to the drawing board for them though. Props to them for making it through a couple of rounds, but I just do not see them getting past this game. No matter how hard they throw on the side of the Radiant, I just don't know how they're going to come back from this CR.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They're losing tower after tower. It's just 14 minutes in, and Mid-1 is touching about 10,000 net worth here. The diffuser blade essentially means he can kill anyone he gets his hands upon, and I mean, there still isn't a chaotic offering on Rusty. How are they even going to try and defend when the high ground push comes? They can only take solace in the fact that Mid-1 is low and he has to pop a shrine before coming back in for the next bout. But the moment he comes back from the shrine, he's even going to have a basher added to his item tally. The longer they wait, the stronger Coco Gaming are going to get here. CR needs to make a desperation play. They haven't popped a single smoke this game either. I mean, they're just holding on to the smoke from Rusty. Flash. Probably does want to make a big play with the Blinken and the RP now. We have to see a really big one. But at this rate, he doesn't even need it. If Mid-1 can just walk up to the Bristleback, that is the most tanky hero on the Dire side, and take him down without any assistance, that should be sending warning bells across the Dire camp. Still a little low on HP though. Might want to be careful about how he jumps in, because his head is worth a lot of money at this point. If CR somehow manages to bring down Mid-1 I think, especially if the money goes over to one of the cores, there might be a slight sliver of hope. But oh man, look at his plays. A skewer into a stolen magic missile with an Ursa coming in to clean up the job. With that, last and final outer tower goes down for the Dire side, and CR are just one step away from being completely walked over. It's 17-0. Not a single kill secured by the Dire so far, and not a single death on the side of the Radiant. Mid, they want to jump in. They do get the RP on the life stealer. They're more than happy to commit for just him. He's down again. There's still no drop. Warlock has yet to hit level 6. Is he even going to hit level 6 in this entire game? Is the question. There is a good fatal bounce this time around, but Mid-1 just pops the enrage and shrugs it off. Revenge, he actually jumped in deep. There was a buyback coming out from the life stealer, but they do end up surviving with their lives once more. There's no one on the side of the Radiant dies. But hey, at least the tier 3 still stands and high ground has been defended. But the moment Roshan respawns and an Aegis goes into Ursa's pocket, I think it's over. Majestic. Walking around with the magic stick and 10 charges. I mean, there's really not much to say about this game anymore. It's just kill after kill into a tower and then a victory for Coco Gaming. Roshan's about to respawn in the next 2 minutes as well, so if they really want to play it safe, they take the Aegis and then go forward. But with a 30,000 net worth lead, it is almost impossible to throw at this point.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh man. There's 1-3. Another freebie for him. Attempting a skewer on the other flash there. There's the RP that we were waiting for. 3 people caught in it, and then mid 1-3 comes in and just cleans house. There's a good drop coming out with the Fatal Bonds. Though the drop stolen, however, and returned by Osho. Revenge is not bothered with any of this, though. He's just going nuts on the range barracks here. They finally get 2 kills, and 2-2-2 is the new 3-2-2 apparently. As the mid 1-3 still stays alive, that is the enrage is still available as well. He pops it, turns around on the devil, another earth shock. He's caught in the middle of everyone and finally ends up dropping as 1500 gold for 1 kill in favor of Flash's Bristlebacks. Jesus Christ. Talk about a throw. And all they got for it was a range barracks. How do you mess that up? I mean, they waited so long. It looked like they were going to wait for the Aegis and then go high ground. But then suddenly, the RP from the Magnus, he got trigger happy, jumped in. They even stole the drop from the Warlock. And heck, they ended up goofing that fight up. You can now see a new spring in the step of Devil and his boys as they're trying to march down mid. But remember, it's still a 30,000 deficit that they're playing with. Bottom lane. Does Revenge want to play on his own here as well? Does he want to jump in? Yeah, he's going to go in. He doesn't care. Skewer comes out on the flash as well. It's just a consolation prize having that blade mail at this point. The swap is there on Revenge. He actually might end up going down. Indeed, he drops. That's another 1000 gold taken away on the back of a killing spree destroyed. Ozzy gets the money for that, and after all, it might just be a bit of a comeback here as the cores seem to be dying in quick succession on the side of Coco Gaming. But yeah, they've learned their lesson. They're just going to go and take down Roshan and come back in for another bout. What the hell is this game? It was 20-0 at one point, now it's 24-5, and I mean, while the game is still very comfortably in Coco Gaming's hands, they've made their lives a little bit harder. Let's have a look at the items on the side of the Dire. Blade Mail on the Bristleback, like we pointed out earlier. Troll Warlord, still trying to, he's really struggling to get even a Shadow Blade online. With 1000 gold, the Venge, all she could really pick up is a Medallion of Courage. The big problem now is if they whiff the drop, or if he dies here, it's all done for. Way too close for comfort there. Use the Fog of War successfully to get out of there. Meanwhile, Devil, the cover of that Shadow Blade. hoping to make a play. They've got wards all over here to get full vision of the team fight. And that's an Aegis on the Ursa, and with that, he's got the confidence to just go and mow down the barracks. I like how Anti-Mage just decided to ditch this fight altogether. Coming in from the top side, big RP, catches 3, and with the cleave from the Ursa's Empower, they managed to bring down the Warlock. There's no drop for this fight, and it soon looks like there'll be no one left to fight on the side of Dire either. They do get the Aegis, however. The Fatal Bonds have done some significant damage. Mystic Armlet toggling his way through, but mid one revives with the Aegis, gets the kill, turns it on Rosie, gets himself a triple, and all the while Revenge is just breaking objectives and taking buildings. Mid 1-3 wants to actually dive in here, but you gotta remember, Flash has a blade mail. But yeah, he does have the enrage, so he can shrug off that damage. It's an Aghanim Scepter enrage attack. Way to give up your life, my friend. They still haven't got Mega Creeps though. It's 2 lanes of barracks in favor of the Radiants. So multiple buybacks have now been expended by CR. I mean, the Lifestealer can't even kill the Ogre Magi at this point. That's how far behind they are. At least Osho should end up dying here. Nope, he's got a TP as well. Alright, at least he does go down. But then there's the Ursa on cleanup duty. Forgot about his buyback, didn't they? Now he's just toying with them. Come on, just finish the job. Don't disrespect your opponents that much. He's actually gonna die. Yeah, he deserves it. He absolutely deserved to die there. He disrespected his opponents and ends up paying the final price. Again, a fair bit of money ends up going in favor of the Dire, and well, they're 1 barrack away from actually losing this game. It is a dieback on the Ursa though. However, he has picked up a Desolator in addition to all of his items now. Anti-Mage. Someone's microing him even though he's disconnected to try and bring down the barracks. Oh man, this game. I think it's fairly safe to say it's over. What kind of a swap was that? I'll give them this though, CR has gumption. They're willing to stick around and fight this one through. Well then, 50 seconds, no life stealer, they go with the double damage rune. And just 1 barrel without a fortification. He's not gonna waste any time, just goes to work and tears it down. And then he turns upon Devil. He's actually trying to get a kill on Osho. He does manage to get it, but ends up paying his price. RP, good one, catches 2 there, and then again with the Empower, they're gonna just tear them a new one. It's an ultra kill for mid 1-3. Make it a rampage as he goes for the bench and gets it. This one is in the bag as the GG gets called out. I'm sorry you guys had to see that, folks. This was an absolute stomp coming out from Coco Gaming. They're still buying back though. Someone's cancelling the GGs. They want the kill on mid 1-3. They will get it. Fake GGs are real. Okay, we're still not sure if this game is over apparently. Dio just maintaining radio silence right now. Oh, they're not calling it. Fake GG it is then, okay. How are they planning to win this anyway? I see no way for them to come back from this. So we're at that point in Indian Dota where we have to wait for the winning team to reconnect when they've got a 50,000 net worth lead and mega creeps up against their opponents. All because the enemy team called a fake GG. Alright, looks like it's a real GG now. Yeah, it's GG. He's dropping Infernals randomly in the base. This is over. Someone on their team is not happy though. They want to play. Someone is cancelling the GG over and over again. Okay, the admin has ruled it. This game is over. There's someone that's trolling them on the side of the Dire. Congratulations to Coco Gaming. They've absolutely dominated their opponents here. So much so that someone is raging and making sure that they get the most out of their cafe time. Oh man, and they're still dying after all of this. I don't know what's going on here. CR. I think it's back to the drawing board with you guys. You've got to learn to improve yourselves. Learn from your mistakes, go rewatch the videos, see what you've done wrong, and most importantly, work on your mechanical skills, guys. Work on your drafts. This is some absolute ridiculousness. Yeah, this game is over. Thanks for watching, guys. We're going to disconnect because the Dire fake GGs and resumes the game. Even if it wasn't a GG, they were disqualified at this point, I assume. We'll see you guys in the next game. I'm Cobx. I'll be handing it over to Vivek in just a bit. Stick around. And I'm sorry you had to see that.
Familiar face faces through lonely embraces. We were always on toward the breakaway, but we're nearing chances to wake the day. They're calling you over, the methods are bolder. We're lost in the time now, reminding ourselves how.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Vivek and today we've got Rising Stars on the Radiant facing off versus Team Devourer on the Dire. Do not know both of these teams. I do recognize DX Power though. He was in a team with Ares. Is he in two teams or were these different tournaments? I'm not sure. Either way. Somebody is India.OG will win, and Rico Spark is the captain of Team Devourer. First ban for the Dire. Really taking the time here. This should be, yeah, should be the Slaughter ban.
Radiant team ban.
And Radiant taking out the Dream Protector. Team Devourer, are they confident letting the Monkey King through? I mean, they do have first pick. They could pick it up if they want to.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, they're just going to ban out the Monkey King.
Radiant team.
And Rising Stars, I mean, they should be careful. A lot of teams are picking up the Earth Spirit. I mean, I think we've seen 2 Earth Spirits already today. Rising Stars taking the time. Okay, completely forgot about that hero, but he is first phase ban worthy, and the Abaddon has been taken out. Team Devourer, if they do play the Earth Spirit, now would not be a bad time to pick it up. Alternatively, you could pick up something like the Crystal Maiden, not give away too much, still have the aura to work with for your team.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Devourer.
Reserve time.
Okay. A lot of teams opening with Avenge nowadays. I mean, it is a safe pick to start off with. The aura is good. The save coming up from swap is always good. Especially with all the Legion commanders that get so much play. Rising Stars, 2 picks on the board for them.
10 seconds remaining.
And it looks like it's going to be the Sandcake, possibly heading off to the off lane. This could be a support Sand King, but yeah, it looks like Rising Stars, they won the team fight. They've got it with the Warlock and the Sand King. They have given away the offlaner though in the form of the Sand King, and all Team Devourer have to do is pick a strong safe lane, tri lane, just to deal with the Sand King if need be. They could pick up
5 seconds remaining.
Any range core does well versus the Sand King, or you could just pick up something like the Slug and the Disruptor to go with the bench. Just lock down the Sand King, bring him down nice and early.
Tide Hunter.
But they want some team fight of their own and they pick up the Tide Hunter. Rising Stars do have first pick after this phase. If this is an offlane Sand King, it wouldn't be a bad time to pick up the Rubik for themselves. They're panning up the drop, afraid of a drop stat, and it does make sense. I mean, just put Tide Hunter on the front lines, Use the aura coming out from the Venture Spirit and just plonk away at towers. Team Devourer could ban out the Rubik if they're not confident of playing against it.
Reserve time.
Ursa also one of those heroes that does well in the safe lane against the Tyrant.
Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Any strong AoE is worth a ban. I think it's a safe bet to just ban out the Disruptor here. Could drop a nice static storm on top of the Tyrant's Ravage if need be. Unless Rising Stars want to pick it up themselves. They're going to ban out the Invoker.
Dire team back.
They did have first pick after this ban phase, so they could have picked up the Invoker for themselves. But they choose to ban it out instead.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Team Devourer ban out the Legion Commander, probably reading this as a support Sand King and still seeing the space in the Rising Stars lineup to run an offlane Legion. Rising Stars,
10 seconds remaining. Blue
okay.
Dire team
Fatal Bonds, Glaives, Impale, or excuse me, Burrow Strike. Lot of team fight coming up from Rising Stars and some good push as well. Team Devourer, how do they want to deal with the Luna? One of the better ways is definitely the Legion, but they're going to pick up the Spectre. They will look to disable the Sand King's Epicenter even before it takes off. Cause being revealed early on in this draft. I mean, Rising Stars, they just need someone who can deal with the Spectre really well in lane, shut her down in lane, and you pretty much shut her down in the game. But they're going for the Timbersaw, so it's going to be an off-lane Timbersaw and a roaming Sand King, I presume. Team Devourer need a strong tri-lane with the Spectre. Just the Venge by herself is not enough.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spectre with the Desolator could kill the Timbersaw if he's not close to the creeps. Timbersaw should be looking out for that, but just a Spectre and a Venge not enough. The ideal way to run this tri-lane is to go on to the Timbersaw before he gets more points in reactive armor. You need to shut him down before he gets too big, and they do need another support to do that. Disruptor does come to mind for me. What else? I mean, this is not a bad game for Rubik. There's a good amount of spells to steal. Team Devourer taking their time with the second pick, and yeah, I did call it out. It is going to be the Disruptor coming out for Team Devourer. They do have the tools to deal with the Timbersaw in lane, can shut him down. They've got more team fight with the Tidehunter in the form of Disruptor. Next van coming up for Rising Stars. Team Devourer are missing the mid laner. They're going to take away the Tempered Assassin, which would have really augmented the push coming out with the Venture Spirit Aura. And Team Devourer, they know that Rising Stars need something in the mid lane. OD, not a bad hero to ban out. Tinker still in the pool.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm going to ban out the Silencer. Ooh, and confidently pick up the Zeus. So it's a global strat coming out from Team Devourer with the Haunt and Thundergod's Wrath coming up from the Zeus. Rising Star, someone with magic immunity in the mid lane wouldn't be too bad.
10 seconds remaining.
Hmm.
5
Someone who
seconds
lanes better versus the Zeus. Could do
reserve time.
OD. What else lanes well versus Zeus? Medusa is not a bad choice.
Lena.
They're going to go with the Lena. This is a bit of a surprise. I mean, they've got Magic Burst, we've got Magic Burst, but Lena is going to be brought down so quickly in these team fights with Zeus, Tyrant and Spectre. I don't see her doing much. I mean, Lena and Zeus, sure they go toe to toe, but Lena's got to deal with the Spectre while the Zeus doesn't have that initiation upon him, and Zeus is always a little bit more tanky. Yeah, I mean, purely in terms of lineup, I do like Team Devourer here. Provided the Spectre can get her farm, and with the Disruptor and the Vent, she should be able to. This could still be a mid Timber Sword though. Not entirely sure. It's unlikely. It's not a great lane, but it could be.
Prepare for battle.
Shinigami getting those early wards off. Revenge comes in a second too late, but under the cover of the smoke should be fine. Caution pings are coming out though. I think the TP is still scouted out.
Seconds to battle.
Tidehunter doing a little bit of a backstroke, showing us the proficient swimmer that he is. That's a neat little taunt.
The battle begins.
Need to get one of those, man. Two runes apiece. Yeah, both teams getting off to a rather peaceful start. There was thought of a rune contest, but it didn't end up happening. Okay, lanes being shuffled. I think yeah, Tyrant was just there to secure the rune. Didn't get the best of blocks off, but I think he's fine. A lot of action around the mid lane already. D-ward has taken place by the Radiant. Zeus, no magic stick to start off with. Lena does have one. Clarity being stopped, but Zeus going for the early bottle here. Not spending too much on consumables, just wanting to rush the bottle as soon as possible, so I think he'll be fine. Do they have enough to shut down the Tidehunter though? How's the offlane looking? So clearly the Radiant off to a better start. Lina leading in terms of CS, but just by a little bit. They did get the D ward though, and that is crucial. Both the safe laners doing similar in terms of CS, although Luna's wave is pushing in. Thunderstrike onto the Timber Sword. No glimpses here. They've got the kinetic field. Here comes Dake's power with the Impale. Disruptor out of position. Will fall. That's a kill going the way of the Timber Sword. And yeah, DX Power taking note of the fact that the Vengeful Spirit is in the off lane. Zeus waiting to get the courier though. I'm not sure if he's ball crowing or if his bottle hasn't yet reached him. Disruptor gets the D ward off in front of Lina, and the vision in the mid lane is dead even. But Bench looking for the wraparound. He's got the magic missile. Lightning Bolt is level 2, but Zeus doesn't have mana. And another D ward coming out from the Radiant. While Vengeful Spirit just walks past mid lane, is taking a range creep all the way with her. So Lina knows exactly what is going on. They kill the damn range creep, and Disruptor is caught out of position once more. DX Power with the Butter Strike secures the kill. Radiant off to a great start. I mean, DX Power, all he's doing is just waiting in the trees, waiting for Disruptor to get out of position, and he's being rewarded for that. There is a point though when the Dire gets scary, when Ravage is up, when Haunt is up as well. Spectre is keeping pace with the Luna though. Venge pushing the wave, auto attacking carelessly. Here comes the X-Power with the Impale. The bowling that is there. Pac-Man throws out the dagger, trying to move into the trees. Stun from the Vengeful Spirit, not enough. Timber Chain ahead, drops the Ironwood Branch, eats it. Timber Sword really out of position, throws out one more whirling death, will get a kill. DX Power jumps in, tanks the tower, will end up falling. It's a 2-for-2 exchange. And was that really worth it for the Radiant though? You have to take a look at fight recap. It looks like the Dire came out on top there. Spectre really unhappy with that though. She did end up falling, while the Luna hasn't died just yet. All these small advantages are going to accrue in the Radiant's favor. Temasa being a bully. I mean, all the Venge had to do was really just sit here and bring down the Timbersaw. They had the kill potential at level 1, but now the Vengeful Spirit has fallen behind in terms of levels, and maybe this might punish the Vengeful Spirit. They do have a defensive warrior now for DX Power, but where is DX Power? Well, he's gone back to base, he's level 4. Mid lane, Lina pulling ahead, not having mana for the Laguna blade. Could have used the one there. 2-man Impale, whirling that. Timber Chain will miss. Vengeful Spirit dropping low. Caustic is there. Disruptor with the invisibility rune, trying to make a play in the mid lane. Could be possible with the lightning bolt. Top lane, another Impale on the Spectre. Constant pressure on the Spectre, and really no support to help him out. Throws out the dagger, moves into trees, jukes back, and here's the Vengeful Spirit, who's already dropped low, just holding on to a TP and an Ironwood Branch. Ooh, Timber Sword diving the wave, Impale, excuse me, Burrow Strike and Magic Missile at the same time, but Daggers secures the kill for the Spectre. Could look for more, has the wand, the kinetic field is there, the Thunder Strike to tag him out, and Pac-Man almost ends up falling, but Salza doesn't score a kill though. It did go to the Disruptor, but I think they are shutting down the Timbersaw and the Sand King. Raizo, he's got the Laguna, throws out the Dragon Slave. Laguna is there, secures the kill. Riku Spark, how's he doing? He's building into the Whale of Discord. There is a fair amount of magical damage coming out from his team that he could amplify. A Acedia on the Timbersaw. Looks like he'll be going for the Soul Ring first. It's been 8 minutes in lane. He's not had the greatest of starts. He has definitely troubled the Spectre, but nothing much beyond that. DX Power with that ward behind goes in onto the Disruptor. Where is the Timbersaw? Nowhere inside. Has DX Power dived too much? He pops the Fairy Fire. It won't be enough. Pac-Man secures the kill. And this offensive duel lane coming up from the Radiant really is just ending up feeding. Four heroes now in the top lane, one of them being the Zeus, a small stack being prepped. He does have the Thundergrott's Wrath ready. Bot lane push incoming with the Luna. They have got the Haunt if they want to contest, and Spectre almost has his own. Ravage not yet ready. Tidehunter still level 5. TP is coming in on the tier 2. It is the Tidehunter. He will be looking for his level 6. The effectiveness of this lineup coming up from the Dire is if they hit the levels early. If you have Ravage early on in the game, it could be a very potent source of damage and teamfight control. Follow that up with the Thunder God's Wrath coming out from the Zeus, and maybe even the Haunt. Cores like Lina, maybe even the Sand King are quite easily brought down. You do need to carry detection just to be safe, but it could be a kill, an easy kill or two for the Spectre, Zeus and the Tidehunter. All you have to do is hit 3 R buttons at the right time. Lucent Beam onto the Tidehunter, who's swimming into the trees with that beautiful backstroke. Turns around, pops the Ravage. That's not how you swim, my friend. It is a kill onto DX Power. Tidehunter dropping low. Here comes the Spectre with the Haunt. The Warlock ends up falling. He's not at level 6. Luna will fall as well, and this should transition into a push. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. They have no shrine to... Okay, so it's great that they got the objective, but this needs to start transitioning into a push. Do not give the Warlock breathing room to pick up his level 6. Pac-Man impaled up, his team is not with him. The Shadow Word is there, however, coming out from the Warlock. He's trying to get out of there. He's got the dagger if he needs the DX Power giving chase. It's a level 2 Burrow Strike, but maybe now he's coming to range. Here comes Mr. Olympic Swimmer. Tidehunter turns around, throws the Gush. Has got the Anchor Smash as well. The Lucent Beam holds him in place. He's running. Here's the Eclipse falling onto the Tidehunter. The backstroke will be the death of him. Death while swimming is what's on the menu here. And Disruptor holding onto the Glimpse. It is a level 1 Glimpse. He's skilled up the Thunder Strike. Not maxed out the Glimpse though. That is an odd skill build. You take 2 points in Thunder Strike to win the lane. But beyond that, really... Anyway, he's trying for the wraparound. He's got the Static Storm as well as a Kinetic Field. If he sees anyone out of position, he might just walk in. Haunt, not yet ready. Thunder God's Wrath will be ready in 5. He's thinking about the Luna. Disruptor trying to make the plays here. I think he's got him pinged out. They did see him. Dire losing the top tower in the midst of all this. Disruptor running for his life. Lucent Beam onto him. 2 squishy supports in this Dire off lane. Here comes their backup. It's in the form of a Spectre. Mid lane, Zeus the Laguna onto him. Raizo, has he got the Dragon Slave? Doesn't even bother with the LSA. Turns around, he takes a bolt to the head. Both supports dropping low, popping the arcanes. Raizo, LSA will connect. That arc lightning just doing so much damage to him. Push incoming from DX Power and company. DX Power will have a setup with the Lucent Beam. Upheaval slowing down Pac-Man, but it does take a lot more time to channel at this early level. Looks like they don't have the kill potential without the Eclipse though. Couple of disconnects. Okay folks, I think a disconnect is a good cue for everyone to go get themselves a glass of water. I'm going to do that. I'm going to play some music for you. We will be back with the game shortly. Wow, I am just so used to these long pauses in our online games, but yeah, that was one short pause. I hope you did get the opportunity to quickly go refresh yourselves. Anyway, for those of you just tuning in, this is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship with the prize pool of 5 lakh rupees, and Disruptor looks like that's not going to get in the prize. Tyrant walking in ahead, he's got the Ravage. Is he going to throw it out though? The Radiant are just running for the lives. DX Power with the 2-mine battle strike. He's waiting for the perfect Ravage. There it is. It's on to 3. Here's the haunt that we were waiting for. DX Power dropping low. Pac-Man actually dropping really low. Will end up falling to the Eclipse. The ultimate is there from Zeus, but no one ends up dying. The wombo combo doesn't mean anything. It's Velocity who takes a double kill on the Luna. And that was a huge backfire coming out from the Dire. It looks like their cheese strat is already falling off. And Zeus, Dragon Slave, he's got the Laguna, holds on to it. And it looks like the Venture Spirit is caught out of position. Raizo will score the kill. Maybe he scores one more here. Rico Spark on the Zeus, running for his life. This Zeus, I mean, he's pretty much been reduced to an out button, and even that didn't work out for him the last time. He needs to start coming in fights, maybe with an Aether Lens, maybe with a Veil, maybe with a Blink as well, and have some impact, because he does deal a whole lot of damage, but he's just not there with his team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spectre ended up dying in that fight. No one charges to work with. How's everybody looking like in terms of net worth? Spectre behind the Timbersaw. Lina clearly ahead of the Zeus, because the Lina just farms waves a lot quicker than the Zeus. Takes power, smoke breaks, he sees Pac-Man, he's got the angle for the Burrow Strike. He's holding on to it, gets it now, channels the epicenter, there's no Ravage to work with. It's a 2-man epi, the LSA is there from Lina, and they scored 2 quick kills. The Radiant with the ability to fight often and fight frequently, really coming out on top in terms of draft. The X power building into the Blink Dagger. Once again, the Dire missing the huge team fight cooldown here, which is the Ravage. Disruptor trying to get some D-wards off, not taking points in the glimpse. I do not understand this. He's leveling up the kinetic field over the glimpse. I mean, sure they have team fight, but is the kinetic field really the deciding factor? He hasn't yet dropped a good static storm, and that's what his team has been missing actually. He's been out of position always. He just needs to drop the Static Storm as a follow-up to the Ravage. The Ravages have been spot on, but Disruptor has been missing in terms of impact when it comes to teamfight. And speaking of teamfight, it looks like we might have one more. The Radiant has smoked up. It's Warlock leading the charge. He's got the drop to work with this time. They're pinging out Roshan, but this is not possible. I do not think this is possible. Maybe with a Shadow Word, I don't know. Well, they're doing it. Tidehunter in the neighborhood. He's thinking about it. Maybe a Haunt is a good way to start things out. Spectre, illusions are cleared up, but Pac-Man goes into the Roche with the Laguna, and the Eclipse is there, but it's not enough. Here's the Static Storm. It's on to do. They just shrug it off, walk it out of it. While Zeus did get the kill onto Lina. The Aegis has been expended. Here comes DX Power with the Epicenter. Will take a stun to the face. Elsewhere, Luna does end up falling. It's an absolute bloodbath here in the Roche pit. Tidehunter looks like he'll be going down, but will kill the Warlock before he does that. And does another backstroke out of there. This time, he's been brought down, while the Timber Sword does get glimpsed back into the kinetic field, and Timber Chains out of it before it even forms fully. The Radiant losing a whole lot more, losing Aegis as well, but the Timber Sword trying to make things worth it. DX Power with the last hit with the Caustic does secure the kill. While India OG will win is on the loose. He doesn't even have his boots. Maybe, just maybe, DX Power can catch up to him. The smoke was used. The smoke will break. The Radiant are giving chase. Vengeful. That's not how you juke, my friend. Will end up falling. DX Power, easy blink for him. And the Radiant, although they... Wait, they didn't lose that fight that badly. I mean, the Aegis carrier died. They got 4 kills. They brought down the Spectre. And yeah, I do not see how Spectre is going to come back into this game. I mean, it's great that you have all the team fight, but your core is rather underfarmed. And the Timbersaw is already a problem. Rico Spark and 11x trying to deal with him. No tower to TP to, so everybody's TP to the shrine. Venge is coming in with no boots. Timbersaw buying space for his team. Timber chaining left, right and center. The Spectral Dagger is there, turns around with the Chakram. All this is more space for velocity on the Luna to push out the bot lane. Dire really losing structures all across the map. Even a region rune in case someone needs it. DX Power now has the blink and the epicenter, so you can put Luna on the front lines and make her tank all of that. A BKB is honestly not at all a bad choice. I would be in favor of Luna skipping the Manta style altogether and picking up a BKB. DX Power. Anyhow, if there is a team that can make a comeback in this game, it is the Dire. They've got everything that makes a good YouTube video. The Static Storm was a bit off once more though. Chakram pushing out the Zeus. DX Power blinks in a bit too late. The tower should be ours. Should be theirs. They've got their ultimates at the ready. Are they thinking of expending it? Tidehunter building into his mech. 20 minutes in, nowhere close. Lina has the Bloodstone complete. She's not yet got the 30-second respawn talent, but will have it soon enough. DX Power, he's got that blink. Doing fairly well for himself. Bringing into the Yules next, which absolutely makes sense versus the Spectre, the Zeus, all of that, maybe even the Glimpse. Unfortunately though, Disruptor is only now leveling up Glimpse. I'm not sure if he knows that Glimpse, the cast range of Glimpse increases with consecutive levels, and that's why you level up Glimpse. DX Power. What's the network graph telling us? I mean, it is a 10,000 lead. The Dire are starting to fall off, and the biggest concern for me is that the Spectre has only now picked up a Blade Mail. Very ambitious quick buy, Radiance and Diffusal, but I do not see it coming anytime soon. Radiant looks like they want to pop a smoke. That's the plan for them. Warlock has purchased a smoke. Timbersaw does have his Bloodstone in the Courier, along with a Hood at 20 minutes into the game. Vengeful Spirit still doesn't have a boots. It's a 21-minute game and Vengeful Spirit has not farmed a boots. Has not hit level 6 even. Gosh, this is a hard game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Tidehunter with the mechanism.
Dire's middle tower is under
Looking for the loop around. The smoke does break though. And the Radiant pop a smoke of their own. The Courier is going in the back lines. Tidehunter does end up missing it. No one on the high ground in particular. Lina initiates. 2-man Ravage, 2-man LSA. Thundercloud's Wrath, Static Storm. This should be 2 kills. Here comes the Timbersaw with the Chakram. And Luna from the back line with the Eclipse. Disruptor does end up falling. The epicenter is there. Tidehunter will fall as well. They'll hug the Shrine. They'll block off the Spectre. They'll kill off the Vengeful Spirit, who's still only level 5. And Zeus is running in the other direction. He's actually TP'd out of there and he's going to let Pac-Man die. They lost the Warlock, they lost the Lina, but they got so much more in return on the side of the Radiant. And this is going to be a push coming down mid. Well, Raizo with the beauties, he has the right idea. He's pushing, he's pressuring out at tier 3. They do know that the Dire doesn't have their big ultimates to work with. And they're just going to... I just hope they split the push up between the Lina and the Luna. Zeus doing everything to defend. Unfortunately, everybody on the Dire really low in terms of levels, so they're going to respawn quickly. A lost fight now could really hurt the Radiant. They need to be careful. Yeah, I mean, in theory, the Dire have great high ground with the Zeus. It isn't easy. It looks like the Radiant needs something like a... They've got a Hood, but maybe a completed pipe wouldn't be too bad. And Luna probably needs a BKB, which is what she's queued up. Right idea here. Maybe they wait for the next stages, maybe the BKB, and that's when they push. Smart call coming out from the Radiant. Still playing with great discipline. We could lose the game any minute, but DX power... Well, he's trying his best to make sure that doesn't happen. Tidehunter pops the mech, the upheaval is there, but it's still not really that high in terms of level, so it's not going to slow anyone down just yet. The Dire jungle, no more a safe space for the Dire. While Vengeful Spirit, she's queued up the boots in quick bites, 23 minutes into the game. She has got level 6, which is the swap. Roshan respawning in a minute, a little bit more than a minute. Zeus has the blink and the veil. What's crucial here is Zeus needs to pop his ultimate to stop the X-Power from blinking in as soon as the Ravage comes. I think he's waiting for the Horn. But DX power, he's building into the Yules, and that does seem like the right choice. A little bit of lag. And a smoke comes out from the Dire. They've got their ultimates. Maybe take a fight now, maybe win it and hold on to your high ground. Oh, Zeus impaled. There's the Static Storm. It's going to whiff the Ravage Wand. The Thunder God's Wrath is there. The drop is there immediately to counter initiate. The X-Power will end up falling. Velocity dropping low. Luna's been brought down. It's Tide who scores the kill, and this does seem like a good fight for the Dire. Elsewhere, Zeus does manage to bring down Shingami. This time the YouTube moment is real for the Dire. Acedia on the Timbers are trying his best. He's been glimpsed back. He's kiting almost all of them. The Timber Chain will miss. He's still not taking a hit, but he will finally end up falling. And Lina on the other side of the map, not split pushing though. But the Golem doing some work does bring down the Disruptor, so there is some solace for them. Riser. I think the Radiant needed to hold off, wait for the BKBs, but look at that Timbersaw, he's respawned so quickly, he's come back up all the way into the Dire jungle and he's brought down the Tidehunter. Spectre, what's she looking for in terms of items? I mean, the ambitious quick buy is still there. I think instead of the Radiance, Manta style would be a much better item. Purely for survivability, for stats, but Radiance is good as well. I mean, if you can jump on the Luna, bring her down, constantly stop the Sand King from getting his Blink Epicenter off, does add value for sure. Pause. Roshan on the cards for the Radiant here. Luna was caught out of position without a BKB. If the Dire do somehow manage to take this fight, I mean, and they're just doing that by getting information with Zeus nuke. Once Luna gets BKB, I don't know how the Dire come back. It's going to be extremely hard. They're often fighting clumped up as 5. It is a perfect YouTube movement for Luna to get off a good Eclipse as well. They've got the Aegis, they still haven't got those BKBs. 6 seconds till Ravage comes online. Zeus has a good 40 seconds, so if ever there was a time to push, it is now. But Zeus, he's great at holding off the push, and I think DX Power just needs to start the fight by initiating on him. Maybe not wait for a perfect epicenter, maybe just jump onto the Zeus, bring him down quickly, and they do have the potential to do that. Lina trying to split push the other lane. Luna, how's that BKB looking? Getting closer, not yet there. Double damage rune. This could be what the Radiant needed badly. This can make all the difference, in fact. Tidehunter with the Blink Dagger. No buyback though. Dagger comes out by the Spectre. Lucent Beam. Pleasantries being exchanged there. The pipe should keep them alive a bit longer. The tower's been taken down. 11x on the Tidehunter, looking for that perfect ravage, but Zeus is dropping low. Instead, it's Disruptor who starts off with the Static Storm. It's on to 2. Tidehunter not coming in though. And the Static Storm is on cooldown. They get a lane of lags, they're going to disengage, they're going to heal up with the wall off. And probably just push out the mid lane as well. No Static Storm on the Dire. Spectre, has she bought out anything? She's bought out the Relic. A kill now could very well hurt her prospects of completing her Radiance and maybe put an end to this game for the Dire. The X-Power not wanting to initiate with the Impale for fear of being glimpsed back. Disruptor now has the Shadow Blade completed. Unconventional way to play the Disruptor though, but does let him get in position for a Static Storm, which is up again now. Ravage. It's on to pretty much everybody. The Static Storm is there. Everybody walks out of it. Pac-Man does on. But look at Luna with the BKB letting it go. The Laguna backfires onto the Lina. The Blade Mail does its work. And Velocity on the front line trying to do his best. Where's DX Power with the backup? He's not there. I hear an Epicenter being channeled. He blinks in. It's onto the Tidehunter. The Disruptor will fall. Tidehunter will fall as well. Vengeful is just a casual courier who dies in the backlines. And Tidehunter dies to the Lucent Beam coming out from the Luna. Pac-Man on the Spectre dropping low. The respawn talent on the Lina really paying dividends. Acedia on the Timbersaw diving deeper and deeper. Do they really need to be doing this? Just hit the goddamn buildings. But no, they're giving chase and they've been caught in the kinetic field. Well, almost. But DX Power, he's got his eyes on the prize. While Warlock somehow kills off the Disruptor. DX Power on the Sand King ends up falling as well. Pac-Man running in with the Blade Main. The Lucent Beam will spell the death of the Luna who had the Aegis, but the Dragon Slave does secure the kill. GG is called. We have a winner and it is the Radiant. Well, they did try their all-round wombo combo strat, but it didn't pay off. The Cobx Indian Esports Championship has definitely seen a lot of unconventional plays, even Disruptor building a Shadow Blade. Anyways, we've got a lot more games to come throughout the day. My name is Vivek. We are running this broadcast till 6 in the evening. This is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship, and thank you so much for tuning in.
I feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Who ran away.
Oh, I can't forget myself. The peace that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back this one part, this one that I'm sorry I lost it.
No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for another matchup of the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. It's Stand 5 going up against Serene Chaos in a best of 1 knockout matchup for the Open qualifiers. Stand 5 is going to be on the Dire side. They're going to ban out the Magnus as their first ban, while Serene Chaos, they're going to ban the Venoman. So what the holy hell is happening here? For those of you wondering who I am, I'm Cobx. I've given Vivek a bit of a breather. He's going to go take a break and come back for the next matchup. And for those wondering what the format's been like, it is an open qualifier, a best of 1 knockout, followed by a best of 3 double elimination bracket with only the top 8 teams. We got a Monkey King ban coming out alongside that Magnus ban, and then Serene Chaos goes ahead and bans out the Axe. Now, this is a team that I've seen very often. Stand 5 is, well, they are arguably among the top 8 teams in Indian Dota. Serene Chaos, meanwhile, they've also got some long-standing veterans in their ranks. Symphony, Spooky Monster, these are guys that I have seen on the circuit very often. Even Swashbuckler, in fact, is a name that's been around for a while now on the Indian Dota circuit. It is sad that one of these 2 teams will be knocked out, but what can you do? Random brackets, that's what it does to you. And if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. Omni Knight will be the pickup coming out from Serene Chaos as their opening pick, while Sanking is the pick from Stand 5. Serene Chaos could couple this Omni Knight up with a Phantom Assassin if they choose. There's also the opportunity to pick up something like a Sven if they're looking for straight up ground and pound tactics. 2 minutes 10 seconds though. They have a fair amount of time to take this decision. Many will remember the support duo of Symphony and Spooky Monster back in the past, and it looks like they have been reunited once again into a single team. I'm curious to see what they bring to the table together here, and for now it looks like they will pick up a Silencer as their second pick. I'm wondering if this is indeed the support duo, that is the Silencer and the Omni Knight. Silencer is really good versus the Sand King, almost a guaranteed stop on the epicenter if he channels it up in their faces.
10 seconds remaining.
Anyway, we've got a second pick on the board here for Stand 5. Yesterday we saw them running a support silencer of their own. In fact, they do like running the Slok as their core. I'm wondering if that's what they're going to go with this game as well. Surprisingly enough, the Abaddon is still in the pool and hasn't been touched. If they run this as a support Sand King, they do have the opportunity to run an offlane Abaddon. But they'll go with the Ogre Magi for now. That'll be their roaming support. Now, Yesterday we saw them running an Ogre and a Silencer support duo up against a Darkseer in the offlane. This time around they will pick up the Ogre, but they're not going to have the Silencer. Perhaps they're going to go with the defensive babysitting support instead. I'm thinking something along the lines of a Dazzle, maybe even an Oracle.
5 seconds remaining.
Even a Lion wouldn't be a bad choice, but Lion doesn't exactly fit the category of defense. I think it's going to boil down to whether this is indeed an offlane Omni Knight from Serene Chaos, or if they're going to pick up another offlaner of their own.
10 seconds remaining.
Third ban on the board here for stand-in 5. What's it going to be? It will be the Juggernaut. So they're worried about those Juggernaut plus Omni Knight tactics coming out. We did see them running a Magnus Ogre buffing up a Phantom Assassin in the past as well, but this time around they don't have the Magnus to run alongside their Ogre. But however, a Phantom Assassin on the Dire side isn't too much of a stretch to imagine
10
here.
seconds remaining.
But that said, the Omni Knight works really well versus the PA, so
5 seconds
that's a hero that might force them to reconsider the Phantom Assassin pick after all.
remaining. Reserve time.
Templar, Slark both being banned out. Serene Chaos not letting stand-in 5 get their hands on these potent cores for the mid and safe lane. This does still leave a couple of options in the pool though. You've got the anti-mage still available and up for grabs. There's still a Draw Ranger if you're looking to go for the range core.
10 seconds.
Alternatively, like we said earlier, the Sven is available
5
too.
seconds remaining. Reserve time.
For those of you that are just tuning in, a big warm welcome to everyone. I understand that the Cave Majors are going on simultaneously, but your support is much appreciated. Do hit the share button on the stream, spread the link of course, and let people know that the Cobx Indian Esports Championship qualifiers are underway. One of these two teams will make it through the bracket and will be one step closer to being in the money. When I say in the money, you've essentially got to be in the top 8 teams of Indian Dota that make it through to the playoffs and win a portion from the 5 lakh rupee prize pool. I'm just going to confirm what the minimum amount of money a team can win
10
is.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright, so in the worst case, the 7th and 8th teams will win 10,000 rupees each. And the winner of the entire tournament wins 2.5 lakh rupees. The runner-up gets 1.2 lakhs. Truck tons of money to be won here. And honestly, it is a system that rewards only the better teams, the ones that climb up the ranks and up the ladders. The format for the playoffs is quite a grueling and intense format. It is a double elimination best of 3 bracket, and every day we're gonna have one best of 3 matchup playing live in the evening. Serene Chaos, 3rd pick on the board for them. What is it gonna be? Are they gonna pick up a core right about now, or are they just gonna go with another support? They still have room for a roaming support like the Earth Spirit if they run this as an Omni Knight in the off lane. The Ricky's in the pool too. But it'll be the Invoker for now.
Dire team pick.
That does explain the Templar Assassin ban, but stand-in 5 without hesitation will pick up the Shadow Fiend, so they were prepared for this Invoker pick. And now they've got a Shadow Fiend that will eventually be augmented with the Bloodlust from the Ogre Magi as well. That is indeed a scary proposition. Sand King for the Blink initiation, Shadow Fiend for the follow-up, and of course the Bloodlust to help make his hits that much harder. Serene Chaos, however, will go with the Earth Spirit. That should put the Shadow Fiend on edge in the middle lane. I'm expecting some early rotations coming out, and with the Cold Snap, of course, the Shadow Fiend is easy pickings
10 seconds
for the Earth
remaining.
Spirit and the Invoker. But this essentially means we are looking at an offlane
5
Omni Knight,
seconds remaining.
and Serene Chaos still looks for a core. Stand-in 5, what do they go with as their 4th pick? Now they know that the Shadow Fiend is going to be under pressure. They might want to pick up a defensive support that can stay at his back and back him up. We know the Ogre will be coming mid to help out the SF. But the Ogre doesn't really do enough to help the Shadow Fiend stay alive. with an Earth Spirit rotating in. I'd like to see an Oracle pick. It's been a while since we've seen one of those. But it's a Venge. Nope, cannot agree with this pickup. I mean, I get the Venge aura works well with the SF and his Bloodlust from the Ogre, but is it really a good idea to put your safe lane carry in a solo situation? Because now he's got a Venge and an Ogre that really aren't the best at zoning out the Omni Knight. And
5 seconds remaining.
it really means that the Omni Knight will be able to stick around and leech levels, if not actually get some farm as well in the lane. Troll has been banned though by the Dire, and then you've got an Abandon ban coming out from Serene Chaos. They're still expecting an off-lane pickup coming out from Stand-in 5. So they're possibly anticipating this to be a core Venge. In which case, Sand King and Ogre were their expected supports. Nope, can't agree with the Abandon ban. I do feel like they should have either banned out a 1 position or a 5 position hero. Banning a 3 makes no sense here.
Reserve time.
Last ban on the board for Stand-in 5 though. They know that Serene Chaos are looking for a carry. Something that synergizes with the Omni Knight. It's a no-brainer. I think the Phantom Assassin is the pick of choice for Serene Chaos. I doubt they're going to go with the Anti-Mage. But they could also go for something like a Medusa. Just having that tanky frontliner to help set up some kills and soak up some damage. But yeah, I do like the Medusa here in hindsight. Last pick for the Dire, Stand-in 5, looking for what I assume is a carry. Medusa, Anti-Mage, very viable options. Phantom Assassin, a bit of an option too.
10 seconds remaining.
Or if they want to play Aura Dota, the Draw Ranger fits in perfectly.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining.
10 seconds on the clock. What are we looking at here?
5 seconds.
For the Dire, Stand-in 5. They're going with the Weaver. Huh. Can I agree with this Weaver pick? I guess it makes sense. They do have... I mean, if the Shadow Fiend chooses to go for a Dragonlance BKB build, they'll have a frontliner. But Serene Chaos has a fair bit of disables with the Global Silence and the Earth Spirit. Boulder Smash and Geomagnetic Grip. They have ways to deal with the Weaver. Just probably lacking a reliable stun. And since they're looking for their core, I don't see too many of those available at the moment. They could consider doing something like a core Slardar here. It's unconventional, but a 1 position Slardar could work. But then they're on the clock, because they can't let this game go too late. Ten seconds to go. Serene Chaos thinking about their last pick here. Just can't quite make up their minds.
Phantom
They will go with the Phantom Assassin after all. So you're looking at a repelled Phantom Assassin blinking into the Stand-in 5 lineup, trying to make mincemeat out of the Shadow Fiend and the Weaver, but there's a lot of obstacles standing in the way there. But the repel definitely will be a force to be reckoned with. It essentially means that the Ogre, Sand King and Venge are not going to be able to touch the Weaver, and up until the Shadow Fiend, not going to be able to touch the Phantom Assassin, and up until the Shadow Fiend and the Weaver actually get themselves some sort of true strike in the form of an MKB, that Phantom Assassin is going to have free reign over the enemy map.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And of course, we've got the great Indian pause right from the get-go because 123 has disconnected. Anyway, for those of you that are just joining us on the live stream, you're watching Stand in 5 taking on Serene Chaos in a best of 1 knockout match for the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Cobx and I'm going to be solo casting this one. Let's start off with the introductions on both sides. We've got Symphony playing the Earth Spirit. It's going to be Levi Ackerman playing the Phantom Assassin, Mojo Jojo on the Silencer, Spooky Monster on the Omni Knight, which puts Swash on the Invoker. On the other side of the river, you've got 123 playing the Shadow Fiend. Again, 123 playing the Weaver. Playing the Revenge. Ice is going to be handling the Sand King, and Pashu will be playing the Ogre Magi. Are these Smurfs by any chance? Why are both their names 123? Why is there like a random complete low effort name on the bench? I don't know. Anyway, we've got multiple disconnects coming out from Stand in 5. Hopefully they'll reconnect real soon. I'm going to cut to a quick break before this game gets underway. We're going to wait for these folks to reconnect because I do sense a long pause coming out here. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back. Alright, looks like we are back underway. A bit of an extended pause coming out there from both teams, but this show is on the road once again. Here we go. They're gonna start with a smoke from Stand 5 moving into the Radiant jungle. Let's see who they can find. It's gonna be Levi Arkerman that's standing up on the high ground, so he will be able to dispel a smoke coming in. This is ideally the position you want to be standing in when you're watching for these smoke wraparound ganks. If they come from here, you'll dispel the smoke and make a run, but for now it's gonna be someone else that's got out. It's Mojo Jojo, trapped in a death embrace here. Brought down by the vengeful spirits. So first blood in favor of Stand 5. That should allow them to secure this rune as well. But we are seeing pings coming out towards the top bounty rune. I don't want to give that one up for free. Spooky monsters coming in to try and contest it, but the Sand King is already here. He doesn't have any mana to work with though. And Spooky Monster knows this, which is why he's just gonna go stand on top of the rune and claim it for himself. The mango's committed, the Burrow Strike is there, the rune is taken, and it's 3 bounty runes taken away by the dire side. Spooky Monster. Unfortunate that his efforts were in vain there. Maybe if he put the first point in Repel, he would have gotten it, but that would have been a fairly hefty commitment just for a bounty. Anyway, for now it's Swashbuckler at middle lane with 3 Iron Branches and another Talisman. He's got the Ogre Magi coming in and harassing him with that Ignite. Ogre does have the Orb of Venom as well. He's going to get 1 auto attack off on him. Ogre. Now he's actually coming in and tanking the creep wave while getting the hits off on Swash. He's taken quite the beating here. Why are there 4 heroes on the top lane? Alright, they're switching things up. They are running an offensive tri lane here with the Phantom Assassin, Silencer and the Earth Spirit up against the solo Sand King. It's an offensive tri lane coming out, an offensive dual lane coming out with the Weaver and the Venge as well. Well, Spooky Monster is now showing up by himself here. There's also rotations coming out with the Venge moving himself up top, so perhaps they're going to try for a kill. We're also seeing a rotation from Pashu as he's walking himself up towards the top side. Symphony, he probably spotted this. Iced, he's going for the PA, but this seems a little haphazard. They didn't quite coordinate this. As Levi will make a run for it. There's the Rolling Boulder coming out. They've got the Cursed Silent off on Pashu as well. They will get the stun off on Symphony. Ice has taken a bit of a beating, but he's actually done more damage than he's taken. As Symphony is really low too. I even heard a salve going off, and I believe it was cancelled courtesy of the caustic finale on Levi Arkerman. Not a bad start for Stand 5. Well, middle lane, it is the Invoker that's getting some decent CS. He's at 7-5 up against the 4-4 on the Shadow Fiend. On the bottom, Omni Knight's doing well too. He's at 5-1 versus the 7-2 on the Weaver. Another Rolling Boulder, although this time it's to get Symphony to the base faster. Wonder if he just pops a shrine here instead of heading to the base. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. Saves him a couple of precious seconds. Ah, Stand 5, not again. What's the issue now? For a Mumbai-based teams, these are an awful lot of pauses. I mean, I'd expect that they have better internet than a lot of the other competitors in this tournament. Not sure what the reason is behind this pause though. I've just assumed internet issues because that's usually the most common reason. There isn't even a reason provided here. We don't even know why this game is paused. Okay, looks like we're good to go. Minor hiccup coming out there. That has been resolved. Lots of damage being dished out there. In fact, 1, 2, 3 almost goes down if that Sunstrike connected. But Swash is now out of mana and will be forced to use his shrine. Well, 1, 2, 3. His bottle is actually... Oh, he doesn't have a bottle. He called out... Is he sending back a raid band? No, he picked up the boots. My bad. He actually called out the boots. Stop though! There's a kill. Mojo Jojo goes down. Another burrow strike and a fire blast and a magic missile were committed by the looks of it, bringing him down. 2-0, stand in 5, continue to maintain the lead. With the core Sand King in the lane, it's quite the difficult lane here for the Phantom Assassin, but she's doing okay in terms of CS. She's at 12 CS, last sitting well under her tower. Quelling Blade helping her case, of course. Meanwhile, there are pings coming out on 1, 2, 3. Swash walks forward, takes a shadow race to the face. One more hit comes out, but there's the rolling boulder coming out with the stun. They get the kill and then they pause. What is up with these pauses? Swashbuckler gets the kill himself. He's going to be able to go back to base now, hale and hearty, without fear of dying. Good rotation from Symphony, coming in at the right time and securing the kill. That should bring him a step closer to his Midas on this Invoker. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Weaver has actually caused quite a bit of quite a few problems for Spooky Monster as well. I mean, he does have the magic stick in his boots, but it's really not enough in the face of the 1, 2, 3 Weaver. This disconnection though, I mean, there's got to be a rule on the amount of time that teams can pause, right? The admins, might be a good idea for them to step in here and lay down the law. Alright, we have a reconnect and the great Indian Dota pause will resume. Jesus, this is... It's triggering as hell casting a pause. I mean, the game itself is quite exciting, but with these constant interruptions, it's quite the buzzkill. Anyway, Swash limping back to base as the victor over here. I thought I heard a shrine. Okay, that was Spooky Monster popping the shrine there. So Swash has called out 2 null talismans upon him now, so he's really gone for the auto attack build. He's trying to just zone out and out CS the Shadow Fiend as far as possible. We've got a regen rune being snagged by Symphony as well, so this could be another rotation towards the middle lane. Meanwhile at top, Eva's got to be fearing for his life. We'll watch mid for now because there is a line for Symphony to jump in with the rolling boulder. However, there is a dire observer ward that should have spotted this, but now Symphony's going to TP up top where Mojo Jojo's already lost his life. Ice has been hit with the stun, the boulder smash is perfect. Ice goes down, Symphony gets the kill while Levi is making a run for it. He's not getting too far as Pashu will smack him in the back of the head with his Ogre Club and his Orb of Venom. Now Symphony's running for it. Pashu needs to make a break for it as well as Mojo Jojo TP's back in. Again though, it is a core taken down on the side of Symphony's squad here. Serene Chaos. Stand in 5 escaped with minimal casualties. Effective usage of the shrines. 3 heroes benefiting from the shrine here inside the dire jungle. Swashbuckler. They're making calls that they want someone to go around and gank here, but it's actually both team supports that are rotating towards the middle lane for now. This could be quite the clash. There's a smoke popped as well by Symphony and Mojo Jojo. Swash! walking on thin ice. They takes 2 shadow races to the face, and now going in is going to be difficult. There's the jump in from the rolling boulder, but it whips completely. 1, 2, 3 is just going to walk back up his cliff, and while he does get it with the boulder smash and the last word, he's still going to survive under his tower. Meanwhile, from behind, they manage to snipe off the Invoker while Mojo Jojo is being slowed down as well. 1, 2, 3 is giving chase, gets the shadow race, gets the kill, while Symphony, he's waiting for the boulder smash to cool down, but is he going to get it in time? He has the line for a 3-man boulder smash, but it won't matter. The stun from the Fire Blast secures the kill. Stand in 5. Ends up walking away, killing off pretty much everyone that came to the lane to gank the Shadow Fiend there. Sunstrike. Oh, 1, 2, 3 will even survive that. Nothing is going their way here for Swash and his team. Meanwhile, Weaver, he's been sent back to the base here. He's at a good 29 CS, but the Omni Knight is farming quite well too at the bottom lane. He almost got his arcane boots. Levi up against ice in this mano a mano situation, but he can't get too close, else he's gonna eat a lot of damage from those cosmic finales. But this should be the Sand King's death, and it ought to be a little bit of stolen intelligence by Mojo Jojo. Good power strike though. He went to the north, he's continuing to juke through the trees, but now he's gonna get slowed down, turns to fight instead of walking through the trees, and ends up dropping, giving away 2 intelligence to the silencer as well. Back at mid, there is a wraparound coming from the bench. They will get the stun off. Pashu's coming in. The Fire Blast is available. They will not get the stun though, but they have the dust. They're continuing the chase as Swashbuckler looks like he could go down, but this is some serious overcommitment coming out. Pashu will be left to die, and Swash will gladly take the kill. Good rotations coming out from the Omni Knight, the Earth Spirit, and the Silencer. Or rather, the Phantom Assassin and the Silencer. They end up securing the return kill. That's all 5 heroes that went to the middle lane for that skirmish. Which means Weaver can start applying some pressure on this tier 1 tower at bot. Back in the jungle, there's a fight again. We're going to see the Invoker going down with a magic missile committed by the Venge. Shadow Fiend, he seems like he's going to tick down. He actually has the infused raindrop, so that'll help him survive through that last word. Even though it is a level 2 last word, he doesn't quite go down. Symphony stunned up but repelled and healed as well. The boulder smash is a wide ball and connects only on Pashu.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Watch for the Sunstrike. Invoker. Looks like he did fire it off somewhere, but didn't quite find anyone with it. He's looking for 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, at top lane, Phantom Assassin, second on net worth board now, with 39 CS in her name. They're gonna go on ice again. This time they'll get the silence perfectly. Ice is gonna go down. He does have that sandstorm, allowing him to make a bit of a break for it, but Phantom Assassin chases him down for yet another kill. Five and 9, this game is quite the close contest. Weaver's getting quite a bit in this lane though. She's almost finished up a full Dragon Lance, and at the same time Omni Knight's doing quite well himself. He's at level 7 and he is going for a Hand of Midas, so they're definitely hunkering down for the late game phase. However, that said, the Invoker has been falling quite behind, but it's not like the Shadow Fiend has gone too far ahead either. It's not that one death to his name which hurt him quite a bit. Middle lane. They're actually going to go for this kill. There is a rolling boulder, misses with the geomagnetic grip, and isn't even going to attempt the boulder smash after this. It does connect on the bench just to secure their retreat. Now, Pashu's coming under cover of an invis, but they do have the sentry ward watching this. Symphony is just going to make a run for it. This effectively puts Ice in a one-on-one versus Levi, and considering Levi has now picked up 4 points in the Stifling Dagger, it might be difficult for the Sand King to stick around here much longer. Again, you've got the Earth Spirit coming in. He's even got that boulder ready to go. And he has 2 more charges on the Stone Remnants. There's also a movement coming from the Silencer, but all of this has been spotted by this Observer Ward. So going for this kill is going to be a really tall order. At the same time, they're going for the Invoker inside the jungle, and Swash will make a run for it. The Avenge is not going to quite catch up to him. So bullets have been dodged. 1, 2, 3. He's actually thinking of going in further on Spooky Monster. That's Sunstrike. If it would have connected, he would have died in just collateral damage. Uh-oh, Weaver. If he ate that Purification, he was done for. But Spooky Monster is now forced to repel and TP out. Another bullet just grazing the Omni Knight there.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I want to take down this tier 1 tower right about now, but the Omni Knight is making his way there. And there are TPs available on Spooky Monster and Mojo Jojo. But it looks like they're just going to let it go for now. They're happy to let that tower go and not forfeit any more of their lives. After all, everything does rest upon the Phantom Assassin getting a farm in this game. Persevering Chaos. Got him. Omni Knight caught with his pants down. He's not going home for supper tonight. He's going to be brought down quite comfortably, as Weaver will get the kill, bringing him 1 step closer to the Desolator. Speaking of, the Phantom Assassin's Deso is almost done. Just about 1300 gold to go. Looking like they want to contest this. Swash is TP'd in, but that's just... oh yeah, he wasn't prepared for that at all. It's another death on the Invoker, but his Midas is still not complete, and we're 13 minutes in. Stand and Fight have done a fantastic job of shutting down that Invoker for now. But they've really got no response for the Phantom Assassin just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And with this middle tier 1 tower going down, it now allows them to make these smoke rotations into the jungle to find pickoffs and heroes that might be farming defensively. They're probably going to group up and try for the top tier 1 tower next. But a lot rides on what item choices the Shadow Fiend is going for, because for now he's not put any more money into his next items. But okay, he's queued up the Dragonlance, so he is looking to tank up as much as possible. Looks like the Weaver is actually ditching the Desolator and going for the Maelstrom instead. Bit confusing if you ask me. There's communication on the gank there. Ogre, unable to get in range quite quickly enough. Meanwhile, top lane, Shadow Fiend, applying pressure on this top lane, wants to take this tier 1 tower down. And he does have backup with him as well. There's a blink on the Sand King, he's gonna go in, but this is just miscommunication all over again. Iced goes in while the Shadow Fiend was nowhere near him. There's the Global Silence kicking in. Spooky Monsters there on the front lines. The Sunstrike will come in and finish the job on the Sand King once more. There's Levi. He's gonna get that Requiem in the face, but it's just a level 1 Requiem. It doesn't do nearly as much damage as they would have liked. Defensive swap is there. The silence kicks in as well from the last word. Spooky Monster with the Guardian Angel will end up dropping the Requiem after the death of the Shadow Fiend. But it doesn't matter because Levi has managed to get himself a kill on that Shadow Fiend, while Silencer sticks around for the bonus intelligence. Syrian Chaos, they'll take that trade again if they had to, but it is coming at the price of their tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Although I'm not entirely certain they can take this. In fact, 1, 2, 3 is just bailing on it. Ah, shoot. He's actually going back for the urn, by the way. Picking up those 2 gauntlets of strength. I don't quite fathom... I can't quite understand why he's left those in his backpack. There's enough room for them in his stash, and the bonus strength would never really hurt. This looks like a silly mistake coming out from him. They've got to start putting this epicenter and blink into action now. I mean, the point of having a force anchoring is to get the early blink and start causing chaos across the map. But they have taken down every single tier 1 tower, and while the gold drafts may not be that far apart, it is stand-in 5 that are taking a commanding lead in terms of map control. You know what, scratch that, because 4,000 net worth just 16 minutes into the game is quite a significant advantage indeed. They're pinging out Roshan, but do they really have the firepower to bring him down? I guess with the illusions tanking up a few bits, they have enough armor reduction. The maxed out Necromastery, the Medallion, the Wave of Terror. But it is going to be a slow and painful rush, and one that could be thwarted on the back of that global silence. Look at that, they popped the Sunstrike, they even used the scan, so they know that this is happening. Stand-in 5 are unaware that Symphony is in the vicinity. He's going to go in with the rolling ball that connects with a big magnetize. The global silence is not there, but the geomagnetic grip was. Nobody has died just yet. The magnetize gets refreshed, and unless they can get her to the shrine quickly enough, she might end up dying, but they do get her to the shrine. Ice is there to soak up some of that as well. They're going to go back to Rosh, but Rosh, it might be too late. They're going to get Roshan for themselves. Levi will pick up the Aegis. Now Ice is walking in. The global silence has been popped. He takes a few seconds to turn around. He needs to come in with the epicenter if they still want to fight this. There's the epi channel. There's the blinking as well. He gets it off on Spooky Monster. Whips on the Burrow Strike. What are you doing, man? He's gonna end up losing his life at this rate. It's a double kill for Levi, while the Caustic Finale will bring down the Omni Knight. Ice is gonna pay the final price, making it a 4-for-2 exchange in favor of Serene Chaos. Very silly plays and decision making coming out there from stand-in 5. The Magnetize was fine. They did force them to back off. They got to the shrine, and instead of going back in immediately, they stuck around for a bit too long. It shouldn't have been all of them at the shrine. The ones with enough HP should have still been hovering around the Rosh pit to prevent the Phantom Assassin from going in and stealing it. But now, it puts Serene Chaos in an amazing position with an Aegis on a Desolator Phantom Assassin who's second from the top on the net worth charts and almost has a BKB. One, two, three. His BKB is coming soon as well. This could really turn the tide once more, but given the absurd amount of physical damage coming out from the side of Serene Chaos at this point, I'm not sure how much value it's really going to add. I actually think the decision to go Rosh was incorrect altogether. They don't have enough firepower to take Rosh. They don't have any vision near the shrines. They don't have any vision up the slope either. They have this one deep observer ward over here, which frankly doesn't give you too much of a positional advantage when you're taking Rosh. Meanwhile, have a look at 1, 2, 3. He's confident enough in the Shikuchi to avoid going for the boots altogether. Got a smoke being popped, a 5-man movement coming out. They're going to try and put that Aegis to the fullest use. Levi prepped and ready to jump in. They've got a lot of vision watching up the cliff as well, so if Pashu moves to the south, he's gonna end up getting jumped upon. Levi, his smoke is broken. He's gonna run up to the shrine, but 1, 2, 3 will bail, and so will Pashu. Oh, they're still going for this. The dagger connects, the Sunstrike is there, it connects too. They get the global silence for good measure, and with the boulder smash, they end up getting the kill. All that commitment goes unpunished as the Shadow Fiend ends up dropping of all people. Yeah, ought to transition into a tier 1 tower takedown by Serene Chaos. Also that point in time when Swashbuckler should be putting the alacrity on Levi as opposed to upon himself. Look at the Weaver. He wants to make as many trades as possible, just pushing out the bottom lane, forcing Serene Chaos to make it back, or head back rather. But they look like they're gonna pop a smoke again. I thought I heard a smoke being popped. Yep, indeed it is. Just 3 heroes on the cover of the smoke moving forward. Watch for the repelled Phantom Assassin jumping into this fight. She's going to cause all sorts of chaos if they can get this job done right. Let's get the courier first, then they're going to get the dust. They've spotted out the Weaver. The rolling boulder is there. The boulder smash will come through. But first it's the geomagnetic grip. Again, beautiful stuff coming out from Symphony on that Earth Spirit. Locking down the Weaver and securing the kill. That's a dominating streak now, taken away by the Phantom Assassin. One, two, three. Almost has his black king bar, but he's been picked off one too many times for his own good, really. At this point, it's pretty straightforward. They've still got the Aegis in tow, and they've got a full 10-second BKB on the Phantom Assassin. Add to that a repel if needed. They're gonna be able to take tower after tower. Easy peasy. Grofts now in Serene Chaos's territory. They've staged a full-fledged comeback here. But a few slip-ups could prove to be extremely costly for them. There's the silence, no boulder smash kicking in. Sunstrike, global silence, everything being thrown, even a shrine being used. They need the crit to get the kill, but they won't get it. The time-lapse will shrug off a lot of that damage, but why are there no TPs coming in to back up that Weaver? They're just prioritizing a tier 2 tower instead on the top side. That seems like a mistake. I mean, this looked like a good fight that they could take. Mojo Jojo, he's in trouble now. You've got the Weaver continuing to give chase, and Weaver will get the kill. So they end up getting a kill, but they don't get the tier 2 on the top side. They forced the global silence as well, so Stand-in 5 might have actually done quite well there. Soul Crest almost completed on the Venge as well, means that some of that physical damage from the Phantom Assassin will be negated. Serene Chaos, they are looking to take this tier 1 at top, but it might end up being some chip damage on their tier 3, but as I say that, Stand-in 5 just choose to back away. The full Aghanims now finished up for Swashbuckler. The 2-second invoke gonna help him quite immensely in these team fights. Not to mention that alacrity on the Phantom Assassin, absolutely scary. I think we're at that point in the game when Ghost Scepters start coming out on the supports of the side of Stand-in 5. But of course, no game is complete without an untimely disconnection. 1, 2, 3 ends up dropping. And it happens just as he picks up his BKB. Well, I have some good news to share with you guys, at least, while we wait for the Shadow Fiend to reconnect. There are going to be giveaways on the stream starting tomorrow. So do tune in. All matches are going to be taking place between 3 PM and 6 PM. Those are actually going to be the playoff games. So there'll be a best of 3 every day, 3 PM to 6 PM, and we'll be doing a giveaway every single day on the live stream as well. So it's been great having you guys on the stream so far, and we hope that you will tune in going forward as well, because quite frankly, the playoffs is when the meaty matches are going to begin. The top 8 teams going head to head versus each other. Double elimination, so only the best survive. Let's hold that thought, because up top it looks like that will be the death of the Venge. The Sunstrike just barely dodged there. I didn't even know there was a path through there. But Phantom Assassin will be more than happy to take that kill. Omni Knight has actually bailed already. If Ice can get the Burrow Strike, never mind. It's on cooldown. Swash. He's split pushing by himself here. He isn't gonna be punished, however. There are TPs coming in. Sharafin and the Sand King TPing in. Actually, everyone is TPing in quick succession. They've got the stun coming up. The global silence kicks in as well. Where is the Omni-Knight when you need him? Levi begging for a repel at this point. Isis jump forward, but there's the BKB. He needs no repel when he's got a BKB of his own. He's going to turn around and bring down Ice. The Sand King, who was too far out for his own good, brought down without contest. The Sunstrike providing some vision on 1, 2, 3. They're still trying to keep this chase going, but Spooky Monster can't get this by himself. That'll be the tier 2 tower, I assume. It actually ended up being a 1-for-1 trade. Silence it down for the Sand King, but that's alright. They still have a repel to throw upon the Phantom Assassin if they want to take a fight. Rapidly, now available once more. Thrown upon the Phantom Assassin, but they're gonna play Disciplined Dota, just TPing out and making a break for it as soon as they got the objective, aka the tower. Good job there by Syrian Chaos, not overstaying their welcome. Symphony almost getting caught out there. Turns around with the boulder smash though to save his life. He's got the Arcane Rune upon himself. It's an invitation to take a fight, but unfortunately it's going to time out soon. Aghanim Scepter not too far off for him either. Some pretty sloppy movements coming out from Stand in 5 now. There's been some very over-aggressive plays from Ice, and we're yet to see one of those big epicenters landing in the middle of a fight. He's been blinking in kind of in a haphazard manner so far, and he has been punished on more than one occasion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Levi continuing to go to work on that tier 2 tower. Should be able to bring... Actually, they might actually even breach tier 3 at this point. Are they turning this into a base race? Oh yeah, they are. Stand in 5 is going to work on the tier 3 up top. But here come the TP. Symphony, can he start the fight? He actually whiffed the Magnetize. I think his blink got cancelled by a lightning spark there from that Maelstrom. That's one way to goof it up. At the end of it all, it ends up being a little bit of chip damage on the Radiant tier 3. The Dire tier 3 stands at full HP. The Magnetize has been blown recklessly. I mean, Stand in 5 are definitely trying their best to delay this game and delay the push at least upon the high ground. But Roshan is back. Looks like Stand in 5 are going to know this. In fact, both teams know this. The Sunstrike started out for the Radiant. Stand in 5 are in the pit. This time they're taking Roshan in a jiffy. Look at him melt! The double damage rune on the Weaver really helping their case. And suddenly they're in a much better position than their opponents are. Although, they don't really have too many responses to this little guy here. Does Stand in 5 actually group up and push now that they've got the Aegis in their hands? They still need an MKB, but at the same time the Weaver does need that Manta style to shrug off the global silence. It looks like they're just going to be settling for that low HP tier 2 for now. But there is a Phantom Assassin in the vicinity who's thinking of jumping into the fight. She's also picked up the bash, you remember, and has a little bit of lockdown to rely upon once that Abyssal Blade gets completed. Iced. Still just sticking next to each other here. 1, 2, 3. They haven't quite put the Aegis to the best possible use, but oh, this is risky. Spooky Monster and Gold, they're actually fighting into an Aegis Weaver. They whiff everything. This is an invitation for Stand and 5 to take a fight, but they've just, what have Stand and 5 done? They just left the Weaver to his own devices and ran away. The Venge could have TP'd to the Shrine. They could have started making a beeline towards the Weaver to take this fight. In fact, that's what they're going to do now. They're going in, knowing that a lot of spells are on cooldown. They still have that Aegis. 1, 2, 3, even uses the time lapse. He's juking like a boss. Symphony's almost run out of Stone Ramming charges because of it. The Global Silence kicks in. The Shadow Fiend, he's in his BKB, but he's taking so much damage. Levi Ackerman just chunks him down to bits. They're gonna lose the Venge. They're gonna lose the Ogre. Mojo Jojo with the double kill, while Ackerman is just going ham. Iced. He's taking a hit from the curse. Pops the Sunstrike. They almost get the kill on the Weaver, but Weaver, remember, has the Aegis. Can he still cause chaos here? They're gonna turn around. The Cold Snap is there, and they bring down his Aegis. Round 2. Are they gonna be able to get this fight? They're just gonna throw a meteor on him, and Ghost walk away. Well, Phantom Assassin makes a break for it as well. Serene Chaos clearly comes out on top in that fight. They fought into an Aegis on the Weaver. They fought with their Global Silence pop. They fought into a BKB on the Shadow Fiend, and they came out on top. Terrible mistakes coming out from Stand and 5 there. Choosing to fight when they shouldn't have, and choosing to fight next to the enemy shrine. There's the smoke. Levi, Symphony and Swash moving through, looking for a pick off now with that Aegis taken away from the Weaver. Gonna walk into pass shoot, Cold Snap to start things off, and then jump up on him. Good Burrow Strike, catches out 2. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Boulder Smash connects onto 2 as well. They get the Deafening Blast, they get the kill on the Venge as well as the Ogre, and then they're gonna turn around for the Sanctum. He's standing in an ice wall. He's brought down. Symphony's taken some damage. 1, 2, 3 might get that kill, but the Bash connects with the Stifling Dagger on the Weaver. It's a 3-for-1 trade again in favor of Serene Chaos. They are just rolling with the punches, and there is just no response for this Phantom Assassin. The killer mid, Omni Knight. Actually going to work on that Weaver, who pops a Manta Style and runs for it. I guess they were hoping to try and bait out a Global Silence there, but of course they're not going to do that. It's a full Abyssal Blade finished up on Levi Ackerman. And without a Lincoln Sphere on the Weaver, he is pretty much fair game. Quickly looking at the silencer, he's got himself a good 16 intelligence stolen away. Well, they've also picked up the full pipe on the Omni Knight, which means that the epicenter won't be as much of a factor. Weaver is actually giving chase on Swashbuckler. Swash, however, turns around. The Global Silence is there. The Weaver will pop the Manta and make a run for it. The Cold Snap slows him down further. Meanwhile, on the front lines, BKBs have been popped by both the Phantom Assassin and the Shadow Fiend. They see 1, 2, 3. They stun him, they crit him, and Levi is godlike now on account of that one. Iced. He's in the trees. HY might just be proud of this, but not for too long because they will bring him down. 2 more kills in favor of Serene Chaos. They've got their sights set on reaching a high ground tier 3. Swash. This might be a bit of a throw. He's actually gone in here by himself with Little mana to work with, but at least he has the Ghost Walk. Space was created. And chip damage will resume on this tier 3. There is a buyback on the Weaver. They're trying really hard to bait it out here. Fortifications, TPs, everything coming in here. Well, the epicenter being channeled, there it is, they go in, they've got the repel now and they'll throw it upon the PA, who just turns around with a vengeance. Yules delays this a little longer, they do get the stun from the boulder smash, the swap is there, the siphoning dagger, watch for it on the Sanctuary, it flies, it doesn't kill him. Levi not able to score a kill despite popping a BKB and having a repel to back him up. The Glimmer Cape sends him invis. All the while you've got a tier 3 taken on the top side by Swash, who's going to work on the range barracks. A tough choice here from Stand 5. As they move up to the top side, they're now going to lose their tier 3 on the bottom. Classic bait and switch Dota coming out from Serene Chaos. And make you look left and punch you from the right. There's a good power strike coming out, but there's unfortunately no follow-up. Levi jumps in, a big Magnetize comes in with an even bigger geomagnetic grip. Great stuff coming out from Serene Chaos. As Levi continues to hunt, brings down the Ogre Magi, gets stunned up inside the base. Weaver is missing 1 and 2 hits here on that PA and is really not making a difference to his life while he's been silenced up and doesn't have the mana style now. Weaver trying hard to juke through this. Levi decides to forget about it, instead turns around now, gets the bash on the stifling dagger and then gets the kill. And his BKB has actually cooled down over the duration of this fight. All the while Shadowfiend has been dealing with an Invoker on the top lane who got the barracks anyway. The BKB and a global silence to back it up. They've got the stuns coming out and Abyssal Blade is available. I'm quite uncertain why Levi chose not to pop it there. Another great Burrow Strike from Mice, catches out on 2. Spooky Monster's really low on mana, is just trying to make a run for it while Levi, he's low himself. He turns to the right, Mojo Jojo turns to the left. Levi's gone into the trees and starts the TP out. He'll be able to escape securely, or Mojo Jojo might not be as fortunate. He's hit the Glimmer Cape on himself but gets brought down anyway, courtesy the sentry ward near the shrine. And it's been a lane of racks in favor of Serene Chaos, or rather 2 lanes of barracks in favor of Serene Chaos, with just the range rack standing at the bottom. Stand 5 on the verge of being knocked out here at the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. Meanwhile, the Invoker is now up to another 3.5k gold. I'm assuming a BKB will be his item of choice, but I wouldn't fault him if he goes back for something. Oh, never mind, he's already got the Lincoln, so sure, a BKB and a Lincoln's this game. Absolutely brilliant item choices if he goes for those. A Scythe of Vice wouldn't be terrible either, considering the Weaver doesn't have the Lincolns. Nor does he have a BKB. Really questionable stuff coming out. Roshan is back, and this time he's got a piece of cheese in his mouth as well. Levi is holding on to 4.2k gold here for the buyback. Stand 5 are actually getting themselves an Aegis once more. Maybe the Shadowfiend that holds on to it. And he is looking to build an MKB next. Perhaps once they get the MKB, Stand 5 will have a fighting chance again. But up until then, the ball is clearly in Serene Chaos' favor. I'm still unsure how this happened. Okay, that was his own use. That explains it. I was confused for a moment there. Anyway, Pashu, is he gonna go down here to Swash? He is going for the Octarine core by the looks of it, not going for the BKB. We're watching 1, 2, 3 and Pashu on the cliff now. Aquaman and his boys are poised. Look at this, they even drop an observer ward in the camp just to watch for a quick initiation. And given that the tier 3s are down, they can go for these shrines, possibly forcing Stand 5 to take a fight at the shrines there. Shadowfiend pick up the MKB after all. I feel like there's no point in holding on to the buyback. He needs to pick up that MKB here and try and bring down the Phantom Assassin in the first time they fight. You've got to remember they've got the Aegis now, so that does buy them a little bit of time. And it's probably the only reason why Levi and his boys aren't quite pushing up to the high ground again. I'd expect PA to pick up an assault next, but she's actually going for the butterfly. This seems like a fruitless item, considering it is time that the NKDs start coming out. Yeah, he is adamant on getting the butterfly. He's probably gonna spot the double javelin in the backpack now for the Shadowfiend. But if the Shadowfiend ends up dying here, that butterfly will indeed hold value. They brought him in all the way, courtesy of the Aghanim Scepter and Symphony. That's Aegis taken down. Silence will cancel the epicenter, and again, Iced. Why does he channel it in their faces? Requiem not gonna unload. Levi's just bashing him time and again. The Requiem finally does get unloaded, but the BKBs were expended. That's a dead Shadowfiend, down for 80 seconds, but he does have a buyback. Great EMP being placed right in the center of the fight, takes away all of Iced's mana. While they're going forward, they're going to bring down the Venge next. Levi with the Guardian Angel upon him is looking for more. Sunstrike is going to scout out one. They see 1, 2, 3 scurrying around the battlefield here, but they can't quite commit upon him. Levi now throws down the dagger, doesn't get that first hit bash. But it is a Sand King down for 25 seconds, and now it's the Weaver down for 109. It's going to be a dieback on the Shadowfiend as well, and that's it. This one is in the bag. The GG well played gets called. Serene Chaos are your victors and are moving on to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship while standing 5. They've hit rock bottom, quite literally, courtesy Symphony's Earth Spirit. Alright folks, we're going to be coming back with another game of the day. This is Cloudx signing off for now. I'm going to throw it over to Vivek, who will be taking you through the rest of the games. I'll see you guys in just a bit. Have a nice evening.
Everybody
Remaining.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Vivek and we've got Born to Lose on the die facing off versus Gamers for Life. For those of you who have missed the majority of the tournament, this is a single elimination. The winner goes through to a double elimination round. After that, Born to Lose did win one of the games, and if they do end up losing this one, they will be out of the tournament. Starting bans, nothing too surprising about it. Nobody wants to play against that hero, it seems. And Slada still very much first phase ban or pick hero in the Indian meta. Gamers for Life taking away the axe, indicating that they do want their Juggernaut open just in case. Born to Lose do have first pick, so they could pick up the Monkey King if it doesn't get banned out. Alternatively, there is the Earth Spirit as well. So that, I mean, the support pool is open for them. Something like the Treant or the Crystal Maiden is also a good way to open your draft.
Reserve time.
Legion Commander getting banned by Gamers for Life. Rather surprising first ban, because he's not so much a first phase pick. And you're possibly giving away what you're thinking you're picking up yourselves. Maybe something who's, maybe a hero who's not a natural Lincoln's carrier. Anyway, Want to Lose, they pick up the Magnus. And Gamers for Life respond with the Disruptor. Static Storm, always a good way to react to an RP coming out from the Magnus.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Hold on folks, we have a small production issue. I'm just gonna get it sorted out.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
My apologies, guys. Looks like Vivek is a little bit unwell. I'm going to be taking over from him for the time being. Let's have a quick look at where he left us off at. We've got Born to Lose on the Dire side and Gamers for Life on the Radiant. So G4L is they're running a Disruptor and a Lifestealer as their opening duo, with Born to Lose picking up the Magnus and the Ogre Magi. You've got a Nyx Assassin coming out for G4L as their third pick now. Born to Lose, they've chosen to ban the Abaddon, Slara, Centaur and the Invoker. With that Magnus pickup, they could always go for something like a Phantom Assassin as their core. Just earlier on, in fact, we saw Phantom Assassin causing all sorts of chaos up against Sand and 5. Gamers for Life, though, they do have a pseudo Infest Bomb setup, a sneaky Infest Bomb setup now, with the Nyx Assassin and the Lifestealer. Infest into Vendetta, of course, is what I'm referring to. But it remains to be seen if this is indeed going to be a mid Nyx, an off-lane Nyx, or just a simple support Nyx. Third pick, Born to Lose. What are we looking at from them? We've got a full minute and 13 seconds on the clock to decide their third hero. Are they actually disconnected? I'm a little worried now. No, they're gonna go with the Void. Okay then. I am not a fan of this, primarily because I don't see the synergy between the Void and the Magnus. But that said, Void's not too bad versus a Lifestealer. It is reliable, guaranteed lockdown regardless of whether or not he's in the Rage, and in that particular situation it could work.
5 seconds remaining.
Fourth pick on the board, Gamers for Life. They're going to go with Lina, so now they've got themselves that burst damage, that burst magic damage and burst pure damage, of course. And not to mention they've got good synergy with the stuns. Follow up the Impale with the Light Strike array. Burst him down with the Laguna. You could bring down the Void before he even goes for the Time Walk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ooh, a Phoenix. Haven't seen this in a while.
Radiant team
Fourth
back.
pick Phoenix coming out from Born to Lose.
Dire team back.
I do like the Phoenix with the Void. Sunray, guaranteed pure damage that scales over time inside a Chronosphere. But up against the Lifestealer, I think Phoenix isn't the best choice. He does have the Rage for that bonus attack speed to burst through the Supernova. But this is such an AoE based lineup. Born to Lose are running a Magnus, a Void, a Phoenix, an RP, a Chrono and a Supernova. They're relying on these long cooldown ultimates, which means that at Gamers for Life, yeah, well, look at Gamers for Life, they don't have any real super long cooldowns in their ranks. They can go charging at Born to Lose and essentially take them down every time their cooldowns are off.
10 seconds remaining.
Winter Wyvern, final ban coming out from Born to Lose. Again, I'm left scratching my head about that one. Well, Gamers for Life doesn't have anything to swap out or save someone inside a Chronosphere just yet. They could always run this as a mid Lina and off lane Nyx and then pick up something like a Venge or a Dazzle as their last pick. In fact, I do like the Venge here for them. I think a Venge with the extra stun, not to mention the roaming potential on the support Venge, it does seem like a good fit for them. As for Born to Lose, I'm looking forward to something like a Dazzle, maybe even a Skyrat Mage for extra synergy with the Void, perhaps an Oracle to deal with the Lifestealer, but no, they'll go with an Ember Spirit. So that means we're looking at an offlane Magnus, a mid Ember, a one position Void, and a support Phoenix. Alright then. That could work. It's greedy, but it could work.
10 seconds remaining.
G4L, they have 15 seconds to pick up their last hero now.
10 seconds remaining.
And they'll go with the Rubik. With that, they'll round out their draft. They've got themselves that support Rubik. I'm not too sure if the Rubik really was the best choice here, but given the amount of big ticket ultimates that there are to steal here, it could work. Once again, for everyone that's just tuning in, you're watching the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. Born to Lose are playing versus Gamers for Life. I believe Gamers for Life is the team from the cafe down south in Bangalore, so watch for them. They do have some fairly renowned players in their ranks.
5 seconds remaining.
And of course, we've got the pause. Why would we expect anything else here? The Great Indian Pause is granted and a given in almost every single game. Let's start off with a quick introduction of both sides. You've got Attila 2000 on the Nyx Assassin. This is like a name from the 70s. Coolmeister 7000. You've got Deadman handling the Disruptor. You've got Sifly or Sci-Fly on the Lifestealer. You've got Aryan on the Rubik and G-Easy on the Lina. On the other side, you've got Phoenix going to be handled by Edan. Carl will be playing the Ember Spirit. Born to Lose, Imba EXE will be playing the Magnus. Pew 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 on the Void and twice the Toxicity. With 2 heads, of course, on the Ogre. Haven't spotted any fancy cosmetics just yet on either side. Nyx looks like a plant. I don't even know what Valve are doing with their cosmetics anymore. This is like a Triceratops meets a rose or some shit. Well, still waiting for the Ogre to get back into this game. Unfortunately, we've got an extended pause coming out. I believe the rule is either team gets up to 10 minutes to pause, so if the Dire runs out of their pause time, we should be resuming. Still waiting for an update from either the team or the admin. Oh, his net is DC'd. That explains it. Yep, the admin laying down the law. 10-minute pause time is the maximum. Apparently the guy is now traveling to the cafe so that he can log in and play. We actually have a stopwatch started as well here to check for the 10 minutes. Well, I'm seeing some comments about how CS fans are better than Dota fans, etc. But you know what, guys? I've been casting a lot of Indian Dota, and it's not just the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. It's pretty much every single tournament that has Dota and Counter Strike. What usually happens is a lot more Dota teams do register for these tournaments, but when it comes to watching a stream, Counter Strike has always had the more active or the more vocal fan base. So I've always noticed this. While Dota may have more people playing it, there are a lot more people that enjoy watching Counter-Strike. And since we've got some time to talk about this, I might as well. I'm not sure if that's because the CS community is more evolved, or if it's more mature, or if it's just that, you know, people in the Dota community don't know that these things are happening or that these matches are happening, etc. It does take a certain amount of effort on the side of you guys, the spectators and the viewers as well, to go out there and spread the word, spread the message that these streams are happening, because quite frankly, tournaments and sponsors and organizers only grow and come in when you know, the community is as supportive of them as the tournament is as supportive of the community. I'm looking at chat at Po. There'll be more guys watching after the Cave Majors. Yep, I hope you're right, my friend. I would definitely love to see more than I'd love to see a lot more people coming and watching these live streams, because the playoffs are going to be starting tomorrow. I believe the Cave Major ends tonight itself. We should have some good viewership starting tomorrow, 3 PM. But yeah, it is. I've got to say, it's still really great having you folks on the stream. A big thank you for you guys to spending your Sunday afternoon and your Sunday evenings with us over here. Vivek and I have been swapping between casts, and we've been trying to do as good a job as we can with these teams. Given that these are qualifier matches, yeah, the quality of the matches isn't exactly great, but it has been fun. It's definitely been fun for the most part. Thank you, Rumfat Phoning. We do appreciate the kind words on stream. We're glad you're enjoying, because we sure as hell are. Looks like Aryan wants to watch OG versus EG2. Idan, Carl, won't lose. Everyone just waiting for twice the toxicity to jump into this game. I wonder what the update is on our stopwatch. We're only 3 minutes, about 4.5 minutes actually into the pause time. So they still have a good 6 more minutes to keep this pause going. There's going to be matches happening all the way till 6 PM today evening for the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. 6 PM is when we're going to be stopping the broadcast, and then tomorrow we'll be starting at 3 PM to 6 PM. Basically tomorrow onwards, every day we're going to be live at 3 PM to 6 PM. And guess what, guys? There will be giveaways on the stream as well. So be sure to subscribe and come back tomorrow. Well, guys, there's only so much that we can talk about when there's an absurdly long pause like this. We're going to cut to a quick break. But when we come back, hopefully this game will be back underway. By one way or the other, the admin should be hitting the resume button. So stay with us. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes. Alright guys, I am back, and apparently the ogre isn't. We should be resuming this game shortly. Yep, there we go. The admin says resume and we are back on the way. Unfortunately, they've used up all of their pause time and there's no more pauses available on the dial. So this game is now underway. They said that he's going to be coming back in 1 minute. He is online and joining soon, but we don't see him yet. We've already run through the introductions, and again I apologize for the wait, guys. I know you've been sticking around. You can't do that. You can't do that. Your pause time is over, my friend. You're essentially flouting the rules now. He needs to swap because 2 people DC'd. I'm so confused about what is going on here. And now we have a war. Okay, we are getting underway again. There's more resumes coming out. Clearly no one is in sync with each other. And now we're gonna get the resume going. I hope this doesn't pause again. Ugh. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Oh, he's back. He's back. Finally, he's back. I hope there's no more issues in these games. Anyway, there's the wraparound and it should be first blood. Carl caught completely unaware, distracted by his reconnecting ally. Well done there by G4L. They actually leave the kill for their life stealer as well. So first blood goes towards him. And G4L are off to a flying start. Attila on that beetle is not going to be contested by this Phoenix because Phoenix hasn't taken the Icarus dive, so he can't steal that bounty rune. You've actually got G-Easy trying to take a bounty rune, but the Magnus just grunts like a pig and pushes him aside to claim the rune for himself. So it's 2 bounty runes apiece, but first blood in favor of G4L. that was unintentionally hilarious. It just makes that shitty grunting noise and pushes the Lina aside. Move, bitch. Anyway, G-Easy back to the middle lane after that little hiccup. As the disruptor coming in every now and then to help her out. Carl, meanwhile, pop those flame guards time and again. A whiffed light strike array there. However, she's doing okay for now. That bonus range on the Lina, or rather the absurdly long attack range on the Lina, should allow her to zone out Carl while he's farming in the lane. But I don't see her poking at him. It seems like a bit of a mistake coming out from her. Let's look back up at top. It is Nyx Assassin up against a dual lane of the Phoenix and the Void for now, and then they've got the Ogre that's rotating in as well. Lots of damage over time, which means that the Spike Carapace will not add too much value in this situation. In fact, this could be a kill. They'll start with the Ignite. He doesn't even have the Spike Carapace for now. No pashes available either, but the Sunray is doing work. Attila will get stunned. He gets the stun, sorry, and the Sunray gets cancelled. As Attila manages to survive, but might be forced to use his shrine here. Meanwhile, back at bottom, Magnus seems to be doing just fine as well. Sci-Fi. He's got himself that Quelling Blade to help him farm a little faster. He even chose to go for the Pro Man Shield here. Not sure why. Perhaps he was anticipating a Phoenix in the lane to poke at him. Again, I've seen this movie before. This time the Magnus pushes him all the way to the low ground, takes the bounty rune and comes back to attack him again. In fact, he might go down because there is a Phoenix in the vicinity with a Sunray doing work, but it's just not enough damage. That's a level 1 Sunray. There's the lift, Aryan throwing back the Magnus, Deadman. Icarus dive does manage to cancel out his clarity potion. Lots of rotations being committed here for that one bounty rune. But this now means that Attila gets a one-on-one situation up against the Void, allowing him to get a few last hits in and some EXP as well. G-Easy. He's gonna have to deal with this pew 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 ogre coming in time and time again. But the big winner in all of this is the Lifestealer, of course. He's at a free farm lane, he's got that first blood, and he's on top of the net worth chart. Wouldn't be too surprised if he goes for a Midas this game, given the really good early start he's had. This could be a death on G-Easy, but he will move to the south side, dodging that ignite from the Ogre. Not to mention the fact that the Ogre doesn't have the Orb of Venom, making that kill a lot harder. There's a Spike Carapace that's been popped. There is going to be an Impale available in 3 seconds time and twice the toxicity. He doesn't have the Time Walk available. This might be a death, but the PMS allows him to tank up these auto attacks, keeping him alive, but forcing him to use the salve. Mid, he got lift, the life cycle able to connect as well, but it's on a really tanky Ogre. Magi Call comes in, gets the steering chains off, but like we said, it's just a single level steering chain. Not proving to be as much of a threat as you would have liked. Unfortunate there that the rune doesn't spawn on the top side of the river. Now G-Easy is just going to be able to push out the wave and go claim the rune at the bottom. Even Aryan is going to be waiting there to secure the double damage rune for him. So far just the one kill in favor of the Lifestealer. Idan will be in trouble here. Do they have a glimpse? Well, they don't have the mana for it anymore, so Phoenix will be able to dive away. There is a lift though, that pulls him back and Aryan finishes the job. So with just the two supports, they end up scoring a secondary kill on what has now transitioned into a full-fledged off-lane Phoenix. Magnus has just gone into the jungle though with the Iron Talon. He's relying on those bounty runes. Attila. He is he's actually going to hit level 6 quite quickly this game. Once he gets it, he can go hunting.
From the tempest of battle. A bounty which the matriarch will prize. Thanks be to you.
under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Time is money.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, folks, I just realized that my mic has been on mute all this time, so I've been essentially talking to myself. But thank you for not letting me know that on stream, guys. That's what you're here for in chat. Oh man, a small technical hiccup there, but no worries, guys. We've got most of the action here. I'll write it off as casting practice. It looks like G-Eazy is the one to have disconnected now, so... I'm very curious about how long I've been talking to myself, guys. How long has it been? I know that there was a point in time when I unmuted and then I muted again to talk to production, but then I forgot to unmute again. Oh man, casually I've just been sitting and watching the game along with you guys. Anyway, looking back up top, twice the toxicity. He actually went for the Midas on the Void here. That Chronosphere kill on Attila has really helped his case. There is a possibility for a kill here again. Attila, there's the stun to start things off, and they're after the Fate Bolt, and then they'll follow it up with the Vendetta. They'll score a good one on him. Well, G-Eazy. He's still holding on to that Laguna Blade. He's even picked up the Phase Boots. He's just gonna try and run up to Carl and get an LSA. Whips on the LSA. If that had connected, that was a dead Ember Spirit once more. But for now, it looks like G4L are in the driver's seat. They managed to get themselves a kill on the Void and possibly even some tier 1 tower. Nah, it's just gonna be some chip damage for now. You've also got an Ogre trying for this wraparound gank on the Lina. She's actually walked far out there. And Carl, with the Flame Guard, can actually consider making a play here. There's the Void coming through as well. There's a searing change. They don't really need the Chronosphere. Should be able to get this kill quite comfortably. And here comes the Cavalry. They're going to drop down a Kinetic Field, and that's all it's going to be. As 4 heroes rotate mid to get that kill. The Chronosphere catches out too as well. And that, why would you spam all your Fire Spirits on a Rubik? It's not like the damage stacks up. They do get the kill on the Rubik anyway, and Deadman looks to be just that. He's going to be dying soon. They'll get a stun off, they'll get a mana burn as well. Now Void doesn't have the mana to time walking with the Vendetta. Attila just continues to haunt him even in his dreams. The Void goes down regardless of which lane he heads to. And the Nyx Assassin continues to rack up the money. It looks like he's going for a Midas of his own. Watching Carl as G-Easy still has that Laguna Blade to go with. The Light Striker in, not even committed. This was quite an easy LSA to connect though. I'm not sure why he didn't commit to it. I guess he's just waiting for the backup here. As Aryan has come into the lane, but this Observer Ward, I believe it did provide vision on him. It should have provided vision. We're now looking at dire vision, and this is what they see. So if the Rubik stepped out here for even a moment, he would have been spotted. Yeah, they've seen the Nyx assassin, so they know that someone is there. Oh, G-Easy, he shows us some talent. He does connect with 2 spells. They'll even bring in the Rubik. They've got the Nyx with the Intel, and they'll commit with the Laguna Blade to get the kill. But there it is, the Supernova comes through with the time dilation as well. They're going to try and bring down the Supernova. They do get the kill, and then they get the stun on twice the toxicity and bring him down next as well. G-Easy with the plays, and the rest of his team with a backup. They bring down all 3 heroes that rotated into the middle lane, while the Magnus has yet to unload an RP, despite having picked up the Blink Dagger now. This allows Sci-Fly to continue farming on this bottom lane as well. He's still on top of the net worth charts, has his armlet and the phase beats, and has even picked up the Ogre Club, thus making progress towards his Echo Saber. However, this Blink Dagger might just catch G4L off guard. Magnus is prepped and ready to make some big plays. We have the RP coming in, it catches out on 2, they will skewer the back as well, the Void with the 3-man Chronosphere, and they've got the Fire Spirits inside the dome as well. There should be 3 quick kills picked up by the side of the Dire. It's in fact a triple kill to the Void, making his rotation completely worth its while. And guess what? The Midas is back off cooldown as well. Perfect timing. Quite a devastating blow has been dealt there by the Dire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And they do seem to be in the driver's seat for now. However, G4L do have the golden EXP lead, mostly because of the Lifestealer free farming on this bottom lane. But I think it is about time they started making plays between the Nyx and the Lifestealer. The Nyx has even finished up his own Midas, and his Blink Dagger isn't really that far off either. There's the Vendetta. So they are going to try and make a play on the bottom lane. Watch for the jump in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Phoenix knows that something's up. His spidey senses are tingling. Attila hoping that he can find someone here. There is a Dire sentry and an observer though, so Nyx has now been spotted. They have pinged him out. They see him yet. Are they going to use this vital piece of information to score a counter kill instead?
Is under attack.
Or are they just going to keel over and let their tower go down? Looks like they've chosen the latter. The tower is going to be taken down uncontested. Well, Void looks like he'll get a tier 1 on top of his own. That smoke was also spotted out by that observer ward. Lots of caution pings coming out at mid, as Carl should be standing further behind. His fire remnants are available, so he might want to put a fire remnant all the way back and farm at mid. But there is no Dire sentry ward to watch this right about now, so if he gets cocky and comes back forward, he is going to die. Even the Magnus is going to come into the fray though. That smoke has been dispelled, and Attila immediately pops the Vendetta and goes on the hunt. They even use the scan to confirm those locations. Look at them, they put down a sentry hoping that the Nyx is going to go walking in through here and that they can pick him off. It might actually happen though. He is thinking of going in there, but decides against it. Void meanwhile just waiting in the trees, hoping to make an initiation. Now Attila sees him. They provided information on where the Void is hanging out. They still don't see the Magnus. going to be looping all the way around. There is an observer ward now watching the Magnus though. This is turning into this dance of death at the middle lane. Both teams are staying upon their slopes, baring their fangs at each other, but neither side willing to bite first. But there it is now. We've got the smoke coming out. That smoke was likely spotted. Aryan is waiting on the cliff, hoping to dispel some of those smokes, but there it is. Carl, he's going to get the Syrian chains off, and that should be a dead Rubik. They do drop down a kinetic field, but doesn't get much done. They jump in, the skewer completely whiffing there by the Magnus, as here comes Sci-Fly going upon Pew Pew Pew. The glimpse is there. They'll pull the Magnus back further towards the tier 1 tower, and then they've got a Chronosphere holding the life stealer in position, but they've even dropped down the static storm behind. There is a supernova that's just going to be brought down to bits by both the supports. The RP connects onto 2. They managed to catch the life stealer, who's armlet tumbling like a boss. Pops a rage, goes on to Carl. There's the Yules thrown upon, along with the life striker. They'll bring down the Magnus, they'll bring down the Ember, turning it into a 4-man wipe for the cost of none on the side of G4L. Amazing stuff coming out from them. Very clutch team fight. They actually did lose the Rubik earlier on, so it wasn't a complete whitewash. But it might as well have been, because it's now going to transition into a tier 1 tower as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Meanwhile, Carl, he's managed to finish up the Veil of Discord, but he didn't put the level 10 point into the spell amplification. Very curious indeed. He still needs one more level before he hits that power spike moment. What is the Void gone in terms of items? For now it's just the Vlads, and they are farming stacks with it, so another spike in terms of money going their way, but that's a full Echo Saber finished up on the Life Stealer. Lina has an Ether Lens and a Yules in addition to those phase boots. Her initiation power is just through the roof at the moment. There's Syrian Chains onto the Rubik, but there's the jump in. They get the silence off. It looks like the Emperor is going to meet his maker, and so too will the Ogre, who's been tagged by the Thunderstrike. That Laguna Blade, absolutely unnecessary, but when you've got an Arcane Rune, why the hell not? 2 down on the side of the Dire, and that could transition into another tier 2 tower takedown, or rather the first tier 2 tower takedown. They're watching for the Magnus, worried about the RP initiation. Magnus also not putting the secondary point into the reverse polarity. Strange decisions indeed.
Has fallen.
For now though, after taking that objective, they're going to go hunting again under cover of a smoke. There is the Nyx inside the belly of the, or rather the Life Stealer inside the belly of the Nyx Assassin. As they are on the hunt, hoping to find a pickoff. There's a lot of Dire sentry wards placed all over the map. Attila. This Vendetta still has a little bit of time on it. They are going to walk into a sentry ward if they're not careful. There we go, the sentry ward is there. They get the stun anyway. Where was the defensive remnant? Carl just ends up going down. That was so cocky from him. And it doesn't go unpunished. With the Ember down for 20 seconds again, they're going to be able to bring down another tower by the looks of it, but they've got to be careful. An RP could really turn the tides against them again. Attila. Remember, he has picked up the blink dagger, so they can blink in with a Life Stealer infest if needed. The RP available to the Magnus as he's TP'd into the fray. There's the Void, being set up upon. We'll jump in first. Laguna Blade committed, and Void is down. Is there even any sense in the RP being committed? He walks into the static storm now. He's going to end up dying because of that. The stun holds him in position before he can pop an RP. Both the Void and the Magnus, the two most farmed heroes on the side of the Dire, end up dropping with no contest coming out from the Dire at all. That'll be another tower taken down in favor of G4L. However, they're not going to go breach high ground. It is the right choice to just back away, given that the respawn timer is so low. Looks like Nyx is building towards a Yule's next. Well, Carl, he's just aiming for those boots of travels. However, he may not get them in time. This game is just snowballing out of control for Born to Lose. They smoked really deep inside their own base. I don't even know if they're going to be able to walk into any opponents with this smoke. It's also surprising that G4L didn't go for the Roshan after that objective at the bottom lane. Would have been an easy takedown on him. Especially since they've got the Desolator finished up on the Lifestealer now. Watch this. We've got a Glimmer Cape from Deadman walking in to try and dispel a couple of smokes. They will dispel it and then immediately back away. Good movements coming out from them. And there it is. Another Infest setup with the Nyx Assassin. Attila has used the Vendetta and is making a movement here. There is a sentry ward watching for him to come in here, and that could be devastating if they attack him before he managed to initiate himself. He's standing right on top of the sentry. I'm curious about how they're just 5-manning and dodging these movements by themselves. They're not exactly farming, they're just running from a Nyx Assassin, all 5 of them. Well, Attila is just constantly pressing forward. This is so obvious that they've got sentry ward. Which Void just casually time walks in this direction when there's no Nyx Assassin hanging around here? They should just head back up top and take down this tier 2 tower G4L. Attila is going for the kill on Iran now, and indeed he's going to find it. That long infestation has indeed paid off. He managed to glimpse back Carl, but I don't think they can commit for a kill on this. While Imba EXE is waiting to skewer someone inside. He's actually trying for a Midas of his own now, but they have no more tier 2 towers left to defend, which means the next objective for G4L ought to be Roshan and then a high ground push. Not quite the way that Born to Lose would have envisioned this match going, given that they had a fairly decent start with that one big team fight at the middle lane. Fly into the pit and on to Roshan is where he goes. We do have a smoke that has been popped here onto the Dire Heroes though. And let's face it, they have a really good lineup to fight inside the pit. If they can connect with a big RP, they can turn this around in a moment's notice. Roshan is taking an absurdly long time to go down, and there is no one cancelling the smokes towards the higher side of the cliff. Aryan has made it obvious that Rosh has been taken down. Rosh is already down. He will pick up his Aegis, and then a beautiful static storm catches all 5 there. 4 inside the kinetic field as well. The RP whiffed and stolen and turned around. Aryan, what a god, what a play. They bring down everyone. Just the Ember Spirit that survives and makes a run will get stopped in his tracks with the next spike carapace. He's gonna jump to the low ground, but they tagged him with the Thunder Strike and then with the LSA. G-Easy with the Ultra Kill. Amazing stuff coming out from G4L. My jaw has literally hit the floor. The wombo combo was real. And that should be a tier 3. A very comfortable tier 3 indeed. No RP available anymore for the defense. In fact, the Ogre could be going down again. They've got the stuns to back it up, and Ogre is down. So good luck defending with the Ogre down for 34 seconds. This will be a lane of barracks in favor of G4L. That is a very ambitious supernova, my friend. Oh man, it's just massacre in the middle lane here. The Chronosphere does come out. They end up sending a creep into the air, or rather a Void illusion into the air with the Yules. As Void is just jumping around, Carl pops the shrine. He's still getting run down by Cyfly. He's got down. It's a double kill as Lifestealer goes wicked sick. Now Void gets pushed behind. The GG gets called. The bash even kicks in, and Void ends up dropping. GG, well played is the call. G4L are your victors. Born to Lose have indeed lost today. Amazing stuff coming out from G4L. I'm curious to see whether or not they can make it to the top 8 teams and make it to the playoffs. Stay tuned, folks. There'll be more matches coming up. One last match for the day, I believe, that will be coming up. I'm Cloudx, signing out for now. I'm going to throw it back to Vivek for the next game of the day.
Jack it up.
Game ban.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. We've got Go Figure Blue facing off versus not sure what the name is. The tag isn't updated, but should be a good game. A lot of known faces here. We've got a Archmage who's playing under the tag Aumi. We've also got Deliverance, who is one of the better disruptors in India and is around 6000 MMR if I'm not mistaken. Got there playing a lot of Meepo. First ban coming out from the Radiant here is the TA. It looks like they've done the research. The question is Archmage's Invoker going to slip through though? Go figure. They have to be careful with their bans here. The Radiant do have first pick. Might consider... Okay, hold on. We have another mouse that's moving around the screen. I'm going to do a quick reconnect. Hopefully it fixes things. Okay folks, looks like the mouse pointer issue has been fixed. The Abaddon was banned out by Go Figure Blue. And are they comfortable giving away the Monkey King though? It does definitely warrant a first phase ban. I mean, the vision that he provides, the ganks that he can set up with Primal Spring, maybe even the Courier Snipes if you're lucky. Next ban, Go Figure Blue, taking their time. I am really surprised that Legion Commander is becoming a first phase ban, at least in the Indian Esports Championship at Cobx. Do not seem getting up picked in the first phase, and there are certainly ways to counter the Legion Commander. Nonetheless, Go Figure Blue do not want to take their chances, and the tried and tested opening pick for this entire qualifiers has been the Slada. Go Figure Blue. They do have the Crystal Maiden, the Twin Protector, or even the Monkey King to work with. But they're going to go with the Magnus. This might be followed with a Juggernaut or an Ember. That does seem to be the pairing that we see often coming out with the Magnus. Radiant do have next pick after this, so they can respond if the Juggernaut is picked up too early. Go Figure Blue eating into the reserve time. Twin Protector is an option. Could just pick it up and add to more teamfight control. But they do open with the Juggernaut and the Magnus. A very common opening in the KM Major, especially by IG. Roomfart phoning, we do have Twitch as well as YouTube to watch Dota. There is a CS cast as well on YouTube.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Next pick coming out from the Radiant. Could pick up the Rubik if they do wish to attempt to steal reverse polarity. We did see a beautiful RP being stolen by Serene Chaos versus Stand in 5, and I'm pretty sure that's going to make it into the highlight reels. Axe is the pickup. Call is great versus the Blade Fury. Can stop the Juggernaut from getting away. Also, the armor is good in general. coming out from the call. Can use it to soak up some of that Omni slash damage. The Twitch link. Here you go.
Dire team back.
Invoker getting banned up. Respect to Archmage there. He has climbed a lot in pubs on the back of that Invoker. Does play a mean OD as well. Spectre getting banned out by Go Figure Blue. One of the better ways to counter the Magnus. Use the Horn, cancel the Blink, force the Magnus to wait for the Horn to wear off and then only initiate. By the time hopefully the Radiant have picked off a couple of kills. Good ban coming out from Go Figure Blue here.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Go Figure Blue, they could give Deliverance's Disruptor if they wish to.
Riki.
But they're going to go with the Rikimaru. It is a team that, it is a hero that Team Wipeout did pick a fair amount. He's more popular in the south, and definitely IG do love the Rikimaru. Boboka getting some serious farm on that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Next pick for the Radiant. Are they going to be picking up someone that can deal with the Rikimaru early on? Maybe a Bounty Hunter to match those rotations. Maybe an Ogre. Just to apply pressure on the mid lane. Next pick for the Radiant will probably be looking for some sort of support that babysits the safe lane. They could pick up the disruptor themselves and deny it to Go Figure Blue.
Disruptor.
And yeah, I happen to be right.
Dire team pick.
By some crazy coincidence, the disruptor is picked up indeed. I mean, even if he just stays out of the RP and drops the Static Storm wherever the RP was thrown, right on time, it could stop the initiation coming out from Go Figure Blue. Could put a halt to them in their tracks. It's a great way of breaking up the fight. Go Figure Blue looking for their secondary support, someone who's good at babysitting the core. Crystal Maiden, not at all a bad choice. But they're going to go to the Warlock. Even more team fight, even bigger cooldowns to work with. Radiant will probably reveal their core or their mid laner here. Could just pick up the OD to deny to Go Figure Blue if they wish to. Lot of lockdown to help the OD get those arcane orb attacks out. Next pick for the Radiant. Ideally, you'd like to get a support that does have a GPM talent, just to constantly keep vision going all across the map. But that is not the only criteria. You need someone who can roam effectively as well. Rubik is not on the cards here because it looks like it is a support Slardar, and Axe will be going into the off lane. So they probably pick up something for the mid or maybe the safe lane. Slark's banned out, Spectre's banned out as well. And it's going to be the Lifestealer, carried into the battle by Slardar or the Axe. Last ban from Go Figure Blue, probably looking to ban out something in the mid lane. First pick after this set of bans does go to the Radiant. Not sure if they want to take their chances playing off versus an Outworld Devourer early on. They're going to ban out the SF.
Radiant team back.
And the Radiant, what are they looking to ban? Tinker, one of the stronger mid laners. Always a safe hero to ban out.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep, it's going to be the Tinker. Last pick on the board for the Radiant. Something for the mid lane. OD is available. Lina is available as well. Could do Razor, but haven't seen that hero in
10
ages.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Storm, not at all a bad option, but it's going to go to the other spirit, and namely Ember Spirit. And they've got the magical burst, they've got control, they can skirmish often. They do not have a lineup that depends on big cooldowns. And Go Figure Blue is going to get the OD for Archmage. OD versus Ember. I'm pretty sure the OD comes out on top. Can also set up kills with the Astral. Well, if there's one thing that puts these drafts on totally different tangents, is that one team can fight off and one team does rely on slightly bigger cooldowns. If the Radiant do have the laning phase that they're hoping for, they could fight a lot come mid game. Anyway, folks, we are almost done with the draft. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. My name is Vivek, and this is the last game for the day. We do resume broadcast tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, and henceforth it's all best of threes with the double elimination format. No Swiss format just yet in India, and thankfully so. Typical pause coming out. A staple of every Indian online tournament. Sometimes even lands. Anyway, let's take the time to run through the lineups. We've got Juggernaut in the hands of Uriah Heat. Magnus being played by Lost, Warlock, by twitch.tv/Dota2 something. I'm not sure what that is. Aumin or Archmage on the OD, and that leaves us with Lucas Graham on the Rikimaru. On the other side of the river, Lifestealer, who's disconnected, will be played by CD Professor. Gamma Knife on the Slada. Ember Spirit being played by Pew Pew Pew. Blank will be playing the Disruptor, and that leaves us with A1ON. A1? I don't know how you say that. Playing the Axe. I think this has to be one of those few games in the tournament where Earth Spirit, Treant and Monkey King were completely ignored in terms of picks or bans. Do not see that too often. Magic Stick coming out early from the Lifestealer is expecting some sort of aggro try. I'm not in favor of this. He doesn't need it all that bad as a starting item, but he's gone for it either ways. Blank, the usual couple of consumables, sentries, one of which will be dropped in the mid lane, one maybe in the safe lane. Axe, still waiting for some wards to be pulled towards him. A level 1 smoke is on the cards if Gamma Knife wish to do so. Ember Spirit versus OD. This should be an easy matchup for the OD, especially with Rikimaru moving around the map, trying to make life miserable for the Ember Spirit. I mean, just his absence is all that's required to scare off a mid lane or any core off from his lanes. He drops the ward that does give vision of the spawns and the pulls to some extent. Maybe dropping it higher off would have been better. Blank hanging around the mid lane. Ricky probably scouts out how many sentries are in his stash. Rather strange sentry coming out from Blank here. Overlapping with the vision coming up from the tier 1 as well. Not sure what that was about. Aggressive ward from Ricky. Getting vision of the offlane, while the offlane axe does have that defensive ward. Giving him much needed intel of incoming ganks. Lucas Graham, he's looking for the rune steal here. Will he be able to get it? Who right clicks quicker? Who right clicks better? Well, it looks like PPP got it, but Lucas is trying to do a little bit of chip damage on the Ember early on. And we have another disconnect. Lot of frequent team fight coming out from the Radiance draft. It will all boil down to Axe getting a good blink timing. And it looks like he's prioritized items that would help him out in the lane rather than just moving to the jungle straight away. My minimap full of lines drawn across it. Looking like some MF Hussein piece of modern art. Players getting angsty here. Pauses do that to you, man. I mean, it drains me as well. There's not much you can do. I've looked at starting items. I do not know where they go from here. I mean, Ember started out with the Poor Man Shield versus the OD. Will be looking to pick up those infused raindrops as soon as possible. This mid sentry though, it's really putting me off. I'm not sure why he dropped it within the tower AoE as well. Anyway, Lucas Graham forcing the Ember to level up chains at level 1, which means that a gank is possible early on. He doesn't have Flame Guard, but Lucas Graham on the Ricky. He's waiting for the courier to make its way to the mid lane. Top lane Axe still contesting the lane. He does know it's a dual lane, and he intends on taking full advantage of that. But here comes the Rikimaru. He's got Cloak and Dagger. Could at least... Sorry about that. Someone at the door. Shadow Word pushing the Axe back. At least forcing out a salve, if nothing else. While how's the Magnus doing? Well, he's getting closer to his level 2, but really not that close. The Radiant Wave is pushing out, so Magnus will be able to get some EXP under the tower. He already did end up using the Shrine. I honestly think that the Magnus is one of those heroes that is really greedy in the laning phase. It's more or less obvious that he's going to go into the jungle early on. And holy crap, XD SG. Okay, Crowley's just walked into the studio. Maybe we get him to join in with us later on in this game. But yeah, Magnus as an offlaner, he really shouldn't be able to stand in lane if you got decent supports. And maybe if you want his jungle, you can contest him even sooner. Just delay the Iron Talon, which he's already queued up. And it's going to be a Magnus that's not hitting the timings that his team needs. terms of CS, the Lifestealer pulling ahead. The OD more or less being a real bully to the Ember Spirit. Archmage does know this hero quite well. And Lucas Graham trying to loop around to the mid lane. A second sentry being dropped. They want to do everything in their power to shut down this Ember. Okay, we have a disconnect coming through from the Lifestealer. Quick look at net worth charts. Okay, so apparently he's restarting. I'm going to cut through an ad because do not want to waste more time on these pauses. Okay folks, looks like we're back. That was a pause for no reason at all, but when in an Indian tournament is there a pause for a reason? Please tell me. Anyways, mid lane, Lucas Graham walks into the sentry once again. No reason at all. There's a pause. Huh, someone's AFK. Okay, looks like we're done. Can resume. Thunderstrike on the Ricky. Ember, no mana to work with. Glimpses back the Ricky. Ember, still no mana to work with. And now Disruptor has no mana to work with. Archmage having a fun time in this mid lane, sitting at 18 CS while the enemy Ember sitting at 10. Good stuff coming out from the Warlock, keeping Axe from his own jungle. Quick look at net worth. It's a 1,500 gold lead in the favor of the Dire. It isn't much, but it is rather significant this early on in the game. They are farming better at the lanes, that's for sure. And now Warlock is clearing Axe's jungle and taking his rune. Axe walks back to his jungle and sees that his rune has been snatched from him. Lifestealer is doing well, however, for the Radiant, as he should be. I mean, a safe lane versus a Magnus shouldn't be too hard. Ricky once again moving across the map. He's holding on to that skill point. He does see Slara, who's popped the sprint. And here's the crush. It's on to 2. Ricky holding on to that smoke. Here comes Blank on the disruptor. Cloak and Dagger only now ticking in. There could be a glimpse onto the Magnus, who's moving forward and backward. Here comes the smoke cloud. It's on to Blank. Is he going to use glimpse defensively? No idea, but Warlock scores a kill onto the Axe, while Lucas Graham, they do not have vision, but they have a kinetic field. It does hold the Magnus. He does end up getting the kill onto the disruptor with help coming out from the Ricky. The Lifestealer dies as well. And now Gamma Knife is left wondering, what did I do wrong? Multiple casualties all across the map for the Radiant here. Ember low on HP, low on mana. His bottle not coming anytime soon. Does get the Aquila out first, so can regen his mana a little better, but he has no shrine to use. Will end up walking all the way back to base. He's got the TP. Can TP back to the mid lane. Okay, he's not even using the base shrine. He wants to make the longer trip. Maybe he wants to pick up a salve. Yeah, but all this is free time in the lane for OD, who's going to pull ahead in terms of EXP. Blank being chased away from his own rune here. Both the supports on the dive that run a wonderful job. I mean, Warlock stealing Axis runes and Rikimaru trying to do the same. Mid lane. Pew pew pew. He's got the flame guard, but most of it has been eaten through. Gamma Knife running it aggressively. It's a level 2 sprint. I do not think it's going to be enough, and Archmage not too bothered by any of that. Well, CS, it looks like the Juggernaut is leading. The Lifestealer is starting to fall behind. And Magnus doing better in terms of last hits than the Ember. So the Ember's really not had a fun time in lane. 7 minutes in almost. He doesn't have his bottles just yet. Everything riding on the back of this axe and his blink dagger, and it's not coming anytime soon really. Blank goes in with a kinetic field. He's got the glimpse. Defensive Astral would have kept the OD alive, and he's gone for maxed out Arcane Orb. Interesting. Once again, Warlock trying to contest the jungle. Aeon dropping low on that axe. He's got call for the extra mana, does use it. But Lucas Graham is there, and it's actually Shadow Earth that scores the kill for the Warlock. Who's now got an Arcane Boot 8 minutes in. If I'm not mistaken, he's ended up farming more than the Ember, who's having an absolute shit time in the mid lane and ends up dying to the Sanity's Eclipse. OD stomping all over the Ember Spirit. Well, looks like the dive had enough of the static laning phase. They want to push. Instead, they'll just throw out an Omni Slash. This is the third death on the Axe, who's still level 4 8 minutes into the game. Even going back into the jungle to catch up in terms of farm is not going to be that easy for him. Top lane, the tower ends up falling. Juggernaut now at 60 CS, uncontested. Curious to see what he goes for in terms of items. And Abyssal somewhere down the line would really be handy to deal with the Ember and the Lifestealer. Might just start out with the traditional Manta Diffusal though. PPPU Remnants aggressively forward. The Shadow Word keeping OD alive. PPPU has no mana. Really pushing his luck. Not sure what he was thinking of. Gamma Knife comes in with the sprint. Is looking for a crush. Will get it on OD. But there is no mana to work with on the Ember. And they're just going to disengage. Not sure what he was thinking about there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
While Lucas Graham on the Rikimaru, already scoring kills for his team. This disruptor, really poor. 9 minutes in, no boots anytime soon, and I guess it's going to be the case because he's going to keep buying sentries for this Rikimaru, who's trying to dive onto the life stealer. RP not yet available. Magnus not too much mana to work with. Does get glimpsed back. It is a short glimpse though. Lost has the skewer if he wants it. Life stealer, infest in, infest out. And yeah, the Radiant safe lane really under pressure. Axe now has the boots online. Actually the tranquil boots. Ember, how's he looking? His bottle should be coming shortly. Ooh, a regen rune. PPP couldn't have asked for a better rune at a better time. It does allow him to go back into lane and farm a little bit more because OD absolutely pulling ahead in terms of levels as well. Yeah, the OD is level 9 while the Ember's sitting at level 7 10 minutes in. Really not the start you'd be hoping for if you were an Ember. But, I mean, Ember isn't about getting crazy farm in lane and snowballing from there. It's about what you do with your spells when you pick up the spell amplification talent. Blank, dropping low, the Fairy Fire will not keep him alive. Lost scores a kill, and Lifestealer feels really exposed in his own safe lane here. Juggernaut. Okay, looks like we've lagged.
It'll amplify your cast. Baby sips. I'll make one for you.
Pew dying in the mid lane. Not even the Sanity's Eclipse being used. Now used on the Blank. A double kill for Archmage there. And uses the Astral to stay alive. Lifestealer going in aggressively. The smoke screen is there. Followed up with the drop. Aomin scores another kill. Gamma Knife dropping low. Thinks about the crush. Cancels it. Ends up falling as well. What started out as just a casualty on the Ember follows with 2 quick deaths from his teammates. And towers being scored all across the map for the Dire here. The Radiant, I mean, scored. I do not even know how they got that 1 kill. Not sure who ended up dying though. Net worth, how's everybody looking? OD on top, Juggernaut on top as well. The Magnus ahead of the Lifestealer. And the Ember just barely ahead of the Rikimaru.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Juggernaut quite sure that they have no lockdown to bring him down. Ooh, Axe being forced to use a shrine, that too by a Warlock. The Golem still pounding away on him with the Shadow Word. Yeah, this would not be a nice way to die if it did happen. Mid lane, Rikimaru going in with the smoke screen. Tricks of the trade, the call, not catching the Rikimaru, who's now glimpsed back. Gamma Knife still doesn't have the corrosive haze, but he's held in place with the dash. 3 remnants ahead, make that 2 actually. And Pew scores a kill. Rikimaru being punished for his greed here. But while all of this is going on, Warlock scores a solo kill on the Axe. Magnus, how's he looking? He's got the Blink Dagger building into the Midas just in case there is a late game scenario he has to prepare for. Mid lane, OD. Going for the Rod of Atos. Net worth, how's it looking? 15,000, 14 minutes in. That's nearly 1,000 gold a minute. There's the RP on the PvP. Smoke screen for good measure. He can't remnant out of there. A static storm does manage to clip 3. Axe walking in. Will he get the call? He will. It looks like Rikimaru will end up falling. The Magnus as well. A double kill for the Axe. OD glimpsed back trying to man fight but will end up falling. An Ember for losing 2 cores and a Rikimaru is not the trade you want to be making. And that was a lot of gold on the OD. Axe getting closer to that blink dagger. Minute ago he was dying to the Warlock and now a blink dagger seems to be a possibility for him. Okay, so the Warlock is more farm than the Ember. Is he actually thinking of solo killing the Axe? Drops the Golem, uses the upheaval. It is a level 1 upheaval, so it does take a lot longer to channel and get the maximum slower. Anyway, the drop's been committed and it's just pushing the creeps here. So confident that he would not need it for the next big team fight. Just throws it on an Axe. With no tower to take down, so he's just going to go into the jungle and farm a bit. Top lane, the Radiant are grouping up. The Dire Scan did clip them. And Uriah Heap backs out of them. Dust being thrown, a kinetic field as well. Rikimaru nowhere nearby. Where is he actually? He's hanging around the mid lane. Archmage has had enough. He's pushing down mid. He wants to end the game. Has gone for the max arcane orb in the lane though. Interesting build. Dust being used once more. Golem on cooldown. Juggernaut pushing the top lane. Gamma Knife getting closer to his blink on the Slada. It is pretty much a naked blink, but it is better than nothing. Radiant, I mean, they could try and make some plays on the back of these blink daggers. Axe has his blink dagger. Life Stealer, has he got his armlet? Yes, he's got the armlet. Building towards the Echo Saber. Bot lane, I speak about blink dagger and the Radiant making a comeback. It looks like Slada will end up falling. In terms of talents, OD has picked up the 250 mana talent.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, Dire grouping up. No ages just yet, but they feel pretty confident. Where's the initiation coming out from the Radiant? I think high ground is the call for them. All outer towers down for the Radiant. And they move into the Rosh pit. Drop coming off cooldown. The Radiant can defend high ground, but how? I mean, a good call is all that they're hoping for. A call followed by a static storm. And we did see some wonderful games where, what was it, Darkseer and Disruptor. Insane play coming out earlier on in the KM Major. Radiant smoked up, but it looks like Ember will just break the smoke to get some farm in the mid lane. Juggernaut now has the blink dagger, so can jump on the backlines, bring down the Disruptor before he gets the static storm off. He's not joining his team, he's split pushing another lane. What's the Ricky looking like? 1,900 gold away from his defusal. Pew 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 skips the whale altogether, billing into the maelstrom. Lifestealer, Armlet. Has he got buyback? Yeah, he's probably should hold on to buyback. If there's anyone who could benefit here from it is the Lifestealer. Radiant hiding in their base. Disruptor. I pray he gets the Ghost Scepter before the next fight. Would keep him alive versus the Juggernaut. Infest into the axe. Bit by bit, they're chipping away at this tower. The Radiant really waiting for perfect initiation. They're regaining vision first. D-Ward is underway. Well, they're giving up the racks. Now is really not a bad time. Does go in onto the Juggernaut. Lifestealer doesn't pop out. Magnus moves in closer. The Golem being faked there. Magnus. Well, they're sieging surely but slowly, and they are going to get the racks if this continues. Call onto the Juggernaut. Static Storm still available, pulling the Juggernaut away from his teammates. Lost. Walking closer, just has the Blink Dagger. No 4-star for Shadow Blade just yet. Rod of Ados onto the Ember Spirit. Remnants out of that. Juggernaut taking racks with no contest. The Axe too afraid of the counter initiation that can come out from the Disruptor and the Magnus. Sorry, from the Warlock and the Magnus. Well, they get a lane of racks. They still do have Aegis to work with. But OD wants to push out the bot lane a bit. I mean, he's probably looking for the Hurricane Pike completed. Slara now has that Blink Dagger, so can start the fight for his team and wait for Axe to initiate at a better moment in the team fight. Juggernaut. Ricky with the Empower and the Diffusal does do a fair amount of damage. OD jumps in, the Disruptor skewed back, drops the Static Storm in a panic. Where's the Axe when you need him? He's not there. Here comes the Slara with the initiation. They bring down the Rikimaru. And Archmage needs to be careful. Here comes the Axe with the call. It's on to the OD. Lifestealer pops out. There's the RP we were looking for. The Astral is there, so OD will be alive for a while. Here comes the Omni Slash. And the Lifestealer has been brought down. The Dire lose only the Rikimaru at the end of it all. A beautiful RP coming out from the Magnus there. Buyback is there on the Lifestealer. OD jumps in aggressively with the root, does get the kill and does get sent back courtesy the Disruptor. Midrax on the agenda for the Dire. Axe jumps in with the call. He's pulled the Juggernaut, but there's an immediate Astral and Axe gets skewered back. With the pure damage coming out from the Arcane Orb, it should be an easy kill. Slara goes in, is brought down immediately. The Golem's still available. It looks like they're going to do something nasty like diving into the fountain or whatnot. They find the Lifestealer, they root him up with the Rod of Ados. He infests into a creep. The creep is dying. Lucas Graham will bring him down. Here's the drop you're looking for. If I'm not mistaken, that's an Axe Scepter on the Warlock. Blank running away from the upheaval. But here comes the Juggernaut with his Blink Dagger, with his Empower. Sanity's Eclipse. not really killing anyone off, but with the skewer coming out from the Magnus, they bring down the Ember. Good game, well played is the call from the Lifestealer folks. And it looks like Archmage and company are your winners. My name is Vivek. This is the Cobx Indian Esports Championship. The stream will be shut down. Broadcast will resume tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Probably me and Cloudx will be doing it together. There are best of 3s coming up tomorrow, so do stay tuned.